everyone. Welcome to the October 19th, 2020 meeting of the City Council, which is here and call to order. This meeting has been properly noticed, posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2. You may also watch the meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and on the Go Vegas app. City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit to the back of the chambers going out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and go down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, please assemble in the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment, related items on the agenda, citizen participation in public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerks up front. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers, but if you don't submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff. Please note, if you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in our foyer between the council chambers and security desk you walk through to enter the chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you don't have your ticket with you, see security personnel when exiting, God bless you, for a validation coupon. And before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise this morning for our invocation given by Reverend Carlton R. Fogg Jr., Veterans of Foreign Affairs, and remain standing for
It's the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Let the record show Veterans of Foreign Wars.
What did I say?
Foreign Affairs.
I'm so sorry.
Don't worry about it. It's quite all right. Please join me in prayer. Gracious Father, thank you for bringing us here to conduct this meeting for the benefit of our citizens and everybody who resides in the lovely city of Las Vegas. Father, I ask you, each one of our council members, keep them in your graces. Give them the guidance and disciplines to lead us in a very efficient and safe way. Father, I ask you, all our public safety individuals that keep us safe. Especially remember in our prayers, Officer Tran, who passed away last week from being shot on duty. Keep him in your graces, keep his family. Father, keep us all safe as we venture home from here, and keep us in your graces. And I ask this in your gracious name. Amen.
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we will be coming down to you for our ceremonial items. Good morning. You came the other side. That was an interesting walkway. Okay. Good morning, everyone. And we have 2 ceremonial items this morning. For our first item, Councilman Creer, Citizen of the Month. Wow. You just step right up there.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It is really great to be here once again in the House of the People. This morning, I am blessed, we are blessed to honor someone who really needs no introduction in terms of our community, who has done so much, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that as we speak. And we are honoring our Ward 5 Citizen of the Month to a friend, to an outstanding community leader, as I say, well-known, respected throughout Las Vegas as well as the community. And I'd like to invite Pastor Kelsey West to join me at the podium here right now. Pastor West is a senior pastor, and his wife Carmen, who is also here, we're going to get you guys up for a picture, is the women's pastor at Nehemiah Ministries Christian Church, located 3606 Rancho Drive in Las Vegas, right in Ward 5 as well, where he has served for over 17 years as a senior pastor. The ministry has inspired many, including myself, and we are pleased to have their leadership in the Las Vegas Valley. Pastor West was born on February the 12th, 1971 in Pontiac, Michigan. And he's not ashamed to tell you he's from Pontiac either. He and his wife are the parents of 3 sons, Christopher, who is here today, Kyle, Cameron, and godfather to Xavier and Kendrick. We're also joined by Chris's wife, Jasmine, who is here as well. I'm especially happy to recognize Pastor West. He's an advocate for education all levels. His involvement has exposed Las Vegas students to a plethora of educational opportunities locally and throughout the state. He developed the now annual Unity Through Knowledge, Historically Black College University and Tour in College Preparatory Academy program in 1993. 28 years he has been doing this. And to date, over 2,200 high school students have participated in a week-long tour to explore the academic opportunities available to HBCUs. During the 1999 HBCU tour in Montgomery, Alabama, he accepted his call into the ministry. And then during the 2004 HBCU tour in Atlanta, Georgia, he accepted his assignment to plant Nehemiah Ministries Christian Church in our great city of Las Vegas in 2005. Pastor West is also a philanthropist and playwright. He's a graduate of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas with a Bachelor of Arts in Communication Studies and a 2018 graduate of Faith Seminary with a Master's of Divinity. Pastor West is also involved in many organizations, Executive Director for the Native Son Spelling Bee, Religious Chair for the NAACP Branch 1111, Chaplain for the 100 Black Men of Las Vegas, Board Member of the Urban Chamber of Commerce of Las Vegas, Co-Chair of the Home Mission Board, and State Coordinator for Hope Health Project, which is part of the National Baptist Convention, Ambassador for Zimbabwe. I know he's made many a trek back to Zimbabwe doing missionary work in Africa. Advisory Board Member for the School Justice Partnership Program here in Clark County and the Salvation Army of Southern Nevada. Pastor West is also involved in civic engagement. He serves on the Black Advisory Council for Governor Steve Sisolak and Project Chair for the Mayor's Faith Initiative on Education. And so today we're going to honor him as a Citizen of the Month. But in addition, thank you, but in addition, we are going to present a proclamation to Pastor West. No.
Is there more? Wow.
You going to make a Starbucks run for me too, Mayor? Thank you. We're going to present a proclamation as well. He's going to receive 2 things today. So whereas the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council are honored to recognize Pastor Kelsey A. West as the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month on Wednesday, October 9th, 2022. And whereas Pastor Kelsey West was born on February 12th, 1971 in Pontiac, Michigan, he and his wife Carmen are the parents to 3 sons, Christopher, Kyle, Cameron, and godfather to Xavier and Kendrick. And whereas Pastor Kelsey West is the senior pastor of Nehemiah Ministries Church, located 606 Rancho Drive in Las Vegas, where he has served as minister for over 17 years as a senior pastor. He's also the president of Nevada California Interstate Missionary Baptist Church Convention. And whereas Pastor Kelsey West is a philanthropist and playwright. He is a graduate of University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Bachelor of Arts in Communication Studies, and in 2018 graduated Faith Seminary with a master's degree in divinity. whereas Pastor Kelsey West is an advocate for education at all levels. His involvement has exposed Las Vegas students to a plethora of education opportunities locally and out of state. And whereas Pastor Kelsey West is involved with civic engagement, served on the Black Advisory Council for Governor Steve Sisolak and project chair of the Mayor's Faith Initiative on Education. And whereas Pastor Kelsey West is recognized as the Ward 5 Citizen of the Month for his outstanding spirit of community and his actions to help enrich the lives of Las Vegas residents at large. He is especially recognized for his exemplary dedication to students to provide a pathway that leads to higher education. And now, therefore, we, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, urge the community to join us as we do proudly proclaim October 19, 2022, Pastor Kelsey A. West Day here in the city of Las Vegas. My good friend. Thank you, brother. Give you a chance. He's also going to receive his Citizen of the Month. Your picture will also be proudly displayed on the outside of City Hall along the street there, and it'll be there for the entire month. So, love you to say a couple words.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Giving all praise and honor to God for the strength to do that which I've been called to do. To our Mayor, thank you so much for allowing me to serve with you and on your board. To our council women and men, thank you so much. To my good friend, Councilman Creer, thank you for allowing me to stand with you and serve in this community. These proclamations, I'm gonna cry like a baby. I promise you I am. I share this with my family who's here, especially my wife, Carmen, who makes it possible for me to do what I do. I share this with my Nehemiah family, all of the boards that I serve with. Thank you for allowing me to serve in this city that I have faithfully called home since I moved here August 18th, 1989. I hope to continue this work prayerfully in my next position as the president for the local chapter of our NAACP. I need your prayers and your support. Thank you so much, and God bless.
We're gonna have the family come up. We're gonna take a picture. Yeah, I'm gonna give you this. Let's go right in front of the podium. You're gonna be double fisted here. You go, Pastor West. You're gonna get your family. Come on in here.
Get the family, get the wife next to the mayor.
Come on in by your. Yeah, come on in there.
Let me congratulate you lucky folks. Thank you so
Yes, ma'am.
Are you good? Oh, Mr. McCurdy, you're in the way, my friend. Behind you. You got to hop out the picture, Mr. McCurdy. All right. All right.
Just a matter of record, November 8th. November 8th, 25 years now.
Oh, man.
And kids, you're part of it. You gotta make it out of that big time. Oh, man. Grateful, so grateful.
Hey, Mr. McCurdy.
This is a wonderful big day.
Let's do this.
Shake your hands. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Love is good. Well, how exciting. And now for, I understand, Mayor Pro Tem, you're the lucky man to do our second ceremonial, right? Yes. Good.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Stavros Anthony. I'm Councilman for Ward 4, and it is my honor to recognize a nonprofit organization called Troops with Paws, helping disabled veterans with anxiety, depression, and PTSD acquire service dogs through animal rescue programs. I'd like to invite the founder of Troops with Paws, Patrick Spca, to join me at the podium. Patrick, why don't you come up here? Please give him a nice round of applause. Patrick Spca. Patrick Spca moved to Las Vegas in 2017 after working 24 years in the film industry in California. Although he loved making movies, he realized that he had a passion for animals and wanted to figure out a way to help rescue dogs. With so many nonprofits, he wanted to start something unique. There were many things that inspired Patrick to start Troops with Paws, one of them being the loss of a close friend a few years prior. The friend had joined the military at a time in his life when he was lost. He was given the opportunity to become a canine handler in the Air Force, and he found his true calling. This memory of his friend's transformation working as a canine handler, combined with wanting to help dogs in need, was instrumental in 2019 when he started Troops with Paws. One of the first things Patrick did was to partner with the local elementary school and have the children write holiday cards to the military canine units. He was able to send those cards along with goodie bags for dogs as well as their handlers all over the country, including Nellis Air Force Base, Creech, and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Canine Unit. Troops with Paws also helps educate children about how our military and police dogs can help keep us safe. The children are taught about how many roles dogs can play and how amazing they can be. The bond between humans and dogs can be extremely powerful. This year, Troops with Paws expanded their mission to help disabled veterans acquire a service dog. Coming home, one of the biggest challenges vets face is the overwhelming sense of isolation. Some of our veterans come home with life-altering injuries that make it difficult to lead regular lives. Unfortunately, the cost of a service dog is very high. Troops with Paws is trying to help ease the financial burden by raising money to help pay for these dogs. A service dog can help save a life or help maintain the life of a wounded veteran. I'd like to now invite Patrick, who's already up here because I already invited you, to say a couple of words, any fill in the blanks, and talk about a fundraiser he has coming up and a couple of special guests he would like to introduce. So Patrick, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not sure exactly what else there is more to say. That was very concise. When I started Troops with Paws a couple of years ago, the concept was to help recognize the contributions of military and police working dogs. Dogs being amazing creatures, they help protect us, they help us, assist us in things that unfortunately after an injury, our physical limitations don't allow us to do. And then they provide us with the much needed emotional and mental support that we need. As Councilman Anthony said, one of the reasons why I started this organization was in memory of my high school best friend. He was kind of lost after high school, which caused some sort of conflict with his family. And then he joined the Air Force and found his calling as a canine handler. And a couple of years after that, unfortunately, he passed away due to an infection from a non-combat injury. And within 48 hours, unfortunately, his body went into shock and he passed away. And I felt the need to do something in his honor. This year, we decided to expand our mission to help provide service animals to disabled veterans. And as Councilman said, the cost of these dogs are very high. And unfortunately, currently the VA does not cover the cost of these. It can be up to and plus over $25,000 a piece. And there is a high failure rate. So the unfortunate thing is you could be going through training and in the middle of it, the dog does not pass the training. And then you have to start the process over again, which could take perhaps 18 months. And then for the organization, that cost doubles to another $20,000, $25,000. So our goal is to provide financial assistance to those who are in need of service dogs, and if possible, even just provide the dog for free. Our veterans, unfortunately, come home with life-altering injuries, whether that be physical or mental, and we feel that they deserve more than what they're getting currently with the current system. And so we just want to be there to help however we can. And with your help and support, I'm hoping that can happen. Too often, our servicemen and women come home and unfortunately feel that there's no other path other than to perhaps take their own life. And if something as simple as providing a service dog can prevent that from happening, then I feel that that we've, provided what we can and have done our job. But obviously, I'd like to help more than just one veteran. I'd like to help as many as possible. But yeah, once again, I just want to thank you for inviting me and to allow me to speak and talk a little bit more about my program. If I know this is kind of last minute, but this Saturday on the 22nd, we're holding our actual fundraiser, and it's held at the Sterling Club. And we have several, actually, donations that came in that sponsor veterans that allow them to come into our event for free, and they're +1. So there'll be hors d'oeuvres, entertainment, open bar for those that are attracted to that. And if you have any questions or details, please contact us on our website, www.troopswithpaws.org. And yeah, we hope to see some of you there, and thank you for listening. Right now, I'd like to call up a couple of people that I have to speak. One is a canine officer here at the Las Vegas Metro Police Department. His name is Derek Berger. And the other is Caleb Klein, an Army veteran who can attest to the benefits of a service dog and his dog Striker. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Derek Berger. I'm a police officer here in Las Vegas, and I work with the Canine Unit. Just a couple words here with my friend Patrick. He invited me here today just to kind of emphasize the importance of dogs, both in the workforce and in our personal lives. And I can attest to that because a couple months ago I was involved in an incident, I got a good injury, limping up here. But the one staple in my life has been to visit my dog, hang out with him, and he acts like nothing's happened. So he is enjoying life. He loves just running around, doing his thing, and he's been a big portion in this recovery, just knowing I can go see him every day, and he just acts like another day, and I'm not like I'm limping around or anything. So they're very important for any aftermath and any sort of incident that anyone may be involved with in their lives. So thank you for having me here today. And the next speaker has a nice dog here, very cute. You can come pet him later if you'd like.
Good morning. My name is Caleb Klein. I'm a Las Vegas native and West Point graduate. Was medically discharged from the Army in 2019 due to a Striker accident. So I said if a Striker broke me, a Striker will fix me. And that's how I named my service dog Striker. If I did not have him and have the blessings and the support from Patrick and other nonprofits to help me get him trained, I'm just being real honest, I would not be here today speaking to you. So suicide rates are through the roof. You get out, you have no idea what you're doing, even if you're walking into your family. I came home, I'm born and raised here, went to Las Vegas High School, and I felt like I didn't know my place. So it's a pleasure to be here. He comes with me everywhere I go. And I know I've met you before, sir, at the VA rep. I'm very, very happy to see that you're standing up for us, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Anybody know what kind of dog that is? Golden Doodle, very good. You win a prize. I'm not sure what that is, but Patrick, with that, I have a proclamation for you. There's a bunch of whereases on here, but we've already pretty much read them. So on behalf of Mayor Carolyn Goodman and the entire Las Vegas City Council, I want to proclaim today, October 19th, 2022 day, Troops with Paws Days in the city of Las Vegas. So congratulations. Yeah, the time, place, location.
Yeah, so our event is on this Saturday, the 22nd, from 6 p.m., and it's at the Sterling Club. It's on Paradise, right across the street from the Westgate. And if you're a veteran, you and your plus one will be allowed for free. We have a bunch of sponsorships that allow that to happen. So just contact us through the website, let us know who you are, and then we'll put your name on the list.
And what's the ticket for the general public?
The general public, if you'd like to attend, the cost is $100 donation directly on our website, so you can donate there as well.
Great, thank you. All right, let's get a picture. Let's get Stryker up here front and center. Congratulations. Say hi to Bob for me.
I will.
Good job.
I do.
Thank you.
Yes. I don't know if you're familiar with Robert and Sandy Ellis.
Yes. Wonderful.
They provided a large donation to allow 50 veterans to come in for free, and we're allowing the plus ones to come in. It's not a skill.
I will give you another $500 for veterans.
I appreciate
Towards that, so I'll send it to you via personal check.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I just was so grateful to all of them.
Thank you very much.
What you're doing.
We actually, once before, had the Memorial Day service at the cemetery. I think you gave me one of your chips.
Yes.
And you did, and you sent me a letter for my program, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take your time. I got you. Would you like to say a few words?
Thinking of our veterans, of course, and knowing our law enforcement, I'd like to take a moment before we begin in memory of, thanks to, and God rest his soul, for Officer Ty. If we'd just take a moment, each of you, to pray for him, his family, and for his soul. The depth of pain throughout all law enforcement here and our first responders is so deep. That was so unnecessary, and unfortunately keeps happening again and again. People need to reach out. If they need help, they need to reach out and get it. And if you're a parent or a friend of someone who's troubled, you need to reach out. This is unfair. The poor man was ready to retire this year. And very sad, very, very sad. So we are page 6, yes. We are on agenda item 6, and this is our first public comment. And comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed will be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but council will not respond or engage in dialogue. We will set the time at 1 minute, and there is another opportunity at the end of our council meeting where we will give you 2 minutes, or depending on the number of comments, 3 minutes. So thank you. Our agenda is extremely full. For those of you who are here, we did not have an earlier meeting the first week in October, and so it's a lengthy agenda, very heavy. And good morning.
Good morning. Are we ready?
Yes.
Super, thank you. I'm Patricia Reed, 5816 Red Umber Avenue, Las Vegas. Before I begin, I have some kudos that I need to give to our Mayor Pro Tem. When I was here in 2021, on another matter, I requested assistance with an intersection that I felt was unsafe for the families and children in that area. And Sally Christensen took over, referred me to Sean Robinson, who came out with the traffic division, and Joey Paskey, who did a study, and it is so much better. And now it's on their target, so that as the Siegfried and Roy property is developed, the traffic is increased. It'll eventually end up with the
You're
four-way
down to
stop.
37 seconds. That was very nice. And
I want to
please
thank you
wait.
for that, because
Thank
he
you.
did take the effort. But I'm here for a completely different matter. All right. Oh, boy. When animal advocates voiced their displeasure in November 2017, when the puppy mill cells, well, I guess it was puppy cells, were going to be banned effective January 2018, we came in, and there was also Steve Soroka and Ricky Barlow, Mayor Goodman, Ms. Fiore. The four of you voted that out. After Barlow confessed to his sins and went to jail, Madam Mayor, I attended the coffee with the mayor, and I specifically
I'm
asked...
so sorry, ma'am. We have to stay on our schedule of a minute. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Please, let's go on. Let's be respectful, please. Thank you. We appreciate your caring. Thank you. Yes, sir, please. I know you're a veteran. We thank you very much for your service.
I want to thank the city council and the mayor for the jobs you've done over the years for the town and for Las Vegas. And I'd also like to bring up item 10, which is kind of a sore spot for us. But we have a piece of property.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry. Can you hold that for 1 minute? Your name for the record, please.
Mark Curley, C-U-R-L-E-Y.
Okay.
And I know some of our council members that won't be here next year because they'll be moving up into the state of Nevada offices. So I wish you all the best. But the item 10 runs from Wallapai to Rampart, which is a vital part of the West Valley, which is just dead and sitting there. And it's time that we stop kicking the can down the road and hoping somebody else will pick it up. We've lost 3 times in courts, the city has, and the taxpayers. That could have been a beautiful area there, a beautiful neighborhood with beautiful homes and condos and walkways for families and kids. And we've not allowed them to do it for the last 8 years. And so people have gone to Nevada and gone other places in Pahrump, North Las Vegas, and areas in Henderson when we could have had the money here. So I really do appreciate, we've got to stop being politicians.
Thank you.
And be city
Thank you.
like you were voted to. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And please take that
Thank you.
what needs to be
Thank
done.
you.
Take care of that.
Thank you.
Take care of the people that have that property.
Thank you, sir.
That's the thing, and let's get it
Thank
out
you.
of the way. Thank you.
Thank you. What will happen is a bing will go off, a slight one, which will let you know if you look up that you have 15 seconds left. And of course, as I mentioned at the end of council, if you wish to stay through a lengthy meeting, you're welcome to have more time. But unfortunately, we have a huge agenda, so we're having to cut you to this time limit. Please, sir, your name first. That will not count.
John Brasner, John-B-R-A.
1 minute.
S-S-N-E-R. I can speak quickly, so 1 minute is fine for me. The agenda item I would like to speak about is 55. I know there's a lot of people here that want to speak, probably some of them a little bit angry, rightfully so, but I wanted to speak about a little bit different longer-term issue regarding Agenda 55, which is two things. One, on my professional opinion, looking at the financials of the Animal Foundation, I don't know why we don't talk about it, they appear to be broke to me. And I have a feeling the good folks here are going to have to vote on that and probably shell out more money. Of course, the county's going to have to do the same, and maybe North Las Vegas also will have to do that. But what I don't want to have happen is we keep coming here year after year. So I urge you to look at what is the longer-term solution to the problems here that these people are going to address. And I think we need a comprehensive plan for animal services and animal welfare for a more humane Nevada than just worrying about only the Animal Foundation.
And
Thank
we
you.
will be having a presentation by staff, which will be pretty comprehensive. So for those of you who are obviously here because of the Animal Foundation, we appreciate it. We want to hear from you. But I think having heard most of it in briefing, you will be hearing a comprehensive report. So please, sir, I think you're next, and your name, please.
My name is Shane Perrin, S-H-A-N-E. P-E-R-I-N.
Thank you.
I'm speaking on the housing developments. I am pro Cedar developments. I believe that we need...
Excuse me, can you run him back to a full minute? What's the agenda item?
The housing developments?
Generally, or are you speaking
the Cedar development, most likely. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, 87?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm pro 87. I feel we need more affordable housing developments here in Las Vegas.
Good.
And that's all I needed to say about that.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you so
for
much.
coming down. Appreciate it. Thank you. And sir, your name,
Sir,
please.
Bryce Henderson. I'm president of No Kill Las Vegas. I live in Councilman Diaz district. Our group was formed back in 2012 specifically because of the mismanagement that was happening at the Animal Foundation. The Animal Foundation's primary concern has always been the Animal Foundation, not the animals at the foundation. The fact of the matter is the Animal Foundation is no longer equipped to fulfill their contract with the city. They're no longer able to accept strays as per their contract. They cannot keep the shelter staffed. They are unable to raise private funds. And they can no longer keep their doors open to the public. Therefore, the only viable option I see at this point is for the city to take over shelter services. The city of Henderson runs their own shelter, and they've The city of Henderson does this with a much higher success rate and better reputation. The Animal Foundation is in violation of their contract, so the city has every right to cancel it. Take back their land, start paying the employees a decent wage, and run a humane and successful shelter
And I do hope you'll
that the people
stay
are
for
proud
the
of.
staff report that you can hear. It covers a lot of what you're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for coming down. Appreciate it. Thank you.
How are we doing? Joseph Thomas here on behalf of Vegas Stronger.
And you are so tall, I'm sorry, you're going to have to lean over because we can't
Apologies.
hear you.
Joseph Thomas on behalf of Vegas Stronger for agenda item 87 for Cedar Street Development.
Oh, thank you.
And happy birthday, Miss Seaman. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
George Gilbert, item 55. I am speaking on posthumously on behalf of Dory Gilbert, who created Animal Help Alliance and has been pointing out the mismanagement since 28. She has also pointed out the atrocities of the Animal Foundation, and it's time for change. Las Vegas, the city, can take action and make Las Vegas look good by taking over the Animal Foundation and saving those animals. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Dustin Dingman. I'm speaking in favor of item 87. I've lived in that neighborhood for 6 years. There are several things I love about it. I love the fact that I can get anywhere in Las Vegas in 20 minutes, being at the intersection of the freeways. I love the shopping. What I hate about it is my 73-year-old mother won't come visit me because she was viciously assaulted and carjacked in my parking lot, and I can't get a pizza for dinner because it's so unsafe. They won't deliver there. Now, this development will create a safe space for single people that they can afford, because there's either unsafe neighborhoods or prohibitively expensive neighborhoods. If you want that to be a medical district, you need a safe, affordable housing for the medical personnel who work in those hospitals, like myself. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, sir. Your name, please.
Chris Ramirez, item 55. Hello, Ms. Goodman, Mr. Creer. I've known both of you for quite some time, so it's good to see you both.
Thank you.
And so what I usually talk about is local issues. I've been here my whole life. My parents have been here since the 70s, as you know. And we, more than the people that show up here, care about dogs. We're just the ones who have the time and the passion. So on a local front, the Animal Foundation has been the status quo, and it can be so much better. I've worked with Mayor Kirkpatrick, I've worked with county, city, and there's job programs, there's economic development. There's got to be a better way to empower people here, as well as I call in a lot of animals. I just work with your city animal catchers that come to, because I live in the city, and they're great. They're all great people. They would all be better employees than the foundation, I think, because they care and they're responsible to somebody. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Council. I think it's called point of order. I have a question on Gina Greisen, Nevada Voters for Animals. We were told, and I understood in briefing, that people would have 2 minutes, and we shared that with all of our followers that came prepared and wrote speeches today.
I'm sorry. Because of the length, and we've done this usually, the 2 minutes would be at the end, and if there weren't so many speakers, we might even go to 3 or a little bit over that.
Okay, so if some of the people just give their time to just certain speakers, can we do that? Can people give their time, like we would have liked to hear more from...
Well, we'd have to hear each name, so we can make a record, and that they're going to give their minute. That would be fine.
Okay, so because I just want to, because there's a lot of people and leaders from organizations.
Absolutely fine.
Okay.
I just wish everybody'd hear the presentation, because some of the things you might be bringing up are already part of that.
I know, and we heard that there was, in briefings that poor Councilman was accused of just throwing temper tantrums, although we have the pictures to prove what's really going on over there. So I just want to make sure that our side gets a chance to actually speak. So we want to just have our time. So let me just can we explain then, so people can give their time, but just come up and give their name and then give their minute?
That's all they would do, is give their name, and then they can take a seat.
Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so you're giving your minute to somebody?
No, I'm not ready to speak yet. I just wanted to come clarify, because we have a lot of leaders from large organizations here that have followers
Absolutely.
here that were willing to give their time.
Absolutely. Come up, give your name, and state that you're giving your minute, please.
Yeah. Whoever's going to give me their minute needs to step up and say their name, please.
And if you're speaking yourself, then take your full minute. Just let us know after you give your name, please.
Hi. So I'll just shorten my speech really quick. I'm Dave Schweiger, and I'm the founder of Bunnies Matter Rescue.
You can put that one on. He's going to be speaking.
I'm sorry?
You're speaking yourself for the minute.
Yep.
So I just wanted to give our clerk that. Thank you.
When the animals that you are entrusted to save and care for are not your top priority, it's time for you to go. Our animal rescue community needs a shelter that we can work with and trust, one that has integrity and transparency. We need a shelter that does not try to threaten, intimidate, or ban us. The only hope for fixing our animal shelter is for the entire board and CEO to step down and be replaced with people who have shelter and rescue operational experience. Lori Heron and the Nevada Spca are proof that a corrupt, broken shelter can become one of the best in the country when the corruption is driven out. I hope today that you will stand up for the innocent animals of Las Vegas and finally help put an end to the lies and deceit coming from the leadership of the Animal Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Morning. Your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Monica Flores. I'm here to speak in regards to agenda item number 55.
Perfect.
I'm aware that the council has been briefed about the Animal Foundation, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak, so thank you. A majority of Clark County citizens are animal lovers and have pets, myself included. So when I heard about the atrocities that are happening at the Animal Foundation, atrocities that are happening at this very moment, I could not stay silent. The Animal Foundation is an organization that we should be able to trust, but how can we put our trust in an organization that is not transparent? I am hearing stories and pictured proof from ex-workers of TAF's facilities that completely contradict what TAF's PR is putting out to the public. We are tired of being lied to. We want to know that the animals are being well cared for and not euthanized for convenience. We put our faith to you, our city council members, and hope that you can bring justice to this unfortunate circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Good morning.
Good morning. Kevin O'Donnell, veteran, speaking about item 87.
Thank you.
The Cedar development that several others spoke about. I'm originally from Chicago. I live in Las Vegas now, but because I'm from Chicago, I'm aware that the Cedar developer is like the premier residential developer in Chicago. So I think Las Vegas is very fortunate that Cedar is bringing this proposal before you, because if you go on the website, you can see their projects are beautiful. I know they work with the community. This is a great project. Please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming down. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your name, sir,
I'm
please.
Keith Williams, president of Community Cat Coalition of Clark County. I'll be as quick as possible. The Animal Foundation's net worth since 2009 has increased from under $20 million to over $50 million. Their expenses have gone from less than 8 to a bit over $12 million a year. The animal intake, the number of animals that they're getting paid to deal with, has dropped from 45,000 to less than 20,000. They clearly have all the money they need to care for the animals that they have. Currently, they're spending about $700 per animal. Obviously, money is not their issue. Now, going forward, that's through 2020. What's happening now is admissions are up from about 1,500 to over 2,000.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your coming down. And if you want to give your report to our clerk, that's fine. You can do that with your data. Eric, would you give us your name again, please? And if you'll wait till he's through. Eric Panko. Okay. All right.
And so I'll continue. The euthanasia rate is up about 50% in the last year or so. Admissions are up. You ain't seen nothing yet. It's only going to get worse. And yes, I do have a copy of those slides for the clerk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Dellinger, and I was a volunteer at the Animal Foundation in the neonatal kitten nursery. I'm a former labor and delivery nursery nurse, so I went from human babies to kitten babies. I loved it. First year, last year was wonderful. We saved a lot of kittens. This year, they are euthanizing every kitten 2 weeks and under. And the mission statement, they say, is because they consider a kitten needing bottle feeding and care is not a treatable occurrence. So I'm just devastated, and I had to leave. I was so upset. I'd take care of these kittens. I took 6 kittens home. the other day because they were going to be euthanized. I got them 15 minutes before they were euthanized, and I have, now they're thriving in another foster home, and I'm just devastated about it, and I just, don't understand why we have a kitten nursery and why I'm training people when there's no kittens, when they're being
Thank you for helping.
euthanized. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, council persons. My name is David Cruteau. I live at 3520 North Brockway Street here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm calling about item 77. It's a gentleman that wants to have his house turned into a church, which is kind of unforeseeable because the house that he wants to do this to, it's rat infested and insect infested. It should be condemned and torn down. It was asked to board it up, and when he didn't board it up, it was used for transits to come in and out of his house. And my wall, still my fruit, still my vegetables, and drugs and drug dealings are nonstop every day. And that's not good for our neighborhood or any other neighborhood here in Las Vegas. And I just hope that you and the rest of the council members reject this gentleman's wish to have more crime and drugs brought to our area. It's not right that he's able to do this.
Okay, thank you very much. And
he doesn't even live in the
someone
neighborhood.
from Ward 5 will be speaking to you. Harry, if you would help this gentleman, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Harry's here somewhere. In the back. Okay, if you go, yes, go up this aisle. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Morning. I'm also here for item 77. My name is Judy Heath. I'm at 6095 West Gowan Road. I am also against the church being built on 3523 North Jones Boulevard. It was approved by the Planning Commission, although for some reason, they don't understand what is going on in that area. What they want to do with that church is do a lot of homeless projects in there when we already have a real big homeless problem out there. We've already had code enforcement. We have people running extension cords across yards out there. We have an elderly lady where somebody camps out on her porch. Like David said, they are going into his backyard. He has some fruit trees and a garden, and they are taking his vegetables and his gardening items. So they are literally coming into our area and taking our items.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you also if you would go with, I think you said his first name's David, and talk to Mr. Williams in the back there.
Okay.
So they can have the information to follow up. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
You can give that, just put it right in the box there. And next, please.
Hi, Judy Marshall. I would like to give my speaking time to Brandy Glasgow.
Okay, you've got that? Okay, please.
Hi, my name is Valerie Alcala, and I would like to give my minute to Brandy as well.
Okay, Brandy's got two now, and her own, of course.
Hi, I'm Devaney Haley, and I would like to give my minute to Brandy as well.
Okay, that's three. You may go through the whole meeting, goodness. How many minutes?
Denise Wonders, item number 55. I'd like to give my minute to Brandy Glasgow.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Brandy Glasgow.
You lucky lady.
I am Brandy
I think
Glasgow.
you're up to with your own. You've got 5 minutes, is that correct?
Yes, and I
Okay.
will be as quick as I can.
Please move it to 5 minutes so she can see what it is. Thank you.
Okay. In February 2007, the Humane Society released a 200-page report on the Animal Foundation, and so they claimed there was complete failure of all levels of animal care and safety at the Animal Foundation. The report detailed descriptions of animals left in kennels to die slowly, painful deaths, animal care staff that were untrained in the most basic responsibilities of their positions, ineffective cleaning and disinfection procedures, and many more horrors. The conditions of the shelter had resulted in the euthanasia of over 18,000 animals in 1 year. 15 years later, in July, another report was released And the comparisons between what the deficiencies that both the reports described is very relevant considering the situation that we have now. Both reports cited significant deficiencies in disease control, lack of appropriate vaccinations, isolation of sick animals, inadequate staffing. Animals were not examined for medical conditions and left untreated, sometimes for days. Animals not provided pain medication. Parvo and Panluke treated without proper supplies or knowledge of treating it. Both reports document serious violations of FDA protocols regarding euthanasia drugs and other regulated medicines. That goes from, most recently, the keys to the drug safes being lost and then having to be drilled out to get the drugs, access to the drugs. They also both document the veterinarians who are emphasizing herd health being ignored and dismissed. Both reports cite inadequate staffing as a major issue. Because of this, vulnerable animals like puppies and kittens who would be adopted quickly were left in intake areas for far too long and exposed to disease and resulted in unnecessary deaths. Both reports describe a lack of supplies so that the staff was left to go buy supplies with their own money. HSUS specifically mentions a lack of accurate record keeping at the shelter in almost every department. And in 2022, the animal care staff was still without access to the records via the chameleon system. In 2022, there was no formal training plan for new hires, and supervisors had differing opinions on the handling of infectious diseases. After 15 years, with the HSUS's detailed instructions on proper protocols and management of the shelter, TF has once again become a shelter in crisis. For the past 2 years, shelter executives claim that the deficiencies are due to understaffing, and after almost a year in the position, the new CEO has not resolved this issue. When asked about raising wages recently, she indicated it was something that they haven't looked at yet. However, in 2007, when a new CEO was hired, she made $100,000, the new CEO in 2007 made $100,000 a year. When that same CEO resigned in 2022, her salary had grown to over $230,000 a year. Animal care staff currently make $12 to $13 an hour, while the national average is $15 to $17. TF has proven that they are unable and unqualified to fulfill the shelter contract of the cities of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, and Clark County. They had 15 years and a step-by-step guide written specifically for the challenges of that facility from the HSUS, and yet, once again, they were closed down to disease outbreak. The board and their associates that they have placed in the CEO positions over the years have shown that they do not have the knowledge, experience, or hubris to learn how to run a shelter of that size. They have shown a total lack of concern or care for their employees, denying them a living wage while giving bonuses year after year to the CEO position. The CEO position has been filled with people who have no nonprofit or animal care experience, and then they've been given too much control over the actual functions of the shelter. It is time for a change, and the cities need to take over and the county need to take over the shelter functions for themselves, and we need to reestablish the Animal Advisory Committee so that the future decisions can be made with advisement from professionals in the animal industry and those people who have dedicated their lives to improving the lives of pets in Nevada.
Thank you very much. Next, please. You can come up on this side, it's fine. And why don't you have someone always at the mic so we can move along? Thank you, sir. Please, your name?
Hello, my name is Max Cruz. I'm going to give my minute to James Pumphrey.
Okay. Is this James? Okay.
My name is Casey Wolf, and I'm giving my minute to James Pumphrey.
Okay, and anyone else want to give their minute to James? Please come forward.
My name is Esteban Lopez. I'd like to give my minute to James Pumphrey.
Okay, please.
My name is Katie Furcus. I'll give my minute to James Pumphrey as well.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am?
My name is Kendra Segovia. I would like to give my minute to James Pumphrey.
Wonderful. Wait, no, they're giving you more time. You can do more.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Blanchard, and I'm getting my minute to James Pumphrey as well.
Wonderful. Wait, don't go, just stay right there. How many more? Please come up, give your minute and your name.
My name is Brenda Brandt, and I'd like to give my minute to James Pumphrey.
Thank you.
My name is Tracy Paz, and I'd also like to give my minute to James.
Okay, how many minutes are we up to there, Madam Clerk? Okay.
My name is Gisela Galvin, and I'd like to give my minute to James as well.
Thank you. Next, please. We're at 9.
Yeah, I think that's enough.
We'll keep it going. It's fine.
Oh, one more. My name is Amy Clatterbuck. I'd like to give my minute to James Pumphrey.
Wonderful. No, this is very good because I think it will help us we have a huge agenda and there are a lot of people from the community also, in addition to this item, that need to get business attended to.
My name is
Thank
Kenny
you.
Ascanio, and I would like to give my minute to James.
Excellent. Ma'am? Pardon? Yes.
I'm Dina Usherson. I'd like to give my minute to James.
Could you pull the mic down and so we can get your name more clearly?
Dina Usherson. I'd like to give my minute to James.
Okay, thank you. Anybody who wants to give their minute, how many of you want to give your minute? Okay, so why don't you come behind this lovely lady and give your name. Anybody else who wants to give their minute to James, please get in this line. Thank you.
My name is Annie Labansat, and I'd like to give my minute to James.
Thank you.
Hello, my name.
Wait,
Hello, my name
excuse me, Madam Clerk, what did you, couldn't hear?
Could we have your name again, Annie? Ma'am, thank you. Annie Labansat.
Anne Labanza, okay.
Hello, my name is Dominika Halgasova, and I would like to give my minute to James Humphrey as well.
Thank you.
Could you
spell your last name for us, please?
Halgasova.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Carolyn. I would be more than happy to give my name, Gina Modler, to James Humphrey.
Thank you.
And thank you. I love you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's
Oh,
Eileen.
no, pull the mic, please. There.
My name's Eileen Clay. I'd like to give my minutes to James Humphrey.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning. For the record, my name is Charles Kingston. I would like to give my minute to James Humphrey.
Thank you.
My name is Sierra McAfee-Darrow. I'd like to give my minute to James Humphrey.
Thank you, Dara. Anyone else willing to give up a minute to James? Okay, I think James, we have how many minutes now, please? 19? And his is 20, so okay, please, James, in your name, please.
My name is James Pumphrey.
Humphrey.
Pumphrey.
Okay, got it.
I come to speak to you today to advocate for mercy and for compassion. Mercy for our community, for the volunteers and staff at TAF, and for the animals entrusted into their care. Compassion is best articulated when we sit next to and not apart from another. I ask that you reside in and embrace compassion and mercy as paramount. Mercy and compassion should compel us to continually strive to do better and seek solutions that honor the human-animal bond. Solutions certainly do exist, and hope remains. Animals are more than ever a test of our character, of mankind's capacity for empathy, and for decent, honorable conduct and faithful stewardship. We are called to treat them with kindness, not because they have rights or power or some claim to equality, but in a sense, because they do not, because they stand unequal and powerless before us. Our calling is to be honorable and to be faithful stewards. I came to the Animal Foundation as an advisor, an independent assessor of their practices in December 2021. TAF was in crisis, as it remains today. Animals were suffering, and staff were experiencing unconscionable harm to their well-being. The same disease seen in 2007 rages again today. That the cause is crowding and lack of appropriate levels of care. To be clear, institutional neglect is the underlying issue. Never before had our nation experienced the pervasive and extensive volume of institutional cruelty and neglect as was witnessed at the Animal Foundation in 2007. And yet history repeats itself. During our assessment and in collaboration with UC Davis, we detailed observations, recommendations, and articulated best practices that have been tested and proven. Why were these recommendations not implemented? Why were you, as elected officials, not included? Initially, I did not want to join TAF. Like you, I had read and witnessed the conditions at the shelter. I came to join TAF out of a sense of duty, of concern. I knew that I could make a difference if commitment to change and the implementation of best practices could be enacted with the urgency required of the task at hand. Shortly after joining TAF, I encountered a request by the CEO to edit and alter the original assessment. In effect, I was being asked and pressured to compromise my ethics. I was being asked to be less than transparent for the sake of PR and marketing. I later learned in my short tenure that staff had been prepped to only share positive attributes during the December 21 assessment by TAF leadership. This is a betrayal and lacking in ethical conduct. In fact, the staff had been warned to articulate a false presentation of the state of the shelter. This deception continues today. Instead of focusing on implementing solutions needed, a PR campaign was developed. Instead of resolving to listen to the real concerns of staff, lies and false promises were made. Questions must be answered as to why and how this institutional neglect has been allowed to continue. Shelter assessments and recommendations were made in 2007, in 2014, in 2016, and again in 2021. They have gone unheeded. What will be different today if apathy and inaction wins the day? How will we reconcile our moral duty towards mercy and compassion if we allow institutional neglect to continue? The solutions and recommendations are not mine alone. I've committed my life to this work and to the calling of animal welfare. Those who subjugate animal caregivers into poverty wages, inhumane work conditions, and through their actions create a culture of fear do our movement a dishonor. To be clear, it is immoral to treat caregivers as disposable. When politics and PR are placed above the welfare of people and animals, the very mission of a humane society is defeated. Since leaving TAF, I've encountered a campaign by those with power to discredit and demoralize the efforts to speak truth. The intimidation that is experienced by caregivers is a loss of their financial safety. It is the intimidation experienced by workers without the power to speak freely as to the harm being forced upon them by neglectful and intolerable conditions. The inevitable result is disease and suffering. These workers, these compassionate warriors, deserve respect and dignity. The solutions are not easy. They most certainly are hard. This work requires learned, studied, and dedicated care. Sheltering should and can be a kind and humane vocation. Never should anyone have to sacrifice their safety, their time off, their lunch, or break for a mission. They should be able to unionize and collectively bargain for their rights. Damn those who would subjugate their efforts. Animal suffering and disease is the result of systemic institutional neglect. We must endeavor to promote the rights of man and the rights of the voiceless. Both are intertwined. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you for letting me be heard because I have not been heard for the past 3.5 years. I worked at the Animal Foundation.
Your name, please. Name. Your name.
Stephen Collier, Collier.
Thank you.
I worked at the Animal Foundation up until August for 3.5 years, up until August when I was abruptly fired. I was talking about union. I was asking around about union, and I believe that's why I was terminated. Because they gave me the reason that after 3.5 years, I wasn't able to do my job anymore. Well, I had the whole shelter by myself, and I was in the back, and I can attest to Kathy's euthanasia of the kittens. And I was abruptly fired. They didn't even give me an exit meeting. I had to keep their shirt, unfortunately, and I'm glad they did because I can show just how disgusting they really are. Last year when Christine Robertson, after that fiasco, came Hillary Gray, and she was no better, if not worse. Matter of fact, she came over to the shelter one time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate, that's your minute. Sorry, thank you. Thank you. Next, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Misty Rose Fisher. I'm with Southwest Exotic Avian Rescue, and I speak on behalf of the homeless birds of the valley. I implore and I beg all of you to make pop-in visits to the Animal Foundation unscheduled to be sure the animals are cared for, but what's often unnoticed is that care of the birds is not met due to lack of education and lack of people cleaning their cages, people feeding them the improperly sized pellets, which they're unable to consume. Birds that were seized in a large seizure in North Las Vegas in August were actually starving for over 7 days. Clutches of legs were laid and hatched without anybody noticing. Babies died, families were separated, and by the time they reached out to us to pick up the babies that needed to be hand-fed, many had perished. We had to go and buy the food that was the correct sizes ourselves to put in the birds' cages, and when we checked on them 5 days later, those bowls had not been refilled or cleaned, and more of them had died. Please transfer all exotic avians into the care of SWARE or bring us in to educate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Stillings, and I'm here with the Doggy Task Force of Las Vegas. It's a group of wonderful volunteers, myself included, that we are out there, northwest, east, southwest, Henderson, Boulder City, out there rescuing dogs that are on the streets. Literally by a chat on our Facebook page, we coordinate, we go out, we gather traps, we gather crates, we volunteer our homes because right now we cannot take them to the animal shelter. We cannot take any dogs there, and they also are being told when a resident calls to animal control that go ahead and let them go. If you think this homeless population out here is bad, you keep this up and every dog is going to be running around these streets, and it needs to stop.
Thank you for your volunteer efforts.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
My name is Amber Garrett, and I'd like to give my minute to Amanda Gibson.
Okay.
I'm Amanda Gibson. I'm here to speak on item 55, obviously. I think that we are past the point of demanding for answers, and we are demanding truth at this point and change because the answers tend to be excuses or we're just not hearing anything at all. I have 3 friends that used to be kennel attendants at the Animal Foundation, and I have many photos of dead chickens, dead birds. There's 5 ducks in one kennel together. It's covered in poop, no water, no food. They're placed across from loud barking dogs. They're placed next to the cats. You can't place birds next to cats. That's going to stress them out. There's turtles that are in sizes of tanks that they could barely fit in. They cannot turn around. There's dogs getting locked outside with e-collars on. They can't fit back in, or they're being locked outside and the door is being shut and it's hot. They're dying of heat exhaustion. I don't know if the Animal Foundation is still hiring from a temp agency and they're putting these people on 30-day contracts, but those are the ones that are abusing the pets. They've been hosing dogs off with hot water. Those dogs then get marked as aggressive and then they get euthanized. There was a huge walkout, obviously, because this also ties into mental health. There was 2 technicians and a veterinarian who committed suicide last year that nobody is talking about. I was a vet tech of 15 years, so I don't know, veterinarians have the highest suicide rate of careers. So I think the mental health is is also just as important to tie into why it's so important to take care of these animals, because they're quitting because they can't stand the poor quality of condition that these pets are being put in. Anyone who has made complaints, anyone who has showed their photos and made complaints to the higher ups, to Hillary, Vanessa, whoever else is in charge on the board, they're silenced. They're told to keep their mouth shut. They're told to delete the evidence, and then they just quit. So now you have nobody taking care of the animals who actually cares about the animals. So we need change and we need truth.
Thank you for coming down.
And thank you for everything that you do for the animal world.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Rebecca Burton, 801 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, across the street from agenda item number 85. And I'm here to provide you with photographs just to show you the parking issue. That is the reason why I'm here to oppose the project. That is supposed to house 86 residents, their guests, their roommates, anybody who might come to visit them, the Uber people who might want to transport them. I'm also, as well as the, the commercial space and the employees for the commercial space, the workers and the people who may be delivering things for the commercial space, as well as the retail space and the customers who would come to that retail space. There's no parking here, and it just...
I just want to alert you, we haven't passed it yet, but that item seems to be up for abeyance, which means it will be continued November 16th. It will not be heard today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Thank you, Councilwoman. But keep in mind, it hasn't passed a vote, so until that's done, it's not effective. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kaden Regenbach, a former NSPCA shelter worker. I'm going to be speaking on, of course, item 55. Okay. Are we ready? Okay.
Sure, go. No,
I'd like to start off by...
Could we have a whole minute, please?
Yeah. I'd like to start off by saying the Animal Foundation is not the only local shelter experiencing these problems. Other shelters are just being better at hiding the suffering and lack of education and management because they are not open admissions. With that being said, not only management needs to be held accountable. No matter the management, without a community that prioritizes volunteering, fostering, spays and neuters, seeks out animal care education, and takes rehoming into their own hands before relying on shelters, we will continue to see overpopulation and diseases running rampant throughout our shelters as people continue to dump animals and overbreed them. Shelters and rescues cannot be the only ones dealing with the problems. We as a community need to take responsibility. Both the management and shelters and community itself need to take responsibility and make a change. Before you say TAF loves killing animals and abusing animals, ask yourselves, what do you do to help?
Thank you for that comment. You are correct. What do you do to help? Thank you very much. Next, ma'am, please.
Melinda Slight, my minute to Gina Greason, please.
Okay, thank you. Gina, are you around somewhere? You're getting her minute. Anybody else going to give a minute to Gina? Please come forward.
Is there any other minutes left over from James? No. Because I think he got 20 and only spoke.
No, it was given to him on record, so we can't switch them.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, you're going to get some more.
My name is Kim Patrica, and I'll be giving my minute to Gina Greason.
Thank you.
My name is Andrea Lombardo, and I'm giving my minute to Gina Greason.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Krista Shook, and I'm giving my minute to Gina Greason.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you. Kim Ellis, giving my minute to Gina.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eva Andrade, and I'm giving my minute to Gina.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eva Meneses, and I'm giving my minute to Gina.
How many is that? I may not need that many, and we might have a couple.
Good morning, my name is Milo Garcia, and I'm giving my minute to Gina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Escobar, and I'm giving my minute to Gina Greason.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Megan Wachin, and I'm giving my minute to Gina.
Thank you very much.
And should be enough, if we can, and because the
Okay,
sure?
where is Gina? How many minutes now? And 11. Okay, please go.
Okay, good morning, Mayor and Council. Gina Greason, Nevada Voters for Animals. First of all, I want to thank Councilwoman Seaman for being a voice for the animals, for putting this on the agenda. And happy birthday. What I'd like to do is just ask everyone who's here who demands change to please raise their hands. Thank you. I'm not sure, where's the camera?
Back there, up here.
Oh, everywhere, okay. This is the 2007 report, HSUS report, from when, they had to declare an emergency and shut down the shelter. Sorry, as you can see, I went through it, I read it, I have sticky notes, I have highlights. There it is right there. Oh, I can? It's fine. That can just be right there. Okay. Is there something going on? Oh, okay.
No, it's staff conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Just a little history on me. I became an advocate because of the conditions that I encountered at the Animal Foundation in 2005. And I literally had never been an animal advocate. I didn't know anything much about the shelter. I went to go to look for a friend's dog who was lost. And that's how I became an animal advocate, when I encountered the conditions. On September 21st of 2005, I stood before former Mayor Goodman, and I begged the then council to please do something about the conditions at the Animal Foundation. It was my birthday that day, and thankfully Councilwoman Tarkanian let me come up and speak. And I showed my pictures and I begged for help. And nothing ever happened. It took 2 more years before they declared an emergency. They shut down the shelter and they killed 1,000 animals because of severe outbreak. Anyone who wants to take a position on the Animal Foundation, don't believe me, don't believe anything you hear, don't believe anything. Read the report before you decide or take a position on this. Because once you read it and you understand, then you'll know. Not only does it talk about the utter failures and what led to it, but it gave so many recommendations that you've heard about today. I call this the Bible for sheltering, because it was written by the folks from UC Davis, who, by the way, in a Darcy Spears story last night, said that they have now cut ties with the Animal Foundation. That's how bad it is. When they fired James Pumphrey for coming forward and trying to scream from the rooftops and sound the alarms that we are headed for a crisis again. Now, yes, we know a lot of things led to that, but so in 2007, we had the foreclosure crisis brewing. Just because crises come and go, but how you manage, it's the management style. You can't adopt your way out of this. You can't kill your way out of this. Spay and neuter is certainly an issue. The community, and when I walked in the doors that day, I said the community needs to know there's a problem. You need to tell the community. And I had a camera in my hand, and the then executive director tried to grab it out of my hand and said, don't tell anyone about what's going on down here. Nothing's changed. It's the same secrets. It's the same circling of the wagons. It's the lack of transparency and not telling the truth. In this, it talks about taking leadership roles, working with the community, and I think the most important recommendation that came out of this was not to operate as a closed board, which they have continued to do. Yeah, they've rotated some influential board members, but they've never invited folks like these folks that are out here in the community that know, that understand, that have experience. If they would have done that and really partnered with the community, they wouldn't be in a defensive posture. It would be all of us working together, but it's never like that because they think it's their shelter. But we believe it's our shelter, and we're here to speak for the animals. The circling of the wagons, the lack of transparency, the lies, and by the way, the personal attacks. Bryce Anderson, who's here today with No Kill Las Vegas and Go Vegas Dog, when he tried to sound the alarms, they sent out emails and tried to discredit him, okay? The councilwoman. Those pictures, by the way, I got those pictures. They were sent to me. I contacted the councilwoman and I said, look at your phone, I'm gonna send you some pictures. I need you to please go down there right now and confirm these conditions. And what did she do? She said, I'm clearing my calendar, Gina. I'm going right now. I'll be there in 30 minutes. She grabbed the chief and went down there and confirmed, because every picture she has are the same pictures that I got, and those conditions were there. And to say that when the city sent the letter and said they were in violation, and the response from the Animal Foundation was, we're not in violation, you're in violation. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? To say that the councilwoman was trespassing, that she shouldn't have been there, at what time? It was I think 10 minutes to 11 when she said, You're right, I confirmed all the conditions, and that's when I contacted the media. I could not believe that they were saying that, well, we weren't open yet. Well, they close at 7 p.m. the night before. They don't open until 11 a.m. the next day. That's 16 hours. So are you saying it's okay for dogs to be in those conditions right there? With diarrhea and poop floating in the bowl? That it's okay for the animals to sit that long? No, that is not okay. And if anyone up here thinks it's okay, then you probably should not be an elected official. So. Thanks, you guys. I'm emotional about this because I've been doing this 17 years. I became an advocate. I was challenged that day when I walked into TAF and I was told, don't start trouble if you're not going to stay in this and try to fix the problems. And since then, I have stayed in this. I committed to this. I have sacrificed so much to do this. I wrote the felony animal cruelty law. I wrote the anti-bestiality law. I have stood in this chamber many times and at the old building passing spay-neuter laws because yes, that's important. All of it's important. We have always shared all the requests from the Animal Foundation to please, when you needed volunteers, when you needed fosters, when you needed the community to step up. We support that, but we needed to work together. But I will say, what has happened now with this outbreak, and by the way, the walkout that occurred, I was there rescuing a kitten. I happened to be in the parking lot rescuing a kitten. I was told by animal control, follow me over there and you can get this kitten. She was caught in an engine. She had 2 broken legs and we wanted to save her because she's there 12 hours. A cat that lives that long and survives, I'm gonna give her a chance to live, and we did. She's, by the way, thank you Tommy Cat Foundation. We, and everyone who donated to help her live. You know, I followed, I was sitting in the parking lot waiting, and guess what? The doors are locked. I was like, hello, they told me to come and get this kitten, and then there was a line of people, and the doors are locked, and the poor janitor who's here today, who I saw, raise your hand, I was like, what's going on? I need a supervisor. And she says, they're closed. Everyone called in sick today. Well, then I get a text message, that's not what's happening. They're walking out. The staff's all walking out. And guess what? I'm sitting there talking to the guy about the cat, and I watch them all walk out the door. I just happen to be there rescuing a kitten, okay? And then my rescue dog from Nye County. We found out about the outbreak by chance because the rescue dog gets dumped in the desert, and thank God for the lovely people with the task force who go out there and rescue this dog, and animal control has to take the dog in, and they can't give it back to NSPCA. Why? Oh, there's a sickness. What do you mean there's a sickness? Why won't they give the dog back? Well, there's an outbreak. What do you mean well, they're bleeding out and dying, and there's no cure. They don't treat it. What? That's when I drive down there, I do a live that night, I get trespassed off or kicked off the property, and then moments later, the Animal Foundation does an update. Oh yeah, okay, well yeah, we have this little outbreak. What? You didn't tell that your partners, you just had the community put all these dogs in their homes that were exposed. The dog that died was a foster dog who went home to someone's house. And that dog, they brought back in, they said, oh, he's fine, go back home. As they're walking in the door, and if you read the story, the dog is bleeding out from the mouth and the nose, and is rushed back and has to be euthanized at with a temperature of 108 degrees, has to be euthanized and they say, oh, no dogs have died. Oh, at the shelter. Oh, that's right, because it happened off-site. The dog had to be euthanized off-site. So yes, there was a death from the dog. It is a deadly outbreak. And by the way, it's been 6 days, 5 days. We haven't gotten one update on their page. Usually I'll do a live, then they do okay, and they eke out a little more information. Because thanks to my followers and the followers from the other groups, they contact the media, they contact the elected officials, and then they eke out a little more information. Where's the latest update? How many dogs have been exposed? First it was 20, then it was 40, then it was 77. How many now? We don't know. They won't tell us. This is our shelter. We deserve to know. We need to know. And after this, and after the misinformation and the lack of information and just the circling of the wagons, there will never be trust. This cannot keep happening. The partners in the community, the other shelters who have now been impacted, animal control can't even operate. They're only taking severely injured animals or vicious dogs, the doors are shut. This is an unprecedented crisis. And you guys vote on the contracts. They are in violation. They're supposed to be an open admission shelter. They claim they take in 2,000 dogs a month. Where have all those dogs gone this past month? Where are they? They're running in the street, they're being dumped. The day I was there waiting for the kitten, the day we found out about the walkout, the lady that was standing there that had an appointment to leave those 2 cats there, she dumped them in the parking lot. One was hiding under the car, it's in the video, and the other one was hiding in a bush. Because guess what? When people are ready to dump their animals, because those of us who love our animals would never do that, or we would rehome them or find a home. Other people don't think like that. They dump them in the parking lot. Why do you think some of these organizations like the Trapping Girls exist? Because so many dogs are running in the streets. And thank you to the Lost and Found pages. I asked Ronnie Land, who runs that page, did you see a marked increase in the number of animals running the streets when the Animal Foundation started requiring people to make appointments? Absolutely. Why do you think all those pages were created? Because the dogs are running around. Anyway, I implore you to make change. This needs to change, and it needs to change now. Immediately, just like in Nye County, we need an outside organization to come in and take over. Because those doors are still shut.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
My name is Melanie Shane, and I run a rescue as well as the Doggy Task Force here in Las Vegas. This is the second time in 3 years that this shelter has shut down, leaving our rescues and our volunteers and the public to pick up the pieces. The public, when finding a stray dog, is being told to either hold the dog or let it loose. There was no resolution, no temporary solution provided to the public as what they are supposed to do with these dogs. Anyone that cares about a dog isn't going to let it go on the streets. So that's where we've come and stepped up again, which we do consistently on a regular basis anyways, but our team rescues and our team and rescues are running ragged, doing their job, unpaid, all volunteers, all hours of the day, all of us taking in dogs and holding them, trying to reunite them with their owners or getting them to rescue. This has got to stop. We need transparency and solutions. We're tired, we need change, and we need it now.
Hello, council people. My name's Amy Helt, H-E-L-T. I am a small business owner in the city of Las Vegas. My business address is 7261 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 103. Councilman Knutson, you are my council person. I have been listening to everything everyone's been saying, and it is extremely frustrating because we are here again. Why does this keep happening? Years ago, council and commission had an opportunity to allow a different organization to take over the contract. Council at that time kicked the can to commission, and here we are again. This is embarrassing, everyone. This shouldn't be happening. We are a world-class city. This is a problem that the community has repeatedly stepped up to help. We need the shelter to help too. Who answers to who? Because it's starting to look like the council answers to the board of the Animal Foundation. I'd like to think that that's not true, but we have to look at what's happening. You are the leaders. They answer to you. They work for you.
Thank you.
I'd like to give my time to Lori Heron.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Amy Lee. I'd like to give my time to Lori Heron.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Megan Waldron. I'd like to give my time to Lori Heron.
Excellent, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lori Herron. I'm the Executive Director of Nevada SPCA, the second largest animal shelter in Las Vegas, and the original no-kill animal shelter. We are celebrating our 40th anniversary this year. We intake and rehome over 2,500 dogs, cats, and small pets annually. And while our shelter does not reside in the city, we serve all of your constituents every week with owner-surrendered animals, adoptions, volunteer programs, and free dog and cat food to pet owners in financial need. We receive no funding from you and support our annual expenses entirely through donations from individuals, businesses, and grants that we pursue. 3 years ago, Nevada SPCA was an organization in crisis with accusations of overcrowding, lack of proper care for animals, lawsuits, a crumbling building, and my predecessor's arrest for embezzlement. We could have easily gone under. We faced the crisis by telling the media and our donors accurate, in-person explanations of our mistakes and how we were going to fix them, including fundraising for and building a new $2.5 million shelter last year because the existing building was no longer safe. We built an animal shelter in a pandemic. Thank you. I have been tight-lipped about the Animal Foundation's management up to this point to concentrate on our own organization's work. But I took this job 3 years ago not just to help save Nevada SPCA, but to commit myself to saving homeless pets. Pet overpopulation is a community problem, and we can't work together unless we trust each other. We can't trust each other without transparency. Last week, when one of our adopted dogs was picked up and brought to the Animal Foundation, we asked to get her the same day as we do with any of our adopted pets who end up there. We were told in an email that there were a few sick dogs. When I asked what the nature of the illness was, they didn't answer my question. Our team found out on social media, like the rest of the public, of the current outbreak at the Animal Foundation. Outbreaks happen at shelters, and we understand that more than anyone. As one of the Animal Foundation's largest transfer partners, we deserved the professional courtesy of direct answers to our questions as we would have given them. In the last week, Nevada SPCA has been flooded with phone calls from owners who have no place to go with animals they need to surrender or strays that need to be picked up. And we have accommodated Clark County Animal Control with intake of dogs on their trucks when the Animal Foundation closed down. All again with no communication from the Animal Foundation. I started my job as executive director with no experience in sheltering. I'm here to tell you, you cannot do the job if you do not know the work. I immersed myself in shelter management education. I networked with other executive directors in the state and across the country and relied very heavily on my team here today that does have extensive shelter experience. When Ms. Gray, who was on our board of directors, called me at the end of December last year to tell me she was the new CEO of the Animal Foundation and she thought she got the job because of her political contacts and the turnaround at Nevada SPCA. My team and I were very surprised that she was the board's choice with no in-shelter experience. Nevada SPCA has proven what you can do when you have to by building and running a new facility, and we are here today to support change for our animals. Change in leadership at the Animal Foundation, change in new facilities for an organization that has proven time and time again that it is too big to function properly, and change in our government facilities and how they interact with other rescue organizations in our community. The people here in this room are the ones doing the hard work.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Lisa Mayo DeRiso, and I'm here today. When I first started coming to meetings about the animal shelter and the problems, I had brown hair. And you can see that I don't have brown hair any longer. And every single meeting I've ever been to, and all of these amazing emotional responses that you hear, it's just been kicking this problem down the road. while there are a lot of emotional responses to this, there are also the business side of this. You, the City of Las Vegas, have entered into a contract with a vendor. This vendor is the Animal Foundation. They have breached their contract. They are not providing the services. They are actually a detriment to our community, and therefore you have the right to address that contract. And that contract needs to be canceled, or they need to get new leadership. There needs to be a forensic audit. We need to know where the taxpayer money has gone and what the problem is. You can no longer just kick this down the road. When our pets
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I think we're almost at the end. We will continue on with our regular agenda, and I'm sorry we cannot take a break, which I've been asked already, but we will go on. I think perhaps we have one other person. You come on up to this mic if you would too, so we can go for both of you. Thank you. Yes, sir, and
You're
is
welcome.
it the same agenda item?
It is not.
Okay, your name and your agenda item, please.
My name is Dr. Jason Wasden. I live at 5612 Dunshee Vista Avenue in, Councilman Fiore's district. I'm pleased to be here to speak on behalf of item number 89 for the street change for Harvey Munford Street. I consider Mr. Munford a great friend and a great mentor, and I highly support that street name change. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Sorry for the length of time. We are going to be moving the item forward. I didn't expect this length of time. Sorry to keep you all here. Yes, ma'am, please.
Good morning. For the record, Tara Anderson, 2104 Frontier Avenue. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I'm here in opposition to consent agenda item number 10, the city's request to fund another $2 million towards fighting Badlands. I implore you, be the adults in the room, bury the hatchet. You have a fiduciary responsibility to landowners to honor the spirit of fairness and the ground rules that are established by land use. For the city to engage in this and continue this fight, your legacy is going to be bankrupting this city. The judgment that has been set down is only on a fraction of the land of the subject property. You extrapolate that out on a $600 or $700 million city budget, $50 million that has already been imposed upon you is a drop in the bucket if you sustain this fight. Be the mediators. Build something that's worthy of the community and allows it to evolve, that is a win-win for the property owner, for the adjacent residents, the people who will visit it. But this is not your fight. You are weaponizing public dollars for private interests.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Evans. I'm the Vice Chair of the National Juneteenth Observance Foundation and the President of Juneteenth Nevada. I'm here for item 89 in changing the name for Assemblyman Munford. We support that very much because he obtained the Juneteenth Nevada State Days, the Day of Independence recognition here in 2011 for us. And he was part of the movement that moved us to get the National Juneteenth Independence Day holiday in 2021. We support the change of the name.
Thank you very much
Thank
for coming
you.
down. Appreciate it. Okay, and seeing no one else in the queues, I'm going to close public hearing at this point. We're going to move along with the agenda, and I'm going to bring agenda item 89 forward after we get rid of the consent agendas and some early items. So I'm going to we're going to go to agenda item number 8, which is action to approve the final minutes by reference to the September.
Item 7, ma'am.
Pardon? I did that one again. For possible action, any items from the 9:30 session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, may I please have those items?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few items here. Item 74A through E, 22-0172, GPA 1, Zone 1, SUP 1, SUP2, SDR1, applicant investments west on 1.8 acres at the northeast corner of Cow Canyon Road and Schaumburg Road. Applicant has asked that item be obeyed till November 16th. Item number 76A through B, 220198, SUP1, SDR1. Applicant is Durango Retail on 3.17 acres located at the northwest corner of Durango Drive in El Capitan. The Councilman Fiore has asked that item be obeyed till November 16, 2022. 79A through C, 220295, Zone 1, Variant 1, Variance 2. Applicant Francisco Javier Ramirez Arana on 0.16 acres at 1516 Southeastern. The applicant has asked that item be obeyed till November 2nd, 2022. Item number 85, 220360 SDR1, applicant 551 GA Holdings on 0.48 acres at the southwest corner of Gas Avenue and 6th Street. Applicant has asked that item be obeyed till November 16, 2022. And the last one is item number 88, 220413 DR1. The applicant is the City of Las Vegas regarding the implementation of the City of Las Vegas 2050 Master Plan. Staff has asked that item be stricken, and that's my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Agenda item 7, please vote and please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 8, possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the September 7th and 21st, 2022 regular city council meetings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion, please?
Move for approval.
Thank you. Motion to approve on the minutes, agenda item 8. Please vote and please post. And that motion also carries. We'll move on to our consent agendas.
Thank you. For the record, I wasn't here for the meeting. I was traveling, so I'm going to abstain from the minutes from last meeting.
Okay, thank you. Items number 9 through 54 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Note that the record should reflect my abstention on items 12 and 13 because they pertain to a marijuana-related business. One of my sons involved in the industry. I'll be voting on all other items. And Councilwoman Seaman, I understand you wish to make a comment regarding item number 10, and after that, Mr. Dorkak wishes to make a comment as well.
Madam Mayor, we're going to switch that, and I'll go first.
Okay, you go first.
Thank you. Jeff Dorkak, Assistant City Attorney, for the record. For the public's knowledge, item 10 is a procedural request regarding the $2 million in Badlands litigation funding that was already approved by the City Council in the current fiscal year 23 budget. Today's item, if approved, will earmark that same $2 million for the 3 outside law firms currently working on the Badlands litigation: Leonard Law in Reno, McDonald Carano here in Las Vegas, and Shoot Mahali and Weinberger in San Francisco. The firm's bills will continue to be reviewed by the City Attorney's Office, and with the approval of today's item, our office will no longer place funding items on council agendas during this fiscal year 23. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman, please.
Yeah, the spending on lawyers is the most outrageous waste of taxpayer money. I'm not going to participate in throwing more of our taxpayer money in a dark hole with no sign of success. Let's not forget the City of Las Vegas has now lost 3 lawsuits, 3 different courts, with 3 different judges. So now we want to misuse our taxpayers' money by spending more. The voters elected us as watchdogs on government waste. And as elected officials, I'm asking all colleagues on this council, would you be digging deeper and spending more on this lost cause if it were your money? I'm voting no to spending additional money on outside attorneys fighting the Badlands case in court when we have 14 in-house civil attorneys. I'm again pleading with this council to stop this wasteful spending and come to the table with the developer and settle. I will be a no on item number 10.
Madam Mayor?
And yes.
I'm going to be voting no on agenda item number 10.
Okay, thank you. Are there any items council wishes to bring forward? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Yeah, move to approve the consent agenda items 9 through 54.
Please vote and please post. Okay, we'll move on now to agenda. We are going to be pulling forward agenda item 89. Is this correct here? 220437 SNC1, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action land use entitlement project request from Sunny Place to Harvey Munford Street, generally located west of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard between Washington Avenue and Bonanza Road in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. And good morning.
Morning, Mayor. I'm Seth Floyd, Director of Community Development. I'm just going to put our staff report on the record real quick, and then I'll get out of the way. Mayor, staff has no objection to this requested street name change as it's consistent with the adopted 2009 street naming and address assignment regulations. Staff recommends approval of the requested street name change to honor Mr. Munford. And on a personal note, Mr. Munford was my sister-in-law's AP government teacher in high school. I want to put from the record.
Did she get an A?
You know, I'll have to ask. That's a good question. Knowing her, I'm sure she did.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this item? Please come forward. And Councilman Creer, I'm going to turn it to you, but I know this gentleman, who's a photographer too now.
My name is William McCurdy, Sr. I am not here in my capacity as Park and Recreation Commissioner. I was just happened to visiting one of my recreation centers, and I forgot that this was going to take, and I wanted to be here. I've been a resident of historic West Las Vegas since 1952, and I'm here to support, and I'm very appreciative of our Ward 5 Councilman for taking this opportunity to recognize this man who has served in our community for over 40-some years as being a teacher at Kit Carson, Madison, and all the schools, and even Bonanza, Clark, and the university, community colleges. So I just thank God for Commissioner Creer recommending Mr. Munford to get this honor, and I know his neighbors will be very happy to honor him today.
Thank you very much. Councilman Creer, oh, please.
Good afternoon, Lisa Mayo. I'm here because I have known Mr. Harvey Munford for years. He is I consider him a dear friend. This is such an honor for him. He has served this community in such a wonderful way, and all 6'7" of him is absolutely great. So thank you for honoring him in this way.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Stephen Munford. I'm the son of Harvey Munford. Thank you, Councilman. My father has been a great example to myself and to the community. And as you can see, he's made an impact. I'm always running into his students around the valley. And I just want to thank him for giving me a legacy of his last name to carry on. And he's always set the bar high for me. And a lot of my success that I have in my life is because of him. And so I want to thank Councilman Creer and the City Council for recognizing my father. As a little kid, when he first came to Vegas back in '69, and to see where he's at today is amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm the wife of Harvey Munford, and I'm Vivian Munford. I'm a frontliner since 1990 I came to the United States, and I live in that area since 1994. My husband and me served the community for a long time, and my husband served his undefeated state assemblyman since 2005 to 2016. And thank you so much, and since he's still alive now, it's a legacy if that street will be changed to him. Thank you so much.
Nice, thank you. Councilman Creer, should we call him up?
Yes. Is that Mr. Munford, before you sit down, I'd love for you to come up to the dais, if you wouldn't mind, sir. Come on up. While he is coming up and shaking hands with his fans, just come to the middle of the dais, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Munford. I'm going to read a little bit about why we are looking to change the street to Harvey Munford Street, and these are the technicalities, and then I'm going to go into my personal reasons why we bring this up for Mr. Munford. He has been a staunch community leader and advocate for education. We are proud to honor Mr. Munford for his long-standing history in the historic West Side. He has been a positive leader who has made a lasting and positive impact on the lives of residents. He has been a Las Vegas resident since 1968. Mr. Munford is an accomplished public servant, a long-standing fixture in the historic West Side Las Vegas community and the community at large as well. He has been an advocate and a leader for education and within education. He was recently inducted into the historic West Side Legacy Park, sir. He represented District 6 in Nevada State Assemblyman for 12 years. As his wife said, he was undefeated. And yes, he was. He was responsible for many legislative actions in support of diversity initiatives, prison reform, and workforce development. Mr. Munford served as an instructor at the College of Southern Nevada for 24 years. Also at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas for 8 years, and many years as an educator within the Clark County School District. He has a total of 34 years as a teacher and coach. He is also a former NBA player with the Lakers. He was recognized in his collegiate life as a two-sport All-American and Hall of Fame athlete at Montana State. Having done so much for the community, obviously this is a worthy honor. I can attest, Mr. Munford, that running to your students all the time, as well as myself. When I speak with a number of people and they mention your name, it was, oh, he was my teacher. From everybody to the Lieutenant Governor, Mark Hutchinson, who speaks and spoke so very highly of you as his teacher, to those, some of them that are here today. I have lived in the house that I grew up in, right across from Mr. Munford's home, since my parents moved in that home in 1976, and so he has been a neighbor of ours. Sunny place, as far as I knew it, I always thought it was Harvey Munford Street, to be honest with you, because he was such an advocate, and his house was there. It was always, well, that's Mr. Munford's house when I was growing up. And many years, every year, he hosts a Halloween party for kids in the community. And they came out free of charge. He would have his horses there. They would ride the horses and ride around. And he wasn't looking for anything from anybody or anything. And so he just did it, he and his wife. And to see his wife here, his son Stephen, who's here as well, it is quite an honor for myself, Mr. Munford, to be in a position to bring this forward to the council in order to rename Sunny Place Harvey Munford Street. And so I don't know if there's comments that would like to be made. Please.
Okay, let's start down here, Councilwoman.
Thank you so much. It's so well-deserved, Mr. Munford. We were on the assembly floor together. We walked the halls of the legislature together, and I always saw a huge human with so much compassion for everyone in our state, that you truly were an inspiration and a guide for me as also an educator. You're an educator, former basketball player, just a civil rights activist, just leading the good charge for the people. So this is so deserved, and I can't wait to drive by and see your name on that street and make sure that our community knows that we have a legend here amongst us all. So thank you so much for your public service and everything you've done, and for the amazing off-the-chain Halloween parties you've always thrown on that block.
Thank you. And Councilman Knutson.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations. There's no better honor than to have your son come up and be proud of the name that you left him, so congratulations.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. I do not want to get emotional, but I love you, and You've been a dear friend of mine forever, and I enjoyed feeding your horses with you last week. And I just love visiting you in your home, and I love your wife's cooking. And this is so deserved, and you are so loved. And I just have to give kudos to Lisa out there and myself, because we wanted you up here with us so bad. We love you, Harvey Munford.
Thank you. And I want to congratulate you. The first time I met you was in 1989. You were much younger, and thank heaven so was I. And I always thought, who is that giant of a man? And I was so shocked. It was in the days of the concentrated employment program and the whole guard, so many people that are so much a part of the backbone of our community. But right from the start, you impressed people with your genuineness and your caring and your will to do something. And I never heard you complain. I never saw anything other than your leadership. And so that this is deserved is beyond what you should have the entire community named after you. You've been instrumental in so much in this state and have touched so many children. And you're right, it is the legacy. We all know the thing that's so important are our children, and to have your name continue on. You've done a wonderful job. We're very proud of you and grateful to Councilman for doing this and moving it. Mayor Pro Tem.
I am ready to approve this.
All right. Councilwoman.
I just want to say, former fellow assemblyman, in that time, with all the politics, what gave me the most peace when I was up in the legislature was just going into your office and having you exude your peace, friendship, and I will never forget those days. So thank you, and I love you, and this is so well-deserved.
So, Councilman, back to you.
Yes.
And,
I'm not sure, Mr. Munford, would you like to say a couple words before we take a vote, or are we going to take a vote afterwards? What would you?
To emotion, I was crying because I saw so many of my friends I served with them in the assembly for many, many years. That's right. Oh my God. That's right. Oh my God. But you made a mistake because I came to Las Vegas in 1966. That's right.
I was there. We came in 64. I got my dates wrong.
That's right. She came the first time I met her in 66. Isn't that right?
Yes, it is.
That's
correct.
That's right.
And it's just you've been made such a huge impact to so many here.
I taught school in Las Vegas for 36 years. That's right. 36 years. But I was drafted by the Lakers and the Rams. That's right. And I was in their rookie camp for a month and a half in the Lakers and the
Rams?
Rams. That's right. That's right. It's making me cry. Oh my God.
Beautiful.
That's right. You know. But my son, he bought his mother bought the house on Sunny Place in 1973.
Wow.
That's right. That's right. That's right. You know.
Thank you.
And they're both in politics. My mom's a county commissioner in Montana, so that's probably why I'm so political.
Just say thank you.
But graduated from Montana State in 1965. That's right. And I was in the Hall of Fame in Montana. But I went to, I was the first black student at Montana State.
Sure.
That's right. I was the first black student and I graduated. I was the first black student to graduate from Montana State. That's right. That's right.
I'm sure.
That's right. Okay.
Well,
thank you.
Mr. Munford, we are so excited, sir. We are so blessed and proud of you as a role model in our community. Myself, from being a kid, seeing you in the community and always being active and engaged and fighting for others, it is quite an honor for me to have the ability to bring this to the council. I also have to thank Mr. McCurdy. He and I had the conversation originally about it, and my team just rode with it and said it's a great idea, and here we are today. And so I think without any further ado, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 89, which is going to change the street Sunny Place into hold on. into Harvey Munford.
Oh my God.
So there is a motion to make that change. Please vote and please post. And that, my dear man, is done. Congratulations and family. God bless.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, we are now, with that is our wonderful celebration, and everybody, when's the sign going up?
We'll have a ceremony soon.
When will you be doing that?
I mean, it's on the calendar soon. In the next week, we have our ceremony.
Great. So thank you all. We'll move now on to agenda item 55, administrative discussion for possible action regarding the city's designated animal shelter operated by the Animal Foundation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, City Manager, for the record. Mayor and Council, this item was put on at the request of Councilwoman Seaman. What we'd like to do is give a presentation by staff that talks about how we operate through our animal control services. Our Chief Potts and one of our animal control specialists come up and talk about how we interact with the Animal Foundation, which is our contracted shelter. And then the City Attorney's Office will go over what our contract says, what the roles and responsibilities are of each party under the contract, and what we can and can't do through that. And then I'll finish by just talking about a couple of the current shelters that we went and visited, just to get a feel for what's out there, and including the City of Henderson. And then we'll turn it over to Council for y'all to have a discussion. So with that, we'll have staff come up and start a presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Mayor, City Council, good morning. For the record, Jason Potts. I'm the Department of Public Safety Chief. This morning, Rudy Tovar, our DPS Administrator and lead at APS, Animal Protection Services, is going to discuss what the Animal Protection Service does and doesn't do and how we interact with the Animal Foundation. So as you know, our Animal Protection Service officers work extremely hard and care deeply about this community and also care deeply about the animals that they care and interact with. Our focus is on care of our animals and educating the public on our laws, our ordinances, and that sort of thing. Just to give you a sense of their workload, they handle 21,000 calls for service, and that equates to about 1,800 calls per day, at about 1,800 calls per officer a year, and about 10 per day. Hiring staff and retention concerns are an issue throughout the country, and then we're particularly hard hit coming out of COVID in law enforcement. So with that, there's been an increase in animal intakes and a decrease in staffing and a lack of adoptions and fostering. So nonetheless, we continue to look for solutions to work with our animal protection services and Animal Foundation. Some of the things that we're doing yesterday, for example, we did conduct an inspection. We directed them to do that. And we've also notified our allied agencies that we're only dealing with severely sick or injured animals. We're only picking those up. And then we're also exploring having our municipal court and community services have that as a community service site, and also using our inmates to clean up some of the kennels. We're exploring that as well, and looking at some contingencies. So with that, we hope to provide a little bit more clarity on the presentation here, and I'll give this up to Rudy Tovar, our Animal Protection Service lead.
Thank you, Chief.
Hello, Madam Mayor and Council. Rudy Tovar, DPS Administrator, overseeing Animal Protection Services. We are located over on Charleston and 28th, and that is where I reside with my team there. Before I get started, I want to say thank you to all my animal protection officers and all the folks that are working to help animals. And that includes all the folks that came here today and those also offering sheltering for these animals. So I'm going to briefly go through our slides, kind of talk about how the calls come in, and then all the way through to putting an animal in the actual shelter, and some of the discussions that we have with TAF and what that looks like. So as Chief Potts mentioned, we have around 21,000 calls a year. I'm looking at that right now. It still seems to be trending the same, but I'm seeing more impounds than I have in the past, so that is concerning to me. Animal Protection Services typically advocates for compliance first. We impound only if there's not a favorable outcome for the animal. So for example, if we do come on site and it's a severe cruelty and we believe that that animal will sustain more harm if we allow them to continue to stay there overnight, as long as there's not a resident around, we can actually go ahead and enter the facilities and take the animal and go ahead and impound them for safekeeping, and then work with the resident to have them gain compliance. If they can, obviously, then we will go ahead and issue citations. It's typically criminal in that case. So the type of calls that do result in impounds, and they're about 53% of the types of calls that we handle, are assists. That includes assists to law enforcement, fire, constable assists, injured animals, animals confined, cruelties, and then bites and running at large. So impound by DPS Animal Protection Services and the community, so our residents, we bring in about 12,000 animals. I expect that's probably going to be more this year. When I looked, animal surrenders by residents are actually higher than what we're bringing in for live animal impounds. So that's also concerning, because it kind of tends to show me that there's a trend where folks are surrendering their animals. Now, when we do get an animal and we do have them on our vehicle, we absolutely do scan for a microchip. All the officers do carry a scanner with them, and then every animal is required to be scanned. We do come across some issues, and I recently did an audit, and I'll go into that a little bit more, but one of the issues is there is no national database. So essentially, when you scan a microchip, you come up with a 16-digit number, then you go onto a website, you enter that number, and then it tells you who the vendor is, and then you contact the vendor, and then they tell you that the chip's not registered. That's 50% of what we're seeing out there. So that's actually, that makes it very difficult for us to do a return in the field. Another constraint that we have is that about 30 or 40% of those calls, we actually can't return them in the field because it would be like an assist. Let's say someone was arrested, non-animal related, but we still have to take care of the animals. If someone goes to the hospital, they give us a call, we have to come in and take these animals if there's no one that we can go ahead and transfer the animal to. So that's one of our biggest issues. It's very eye-opening for me when I started there. Again, like I mentioned, we do have conflicting calls for service, which makes it hard to do returns in the field, mainly in the summer because we get a lot of calls for cruelty that we have to address and they're priority. So if we have an animal on our truck, it makes it difficult to spend the time going through the entire chip procedure to then go ahead and return in the field without affecting another call. So that's very difficult. Mainly in the summer, we're experiencing that a lot. So as I mentioned, there's no tag or microchip at all on the animal. That's very common, and outdated information or the chip never being registered. Folks just don't know how to go online and get their chip registered. They don't know their password. They don't even know who the vendor is most of the time. So that makes it difficult. Animals that are taken to the foundation, they do get a microchip, and that is automatically shows up in our Chameleon software. So those become much easier to return back or make contact with whomever the owner is. So sometimes we can't return an animal if there's priors or, like I said, animal conditions. So if we find an animal with a very low body score, we're not going to try to return them back to the owner. Our hope is that the owner will contact the foundation, and then we can address the owner there. At that point, they will be issued citations. So because we can't do some of these returns in the field, what we can do is we can at least try to help. So we do document the chip number for the Animal Foundation Tags Department, and then the Tags Department from the foundation is responsible for examining the chip and contacting the owners, and they put all that information in the notes. And because we all have a shared software, us, county, North Las Vegas, and the foundation, we can essentially see what's going on throughout the history of the animal from when we take the animal in all the way through. So our shelter intake procedures for animal protection services at the foundation is we essentially deliver the animal directly to TAF during regular business hours. And during non-regular business hours, we go ahead and enter the animal ourselves into the receiving area. There's a picture of the receiving area itself, and you can see a receiving cage there. It's actually one of the smaller cages in receiving, which does cause a constraint for us if animals do stay there for a long period of time. It's a very small cage, so especially if they're nervous, they can make a mess. We go ahead and we enter into receiving, and then we provide water and bedding overnight when staff is not available. So our communications with the foundation is the officers and myself report any concerns that we have requiring immediate attention, and then we do conduct unannounced formal inspections, and those are every month dating back to July 2021, and then we may increase if there's significant concerns identified, which I've mentioned that to TAF, that if we do come across something that's significant, I'll just come more frequency. Or if we get a complaint from the public directly to us, then we'll work with the public to get an understanding of what they believe they saw, and then we will go ahead, and that becomes a call in our system. It gets logged, and then we go through the entire process of looking to identify whether it's a valid complaint or not, or if there's just a miscommunication, or an animal actually has some sort of veterinary identifier on their case. So Animal Protection Services conducts monthly meetings with TAF leadership, and at that point, during those monthly meetings, a lot of the things that we go over, especially for my team and county in North Las Vegas, the questions that we're really asking is, where are you at with your staffing? Because we know staffing has been a major constraint, and it's not really just a Southern Nevada thing, it's a nationwide issue. So we definitely, I think for us, we really just need to know, is there enough staff to handle the amount of animals coming in? Because there are times where the fluctuation of animals can be very, very high. There's also been a nationwide veterinarian shortage, so that was a major concern for us in 2021, and I would say probably the first 4 months of 2022. So in a nutshell, that's kind of what we do at Animal Protection Services. I just wanted to give some sort of idea to what's going on out there, and then kind of hit on some of the major things that I've heard about. I've heard about microchipping, and folks just wanted to get a little bit more information on that. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it to the City Attorney's Office, and they can do their presentation on the contract itself.
Thank you, Rudy. Chief Potts, Jeff Dorkak, Assistant City Attorney for the record. I'm also joined by Deputy City Attorney Dimitri Delakis. Just to set the table on where we're going to go with the contract, I'm going to talk high level about some key terms in one of our deals with the Animal Foundation. That's the shelter agreement. If you have any specific questions during the presentation or during the discussion about contractual language, Dimitri will handle those, and I'll step aside and serve more as your board counsel as I would if I were sitting up there, especially during our discussion and direction segment. So with that said, turning to what's in front of you, that's obviously a satellite overhead of the talked about Animal Foundation campus. During Rudy's presentation, he mentioned a lot about the lead animal shelter, which is obviously up here in the northeast corner of the Ward 3 campus. That's where Animal Protection Services drops off animals. But the Animal Foundation also operates an adoption center over here on the western side of their facility with some bungalows down here for animals, dogs and cats. So that's to give you a sense of what the facility looks like. The ground is leased from the city. We own the property. As I mentioned, we have a number of agreements with the Animal Foundation, but for this presentation, the one that's most relevant is the Animal Care and Shelter Services Agreement. So that's what I'm going to focus on, give you the high-level key points to that agreement, and we'll go from there. So what's in that deal? It's been active since February 2015, and it will continue until February of 2025. Per the agreement, the Animal Foundation, as mentioned earlier, has some obligations to the city and to the animals that they receive. The legal holding period when Animal Protection Services drops off animals is generally up to 72 hours. So they get them at the shelter, they have to hold them for possibly up to 72 hours. It could be more if Animal Protection Services says so, or if a court tells them to. During that legal hold period, at a minimum, the standard of care needs to be humane and reasonably appropriate care. That's the general standard. The contract contains a lot more specifics about how to take care of the animals, particularly the animal care standards in Exhibit C is 3.5 pages long. It's itemized, it's single-spaced. There's a lot of detail in there covering grounds, enclosures, food and water, sanitation, everything I've listed here on the slide. As mentioned earlier from one of the public commenters, the hours of operation for this facility are also mandated under the contract. They have to be open a minimum of 48 hours a week. Of those 8 hours, we expect those 8 of them to be on the weekend. The hours that they are open for regular business every day is 11 to 7 currently. For Animal Protection Services, however, delivery should be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They need to always be open for our Animal Protection Services to drop off animals. With respect to animal care treatment inspections, the city is allowed to show up unannounced or announced during regular business hours. So that's the 11 to 7 time that I mentioned just a second ago. Now we, the city, have another obligation. When we show up for an inspection, we need to then provide the Animal Foundation with some written report, some findings about what we saw, good or bad. So that gives you the inspection result, and the Animal Foundation knows what we saw. Now, what happens if during an inspection or otherwise we become aware of some violation of an obligation under the agreement? And that obligation can be the care of the animals, hours of operation, things like that. That becomes a default by the Animal Foundation, and we are required to send them a written notice of that violation. We tell them, listen, this is a default, you're in violation of your obligations, you have 48 hours to fix the problem. We have to give them 48 hours. It can be more than 48 hours if both parties agree, but at a minimum, they have 48 hours. If they fail in the 48 hours to cure the problem, then it becomes an event of default. But for shorthand, when you get 3 events of default, we then have a breach of the contract. So that's kind of the big takeaway from that item. And then finally, just for some additional information, we wanted to make sure you had some of the city funding data that we've provided to the Animal Foundation, and I believe Finance Department has provided the council with this information in the past weeks. This goes back to 2015. The big columns would be your FY total on the far right. That's total city contributions. I highlighted a couple red columns, the total monthlies. That's the aggregate of our monthly payments to the Animal Foundation. The life-saving figure also in red. I believe Mr. Tovar mentioned to me that that was to contribute to helping to alleviate the need for any euthanasia at the facility. So those are kind of the high-level big items, default funding, and any of the information that you might want to know right out of the gate. We're available for additional questions, obviously, and I know the city manager has some final comments.
Yes, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Jeff, you mentioned three defaults, and there's a breach of a contract. Has that happened before? Have we had 3 defaults where there was a breach of the contract?
I don't think, the answer is no, and I don't think we've sent 1 default. Is that correct, Rudy?
I've never seen.
Yeah, we've never, it's not happened.
Okay, so what happens if there is 3 defaults and there's a breach of the contract? What happens next?
If there's a breach of the contract, then we can enter into the termination protocol, which we would need to send them another written notification that there's a breach, and we are going to terminate if you don't cure in 15 days. But that's just the start of a termination procedure. I'll give Dimitri a chance to talk about, there's several other steps along the way. A lot of it has to do with our other deals with the property, but Dimitri, why don't you give them some of the...
And just to follow, what happens if the contract's terminated? What happens at that point?
Good morning, Madam Mayor, council people. Dimitri Delakas, Deputy City Attorney for the record. As Mr. Dorkak mentioned, in the event of a breach of the agreement, we would have to notify not only TAF, but also the lender on the property. As Mr. Dorkak mentioned, while the land is owned by the city, it was developed by Taft in a large majority, so there is a loan with Nevada State Bank on that property, and there are other agreements that were provided in the slide that we have with that lender that would also require us to provide concurrent notification to the lender of that breach. In addition to the time period that TAF has to cure that breach, the lender is afforded additional time to also cure that breach. They also have some other options and remedies in their agreements, not only with the city, but with TAF on taking over those agreements because they have a security interest in those agreements because it is a ground lease structured loan. In the event that the lender does not also attempt to assist in curing the breach and allows the breach to move forward, which is also a condition as part of those agreements, then the city would have a right to terminate the service agreement with TAF. Now, with that said, there are also a couple of interlocal agreements that were also put up on the slideshow that the city has with the city of North Las Vegas and with Clark County in sharing the shelter facility. So even if we terminate our agreement with TAF, they still have the option under their independent service agreements with TAF to continue utilizing a portion of the overall facility for their needs.
Mayor, if I may, this is okay.
Well, and two, I think what I'd love to do, and please stay, I mean, you can sit and wait, but to have your conclude the whole presentation and then take questions.
Prior to that, Mayor, because I just want to make sure that we're clear on what a default is. And so when we issue a notice of violation, if they cure that within 48 hours, then there is no default. And so in the past, when you ask how many have we had, we've had several notices that when our inspectors go, they notice, this cage isn't clean, this cage is banned. We issue that written notice, and typically it's a very thorough inspection, 6-8 pages. And so we present them saying, here's something we found, cage number 1743. If they cure it within 48 hours, then there is no breach or default. And so that's why when you ask have there been defaults, there hasn't been, because every time we've brought some to attention, they've corrected within the period. Okay?
So at this point, if you would, and two, can you just mention, Mr. Dorkak, that it is according to Nevada law, any municipality must have an animal, it's not a pound, what do you call it? What
animal shelter.
Every municipality must have an animal shelter.
Jeff Dorkak, Assistant City Attorney. Per the city charter, we are authorized to have an animal shelter, and then in combination with NRS 574, we can contract out like we are doing with the Animal Foundation. That's correct,
And
Mayor.
this particular animal shelter was created in what year? And that was Ernie Lead who donated the funds for this facility, way back?
I'm going to trust your history on that. I don't know the year, though.
But it goes back to your report is a 2015.
Correct, because that was the start of the shelter deal. Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Okay. Thank you, please, Mr. Cervantes.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I want to do is, in conclusion, was just talk about some of the other rescues that we visited. As part of our due diligence, we want to see what other options that were out there in case there was a breach of contract or a default and the contract suspended, what are our options. So we visited two of them. The first one we visited was Hearts of Life Village. We met with their executive director, Krista Stevens. They're actually an animal rescue and adoption center that also provides medical services. They provide medical service at a discount to the community, so it's more affordable. They take animals from the animal shelter, and they usually specialize more in animals that have greater need or greater care. Those that have more of a behavioral challenge or greater medical conditions, because they have a team of veterinarians and veterinarian technicians there that can spend more time trying to cure these animals. So they take the more challenging ones out of the Animal Foundation and work with those and then put them up for an adoption. They've got both indoor and outdoor kennels. What we noticed when we got there was a very clean and well-operated facility. They do have limited capacity, though. They only are able to process between 1,000 to 1,500 animals per year. They do also have a warehouse across the street where they give free food to whoever needs it. What their goal is to try to have people keep their animals. What they're finding is a lot of people surrender their animals, particularly in these difficult times, because they don't have the ability to feed them anymore. It's either I feed my family or I feed the animal, so they bring them into surrender. What they do is they try to keep the animal with the family, so they provide them food, services, other material to hopefully allow that to continue. The second facility we visited was the Nevada Spca. We met with their executive director, Lori Heron, who you heard earlier. They're also an animal rescue and adoption center and also provide medical services. They did just move into a larger space. They're in an industrial warehouse development. They're one of the tenant space there. They've got also a very clean and well-run facility. It's temperature controlled, very well ventilated. They have several in-house veterinarians and technicians that provide service there. And when we were there was actually a veterinarian doing surgery on one of the animals. They do allow walk-ins for adoption and surrender, but they also have limited capacity of about 2,000 to 2,500 animals per year. And then finally, when visited the Henderson Animal Control, they are a municipal facility, and so we want to get an understanding of how they operate. They're a municipal shelter. They're an animal pound, an adoption, and a medical service. They also provide medical assistance to the community. They have 2 contracted veterinarians that are part-time. They also have both dog and cat kennels, about 70 dogs, 90 cat kennels, both indoor and outdoor. Their facility was about 50 years old and in need of some major investment. It was in bad repair. The building's about 16,000 square feet. In talking to their director there, Danielle Harney, one of the things she shared was, and she showed us, because of the demand, they've actually had to convert offices to either storage of food or animal care, and so they're really in need of a large facility. They have 17 staff and about 17 volunteers that operate this facility. Their operational budget is about $3 million for their demand, and they process about 4,000 animals per year. And so those are the 3 locations we visited to get an idea of what options were out there. Now, last week I did have a conversation with my counterpart with the county because, as was mentioned, this agreement is a regional agreement between the county, North Las Vegas, and the city, and asked that what their experience has been through the animal control as they deliver animals and what their control officers have seen. What Yolanda King shared with me was that they've done inspections, as we have, and what they find is that most of the time it operates properly. When they do find issues, they bring it to their attention, and those items are cured. So that's our report, Mayor. With that, we'll turn it over to council for you all to have a discussion, and by direction to staff, and staff will be up here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. And what was the number that we take again, 21,000?
21,000, the animal shelter process. The animals that we generate out of the city, both through walk-ins and our inspectors, is about 12,000. Is that correct?
That's correct. Okay, thank you. So we'll have comments, questions, anybody that?
Presentation given.
I have some comments too, but if she wants to go first.
You have a presentation?
Slide presentation, if I can give it.
Who's giving? You?
Me.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, if it's your presentation and comment.
Unless somebody has some questions right now for him.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. But I want to open by saying we're here to discuss the ongoing issues that have plagued the Animal Foundation for many years. These issues impact all of our constituents, not just one ward, but two wards, but all our constituents. We've all seen the reports that echo a common theme: animals are suffering, disease is spreading, staff members are mistreated, and a carefully orchestrated PR campaign asking that we do not believe our lying eyes. It is time that we as a community demand fundamental change. While we as a council don't have any real control over the operations of the Animal Foundation, we have a responsibility to see that the animals in the city of Las Vegas have a safe and secure facility that not only provides the care they deserve, but also supplies our residents with the tools they need to be successful to pet owners. The Animal Foundation isn't just a building that resides in Ward 1, in one ward that answers to our council member. It is a city-wide facility that we are all responsible for ensuring it's functioning correctly. Because once our animals have spent 3 days under our custody, they are transferred to whatever fate awaits them at the Animal Foundation. Since 2007, the Animal Foundation has been in the public eye for repeated failings to provide a baseline of appropriate care. Animals and people have suffered as a direct result of this failure. Most recently, we have received false promises and calculated deception from the CEO. The attempt to cover up the mistreatment of staff and animals has also failed. The truth is so evidently before us. I want to take a moment to thank James Pumphrey, UC Davis, Dr. Hurley, and Dr. Carson for their help in putting together this presentation. Slide 2, please. In 2007, the Animal Foundation faced public backlash and scrutiny due to pervasive and systematic crowding of animals and disease outbreaks within their shelter facility. Dead and dying dogs and cats were an everyday occurrence, and lack of appropriate care was normalized. During this time, the Animal Foundation consistently exceeded their capacity for care, resulting in too many animals being held in the facility than they had the ability to provide care for. The inevitable result was infectious disease being spread between animals and behavioral decline occurring for those animals held for long periods of time. The shelter was evaluated again in 2007, 2014, 2016, and in 2021. We must ask why the recommendations were not followed and why this organization remained in crisis, resulting in horrible conditions for staff and animals alike. Slide 3. Okay. I'll just carry on. In 2021, okay. In 2021, the Animal Foundation once again came under the public eye for inhumane conditions for animals, lack of staff, a toxic place to work, and poor service delivery for our constituents. 2 dogs lost their life due to this negligence. Some staff at the time had the courage to speak out, saying what was the truth. The Animal Foundation remains today an organization on the brink of a crisis. Then COO James Pumphrey wrote in the July report for staff and administration, assessing his first 4 months at TAF, the shelter system is operating at overcapacity at all times, which is unstable and unsustainable practice. It is important to note that James Pumphrey conducted the 2021 Independent Shelter Assessment while working for the Duffield Foundation. He was recruited by TAF, but as reported, he was fired shortly after writing his July progress report. Apparently, being honest and transparent about the conditions was something the organization leadership could not and would not allow. Among the report's observation, TAF is performing 10 or fewer sterilizations a day, but demand to closer 60 a day. Animals, some with serious injuries, are not provided timely medical care treatment or even pain management. Parvovirus is being spread due to poor infectious disease management. Euthanasia was delayed several weeks for more than 80 animals due to no technicians on staff, and drugs were unavailable because key management for drug safes were not adhered to. Veterinary services were out of compliance with state regulations, and unpaid invoices to radiologists limited the ability to view x-rays. And it goes on, but we'll go to slide 5. For time, the Association of Shelter Veterinarians developed a set of guidelines for appropriate standards for care for animals shelters in 2010. These guidelines provided incremental recommendations detailing them as must, should, ideal, and at least 6 unacceptable practices. The guidelines state, no sheltering organization, regardless of its circumstances, budget, size, should engage in any practice that is deemed unacceptable. Unacceptable practices must be corrected without delay. If more animals are admitted at any one time than can be provided with an environment that meets their needs, or if more animals are admitted over time than can be released alive, inevitably animals' mental or physical welfare will be compromised. This also creates an environment where staff are not able to do their best work, which often results in staff feeling less fulfilled and frustrated in their daily work. The capacity for care. The Animal Foundation has consistently exceeded their capacity for care without taking appropriate steps to meet the requirements of our community. This is evident in their inability to respond to constituents' emails, phone calls, and their inability to provide humane care to the animals in their shelter. It is ultimately their responsibility to ensure that they are equipped to meet the needs of incoming animals as it is stipulated in the contract with the jurisdictions. It is also their responsibility to utilize the assessments that have been conducted to implement necessary changes and work in partnership with animal protection services to do so. So I'm not, for time's sake, I'm not going to go on and on. What I do want to say, the immediate recommendations for TAF was a comprehensive assessment that includes the shelter, field services, and recommendations on municipal code changes is warranted and needed for more than ever so our community can focus on proactive rather than reactive solutions. RTOs, no one should lose their animal due to inability to pay a fine or lack of resources to find affordable spay and neuter services. No animal should have to stay in the shelter with their owners having been located already. It is common in life-saving communities for fix-it tickets to be written and lost animals returned to their owners immediately. Adequate staffing is required to answer emails, phone calls, and in-person requests for lost and found animals. A ticket system should be implemented to ensure these requests are tracked, measured, and data is provided to measure the effectiveness of this program. The National Animal Care and Control Association's position statements on free-roaming cats, intake of healthy wildlife, and appointment-based pet intake to shelter should be endorsed by the City Council and implemented by TAF and Animal Protection Services. These position statements would align our community with best practices accepted by NACA as crucial to ensuring a humane community. Weekly meetings with a weekly report card is necessary to track progress, ensure accountability, and regain community trust. Identify alternative agencies to house handle our animals, including looking at opening our own facility. So, without going further due to time, we have a responsibility as council members. These are all our wards. And we have a responsibility to make sure that we are working with the facility who is doing what they need to be doing. I receive all these emails, calls, and letters. Something needs to be done, and we are responsible as a council for the city to make sure that it is. In closing, I want to thank James Pumphrey again, UC Davis, Dr. Hurley, and Dr. Karsten for their effort in working with me on this presentation, their continued efforts on behalf of our animals, and their commitment to working with us in the future. We can't just keep turning a blind eye to these problems and hope they go away. We need to bring about real, lasting change, whether it is a revised contract that gives us accountability, expanding our relationship with other nonprofit organizations, or looking at our own facility. Whatever the answer is, that provides us with a safe and effective animal care facility. I know we are responsible for finding that answer on behalf of our animals and residents. And I would like to make, if nobody has any further comments, a motion to get an outside audit on the Animal Foundation, one that we do.
Is that it? I think this is a discussion item, so we'll turn back to you for a motion at the right time, but it's for every inclusion. And then two, I want to make sure this is not a court of law, it's a court of information, if you call it a court at all. And we know that the Animal Foundation, since back in its earlier years in the 2000s, has had issues. The country has issues, employment has issues, dollars make issues, and so we have only heard about the awful things, and all of us, I think I can speak for all of us, love animals and find them comforting and want them well cared for. So what I'd like to do first is go back to Mr. or to both of you, but I think at this time, and going to Mr. Cervantes about costs, just what's out there on the table, what would it be for the city to take it over with a magic wand? Can we hire all the people when we know employment, salaries, and we're different items that we can touch on, because this is a council agenda day and we have so much to discuss here. But two, the animal shelter, the lead animal shelter, needs to have an opportunity to make some comments at this point, but I'm going to turn first. I'll turn to you, please, Mr. Cervantes.
Thank you, Mayor. As was pointed out earlier, and the city attorneys can address a little bit more, we own the land. We lease on the land, but we don't own the facility. We don't own the building. It is a private group that's being privately run that we contract with. In order for the city to stand up our own facility, we'd have to build the facility. Our best guess, that would cost anywhere from $20 to $30 million. Based on the operational cost that the city of Henderson has as a municipal facility, handling 4,000 animals with a budget of $3 million, and seeing some of the challenges that they have, given that limited funding amount, and talking to the director, I estimate that our operational cost would be $10 to $15 million a year to operate it. And so those are things that need to be considered when we talk about, so the city stand up our own or continue to contract the service out, continue to work with the foundation, figure out how we can assist them to address some of the challenges out there.
And also on the consultant group that we had in the past, what did happen to that information and which group was it, please?
The consultant, we didn't hire a consultant after meeting with my counterparts and realizing that the Animal Foundation had hired already a consultant to the study. We waited and let them do the study and looked at those results. So we didn't hire a consultant to do that. Also, our ability to audit, I'll let the city attorneys address that. Our ability to audit under the contract is limited. It's only to audit their financials as we contribute toward the cost. We have the ability to audit financials, but I don't believe the contract allows us the ability to audit their operations.
And the UC Davis consultant, that was brought in separately, or was that part of the foundation's effort?
It was part of the foundation's effort. It was part of the study that they did when some of these issues came up.
Thank you very much. So appropriate time, I know Mayor Pro Tem had a comment or a question, but I think appropriate to hear from the foundation and management. And I know leadership there has changed in the past 3 or 4 months, and there had been issues before. So Mr. Dorkak, appropriate or inappropriate?
You're the manager of the meeting. If you'd like them to come up and speak, that's perfectly fine.
So I would welcome you all if you'd introduce yourselves and your positions too, and how long you have been serving with the foundation and or the shelter. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, thank you very much for having us here today. I want to thank all of the city councilmen for and women for letting us speak and bringing up this issue. And I especially want to thank Councilman Seaman for bringing this up, because Councilwoman Seaman, excuse me, because this is such an important issue to us as well as to our entire community. So thank you very much for bringing this up and allowing us to speak on this issue. For some of you that know me, some of you that don't, my name is Matthew Silverman, for the record. I've been a board member with the Animal Foundation for about 5 years now. I own businesses here in Las Vegas. I know some of you. Animals have always been a special part of my life. I get along much better with animals than I do humans, and anyone who knows me knows that. Animals are just the most important thing to me, and that's why I serve on this board. Being with TAF has been very fulfilling for my life. In 2020, we had a Mission Possible 2020 to make the animal shelter basically a no-kill animal shelter. We achieved that goal. We also achieved the goal of, we raised a lot of money and built a state-of-the-art facility. Our facility is one of the best in the country. It is immaculate. I can tell you from experience. I was there, I don't know, maybe a year ago, adopted a pet for one of my partners, sat on the floor of the facility, played with a cat the whole day. It was absolutely immaculate, right? Any business, in any business that there is, has issues. Everybody knows that. Currently, right now, all of us have the issues with employees and getting the right amount of people and getting the right qualified people and veterinarians to be there to give the support that we so desperately want to give. That is what we want to do as a foundation. I don't get paid a cent to be on this board. Our people who work for the Animal Foundation, they don't do this to get rich. They do it because they want to help animals. That's what they all want to do. Yes, I'm sure there are issues. The issues get addressed. We work very hard every day to find the right people and to make sure the facility is the best in the country. As you all know, Las Vegas, it's my home for over 25 years, and I love it. One of the problems we have in Las Vegas is the transient nature of our community, and that's built in, and the amount of pets that we have coming through our doors on a daily basis. We have more than almost anyone in the entire country. We're one of the highest volume intake shelters in the country. They do an amazing job for what we have to deal with. And our community and everybody here should be empowered to try and help that, to try and make sure that animals stay with them in their homes. That's what the foundation does every day. We have those food programs that you spoke about to give people food where they stay there. We try everything we can do to get animals to stay within their homes so they don't have to come to the shelter. When they come to the shelter, we do the best that we can. I think that they do an absolute amazing job. I think that there's always room for improvement. I do. In any business, in any place that I've ever seen, there's always things that we can do better. We talk about that all the time. How do we get better? How do we make sure the staff stays and make sure the staff's happy? Making sure that the animals have a productive environment to be in. I think that that overall the foundation does an amazing job, and we've got great support from our leaders as well as our community members in that. And I really, it's very heart-wrenching and horrible to have to hear all of the bad things that people are saying when they don't speak about all the good things. We don't euthanize kittens like they're talking about. Those are not our practices, right? And I'm sure that they have their points, but they do a lot of good work at the Animal Foundation. And I will introduce Hillary Gray next, the CEO of the Animal Foundation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council, and thank you very much, Matthew, from our board. Appreciate it. My name is Hillary Gray. I've been with the Animal Foundation since the end of January, so not all that long. And I can tell you that the Animal Foundation doesn't face any challenges that other shelters across the country aren't facing as well. As Matthew alluded, we all face a difficult hiring environment right now. And when I was interviewed by the board, what was expressed to me was during COVID, there were challenges to staffing, challenges to funding. The community did rise up and foster more, and we were in an environment where we actually had a 90% live release rate as a result of working with animal control and all of our partners, which by any measure, by Best Friends Animal Society, is generally considered no kill. What's happened over the past 2 years is intakes have gone up 48%. It's a lot of animals. The staffing environment has continued. As the pandemic has receded, what we've seen are more people with more financial difficulties. We have programs like our KEPT program to keep animals in homes. That's our number one thing. But what I was told by the board is our next mission was to rebuild our capacity to make sure that we could meet demand for the future, that we could do more programming in the community, that we could get out to rural communities where they don't have veterinary services, all of that. I've been in Las Vegas for almost 30 years myself. I actually moved here to work for the city of Las Vegas in affordable housing and economic development. All of the community issues, all of the economic issues, the housing issues have been close to my heart since I moved here. So the opportunity to come to the Animal Foundation and combine those interests and community issues that I've had throughout my entire career, working in education, working in nonprofits, along with my lifelong love of animals. Lori here mentioned the NSPCA. I raised my hand and volunteered for that board when they were in crisis because I care about animals. Hearing all of this, our staff does a phenomenal job. They work very hard. Every one of them to a person is there because they love animals. We've rebuilt our veterinary staff. We have a phenomenal chief veterinarian who has been really the incident commander overseeing the disease management on the actual situation that we have in the shelter right now, doing all the right things, consulting with all of the right experts who are national renowned experts in disease management and protocols. We're isolating animals to make sure that the disease doesn't spread. We're making sure that any animals that get adopted are cleared, and they're doing a phenomenal job. And it wears on staff to hear this over and over in the community, that they're not doing a good job, that we're not doing a good job. Absolutely agree with Matthew that we can always do better, and that's why we're there. That's why I was excited to see that an assessment had already been done of the Animal Foundation at the time I came in. And contrary to what's been said, we did make a good faith effort, and we did implement several of the priorities that we relayed to elected officials from all the jurisdictions back in March. I can't really discuss in a public forum. It's not appropriate to talk about personnel matters, but I can assure you that the situation with Mr. Pumphrey is not as portrayed. So I do ask you for your kind consideration as we go forward. We are committed to working with our partners, City, County, North Las Vegas, to build a more humane community. It's why I'm there at the Animal Foundation. It's why our entire team is there. It's why we have such a committed board, and we appreciate the opportunity to be before you.
And what would you consider are your most pressing issues with which to deal?
Really, it's the hiring environment currently, and
specifically to that, how many do you need in staff? What are the issues? Where are the problems in that? And obviously, you must have staff on around the clock. So
we do. We have, we have close to 160 staff. We were at a much lower number at the beginning of the year. We've done a lot of hiring since July. Our Human Resources Department has expedited hiring. We've brought a lot of really wonderful people on who are committed. The other thing that happened because of the COVID environment is the funding environment changed. Like all nonprofits, some of the support changed, not because necessarily with our large funders they saw anything wrong with our practices, still endorsed our programs, but their sources of funding for the granting agencies also changed. A good example is when you look at some place like Petco, where a lot of their contributions come from people that actually walk into their stores and give on the check. They can't provide as much funding to shelters this year as they could in past years. So looking at all of that, hearing about the wage environment, yeah, absolutely. We want to, and we're committed to making sure that our staff is taken care of in the right way. We have to do that responsibly as a nonprofit, absolutely. I can also tell you that while intakes have gone up 48% over the last 2 years, our contract has gone up very little. It's actually indexed to the Consumer Price Index, but only up to 5%. If you really looked at the Consumer Price Index today, it would be more like 10, 12%. You all feel it in your other contracts as well. So I want to say we are committed to being an excellent partner, to developing and training our staff, to creating the best environment for staff as well as for animals. That is why we're there.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to ask something, and I don't know if there are any other questions.
I just got to make some comments. If you guys want to sit down, it's fine. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. Well, this has been, I think, a very productive day. First of all, I want to just thank all of you for coming out today and speaking on this item. It's great to see that we have such passionate people in this community that want to protect our pets. I'm a dog guy, so I'll usually mention dogs, but I really appreciate you coming out and making your public comments. I'm just as passionate as you are, and I believe everybody up here is very, very passionate about protecting the pets in this community because they can't protect themselves. So I think everybody up here is trying to do the right thing based on the information we have. So just to kind of look back on what happened, there were some allegations made against the Animal Foundation. We asked our city manager and his staff to look into those allegations, and I trust that he's taken that very seriously. I trust that that his staff has taken this very seriously, and they want to make sure that the Animal Foundation is up to the task of taking care of our pets. But as Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. So we have to keep verifying that everything is in good shape at the Animal Foundation. And the word that keeps coming up on a regular basis is transparency. I think people in this community just want open sunshine on the Animal Foundation just to make sure that the pets are being taken care of. I'm not saying they're not, but I think people just want an open environment where they know that is happening. And obviously there's people in this community that don't think that is happening. And we have a stake in this. We have a contract. We have, I don't know how much money exactly, but hundreds of thousands of dollars that we use to support the Animal Foundation. We have a contract with them, so it's incumbent on us to make sure that these contracts are being followed and our tax dollars are being spent correctly. I'm assuming the county and North Las Vegas want to do the same thing. So the question is, since I'm kind of let's get some things done, I mean, where do we go from here? What do we do today? And based on public comment, based on our briefings, just based on my own ideas, I just came up with a couple of recommendations that maybe we can push along in the future. The first one that's been mentioned today is for us to take over the Animal Foundation, to set up our own Animal Foundation. Obviously, that is a big lift. There's banks involved, there's contracts involved. We can't do that today. That if we were going to do that, and I have no problem studying that, that's going to take some time to do that. So that's not something we can do today. We need to continue the inspections. Please, Jorge, please continue to inspect the Animal Foundation like you have been. Do it as much as you can. I think that's important to the community to know that. When it comes to the board, since we do have contracts and tax dollars, one of the things I've been thinking of is why can't we have, and just to step back, I mean, there's all kinds of boards and committees that we sit on. I sit on fiscal affairs for Metro because we have tax dollars. The mayor and I sit on regional transportation because there's city tax dollars. There's other ones. So I'm not sure why we don't have a City of Las Vegas council person to sit on that board, and maybe the county. And maybe the county and North Las Vegas would like to do that. And if for some reason that can't happen, then maybe have, designee of the city manager to sit on the board and kind of pay attention to what's going on and make some recommendations based on the information we have. So, and this thing about talking about the board meetings being open, I have no problems with that. There's no problems why the board meeting can't be open so people can attend. I think that's a good thing. When it comes to the finances and contract, we have an audit committee, so why can't we on a regular basis audit the tax dollars that we're giving to the Animal Foundation to make sure that they're being used correctly, and to audit the contracts to make sure that they're being being listened to. So I don't know if we can audit operations. I'm not sure if we can do that, but at least we can audit those. When it comes to the executive director for the Animal Foundation, I don't know how that person is chosen, but a couple of comments on that. I think there should be some kind of minimum qualifications, just like any job. Just like any job, there's minimum qualifications, and those qualifications have to be met. And obviously, they need to involve pet issues. And second of all, I think it would be important that the city of Las Vegas have some input before that person's hired, just so we have some say in it. And then my last comment, the staffing issue seems to be coming up on a regular basis. So just a couple of things off the top of my head. Maybe we need to actually come up with a City of Las Vegas employee classification that is assigned to the Animal Foundation. I don't know what that costs. So we have some kind of presence there. That might be something we need to look at. And the other thing I kind of thought of is, our city employees do a great job for us. I'm wondering if we can come up with some kind of a system where, just again off the top of my head, our city employees are allowed 1 day a month to not come into City Hall but volunteer at the Animal Foundation. I think that would be a good idea. Luann's over there going, okay, I'm doing that. So I think there'd be a lot of support for that. And again, it's keeping an eye on things. We have city employees that are working over there, just kind of taking a look at things. So just some things off the top of my head. I only have 2 meetings left, so I don't know if I can get any of this stuff done. But I think we should take those into consideration. They're not really tough to do. And again, it goes back to the one and most important thing is our community knows that we're paying attention to the Animal Foundation to protect the pets. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? You okay? Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, I think it's important, so many people came out today. It's a highly emotional issue. I'm a dog lover, so I think it's all of us are advocates for animals. But I think it's important, Mr. Dorkak, if you're able to comment on some of the recommendations that were made by Councilman Anthony or Mayor Pro Tem Anthony. And then we operate in a council manager form of government. What I appreciate about how this city works is this council established a strategic plan, I think 3 years ago. And since that time, we established public safety, economic development, and healthcare as key priorities. And Mr. Cervantes, your team has done an amazing job at implementing the vision of this city council. We've allocated funding, we've allocated positions, we've allocated resources. I think in the last 2 budget cycles or the next 2 budget cycles, we're allocating more resources for animal control. And what I've seen is enormous growth in those 3 key priorities. So within the historic West Side, and Councilman Creer, shout out to you because you've been leading that and the charges. It's been absolutely amazing, the changes that have happened in the West Side. On the East Side in Ward 3, we bought a golf course. We're developing housing because that was a conversation that the council had, a direction that the council had, and your staff we bought a golf course. It's absolutely amazing. And then not to mention, I'm very, very proud of the medical district where there's going to be $500 million invested, public and private, in improving healthcare. That's all because the vision that this council set forth, and Mr. Cervantes, your team is phenomenal. Chief Potts, you've only been here for a few months now, but I hear amazing things. I think you're doing an amazing job with the functions that you have. I was able to do a ride-along with Officer Hawk. It was my favorite ride-along, although I didn't get to get a snake. We were able to pick up several animals, and every time we went to the Animal Foundation, it was a positive experience, and Officer Hawk was very positive about what was happening at the Animal Foundation. Chief Potts, you have an amazing team, and really great job managing what the city is responsible for. I'm so proud of this city, and I think that there's a lot that we can accomplish, but it requires a coordination between what are the priorities of the city council and what are the opportunities within our funding mechanisms for the city of Las Vegas and the city management team. I wouldn't do anything without the recommendation of staff. I think staff have an amazing ability to take in information, more so than we do right now, evaluate and make recommendations. I feel 100% confident that Mr. Cervantes, Chief Potts, and Rudy, if they were to say we need to make adjustments, I'd be fully on board. I have not heard that today, not at all. And so, Mr. Dorkak, there's limitations of what we can and can't do. I also would just say that I used to manage a nonprofit organization. Hiring is an issue everywhere, and I would remind this council that over the last summer, we didn't open pools because we couldn't hire lifeguards. So this is not an issue with the Animal Foundation. This is an issue with every organization in the state, maybe the country. But working at a nonprofit, which I did have the opportunity to do so, you have many, many funders. You have to try to keep them all happy. That's the job, is try to bring in money. I imagine the Animal Foundation has many, many funders. We are one of many. So to provide requirements on them is unreasonable, in my opinion. So I think we're partners with them. I think we continue to support and advocate for greater access to care for animals, and we do everything we can to make sure that our community protects animals. I would also just want to point out that for our humans out there, these conditions are true for children and for seniors as well. Going on ride-alongs with police, I've done many, many times. The conditions that were portrayed in pictures, that exists for children, and if I tell you, it'll bring you to your knees what kind of squalor our children are living in. And in seniors, in our senior communities, I know Councilman Diaz is familiar with the Housing Authority and some of the conditions our seniors are living in, no different than what we see for what was presented today. So, strong advocate for animals, but we have a lot of work to do in our city, and I think the more strategic we can be, the more aligned we are with our management team, the more progress we're going to make, and the better we'll all be. Thank you, Mayor.
And I would also add, not that council as elected officials as anything that is not transparent, but I think the stability of staff, city staff, since it's city manager type of government, any types of work and the things that you have suggested are spot on. It should be with the staff and shared with us. And because, as Councilwoman Seaman said, everybody is involved with animals throughout southern Nevada or elsewhere. But I, too, am in favor of any participation and further analysis that staff be directed to go ahead and then come back to us. But the transparency and participation and consistency has to be at the staff level, because that is permanent, and we come and we go. And this issue has been around for, at least at this point, 17 years. So I couldn't concur with you more on that. And I don't know, Councilwoman, if you wanted to say something before we go back to the motion from Councilwoman.
Absolutely, and then I think Councilman Creer also wants to comment. I just want to thank everyone, because it truly shows that we have a caring community who wants to make sure that animals are taken care of, regardless of where they are, county, city, North Las Vegas. One thing that has stuck out to me throughout the hearing and just learning increasingly more about what's happening is, it's in Mr. Pumphrey's own words, overcapacity at all times. And we have to really analyze this overcapacity and who is directly tied to the overcapacity. It is human behavior. We are part of the solution. So if we are being proactive and we're making sure that we're doing our due diligence, that we're supporting all of our shelter spaces, that we are doing on all fronts what we can to adopt the animals that come through the shelter space, if we are making sure that there is food to keep that food security for that pet in the home of that individual who is having to make this very difficult decision of sometimes just releasing their pets. And, you know, it shouldn't be a blame game. It should be about how do we all come together collectively to address and make sure that we're re-adopting instead of purchasing a puppy from a pet store. I mean, there's so many things that we have to collectively as a community address, and we can't just blame the Animal Foundation for sometimes behavior that then, you know, falls in their lap. And so I just want to say that we all are part of the solution. I'm highly encouraged by the turnout today that we can be part of the work, and that we all do want to save every animal to the best of our ability, because we really do care, and we think everyone matters, and we know that I know that I've told people that I don't even think that we're deserving of such loyal, amazing beings like our cats and our dogs, because sometimes we're not there for them in ways that they are always there for us. So just know, I'm very encouraged that I have regular conversations with Rudy Tovar. He's never raised the alarm bell to me, saying, Councilwoman, we've had these breaches in our contract, we need to move. And also I wanted to ask you, Jorge, if any alarms have been sounded by our regional partners who also go into this contract to make sure that the foundation can continue to serve the needs of the community.
Thank you, Councilman. Through you, Mayor. So I've had this conversation with my partners in the county in North Las Vegas. We have talked about this extensively. They have shared with me that similar to us, they also do inspections, and similar to some of our findings, they find minor things that get corrected right away. They don't have any concerns with the operation of the contract. I will say, and it was suggested earlier about doing an audit, in my conversation with Mrs. King last week, she brought that up, that we also, under the contract, were allowed to audit the finances, and the county was going to take the lead, and we'll all participate in starting that audit of the finances, because that is allowed, and so that's going to go underway to do that. Yeah, but they have not raised any concerns that I would allow me to bring to you. We've got some real major problems here. We just haven't seen them. Do they have challenges? Of course they do. And I think they're trying to work with them. I think the best thing we can do is continue to support them. I will say, though, I had an opportunity yesterday to speak with Francesca Folicini with Heaven Can Wait. Thank you to Councilman Seaman who facilitated that. And she brought up some really good points, some good ideas. And additional with some of the ideas that Mayor Pro Tem brought in, I wrote down here that we'll look into. But, you know, she indicated that part of the challenge that we have is just the number of animals that are out there, right, the population. And what a contract that they have with the county that I told I wanted to look into to follow was that the county contributes money to that organization to help with spade and neuter. Now, spade and neuter isn't an immediate solution because a lot of the challenges are here today, the population is there, but it's a solution that'll help us long-term as we try to reduce some of that population by doing that. And so the county provides them funding, some funding annually to do that, and they in turn do it for $10 versus the couple $100 that it costs a veterinarian. So I committed to her that I'd work with her. She's their facility is on Bonanza and Eastern, which is a good location for our city to help the community and close by. So we're looking at those type of options. So I'll take all the suggestions made by Mayor Pro Tem, what I'm hearing from you all today. We'll look into all those, and then we'll report back out saying, we look into all these, here's what we can do immediately, here's what it's going to take us a little bit more time, but we can do, and then we'll report back out to you.
Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Let me go to Councilman Creer and then back to you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's great to see everyone out. I don't think there's anybody on this council that does not love animals and pets, and I know that I am a former pet owner, and when my dog passed away, it was such a brutal experience that I have yet to come to grips with getting another one quite yet, because it's so traumatizing, because we loved our dog so much. And, you know, with that said, if you look at the board of the Animal Foundation, and if you look at the staff of that, I mean, you've got people who are on the board who love the Animal Foundation. I mean, Matt Silverman, and they're just regular people. He happens to be a business partner of mine in a restaurant group we have. He's a world-renowned chef. He does this on his own time. It probably costs him a lot of money in order to be on the board, because I'm sure he and his wife contribute towards that. Dr. Keith Bowman, who has donated millions of dollars throughout this community, helped build the Smith Center. He and I served on the board for the Smith Center together. And former mayor of the city of Las Vegas, who serves so admirably, Mayor Jan Jones, who is also on the board, and other members. And I say that because of the fact that these are citizens that could be doing whatever they want to in their lives, and they choose to serve on the board of the foundation because they care about the foundation, and they care about the pets and the adoption services and the issues that are going on. These are highly acclaimed individuals, and I know their hearts are truly in the right place, just as well as their hearts of the council persons and myself. I know Mrs. Gray is known her a long time. She's new to the position, but I think that doesn't seem like she has hidden in a closet and not addressed these issues. She's here, and I know that when asked upon to provide information from the city, she has provided that to them. And animal foundations are not easy to run. To isolate the fact that there are say an outbreak. There are outbreaks at every foundation around the world. There are outbreaks at if there are pig farms, over there housing our chickens, there's outbreaks, and we've seen them become a national issue as well. And if you look at the number of intake that went up, obviously COVID affected this community in a lot of different ways. Domestic violence is up in our community because of COVID and people being in people abandoning their pets. That has to be a huge strain on the foundation to do that, and I'm all about trying to get the right information so that we can make educated decisions. And if we have an audit, if we have come in and we've received information and we can make corrections for those in an open and transparent manner, then I think that's the best way moving forward. We received a report about euthanizing pets, 300 some odd pets that turned out to be inaccurate, and that just was not true. And so if we can get the right information, and if we can get information, Mrs. Fuentes and Chief Potts and others, then I think we can make educated decisions. I really like the route that Mayor Pro Temp has taken. I think anytime we can get information out there and factual information that allow all of us to make a determination. City of Las Vegas, I see Jared Lucas here from the City of North Las Vegas, who handles government affairs for them, that he can take back to his council and report on this in the county, I think is great. So similar to Councilwoman Diaz, we need to be working together to address the issues and finding solutions to the issues in a very transparent and open manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and Councilwoman, please.
Thank you. So I'm not going to repeat my colleagues, but they all have basically said everything I agree with. And I have to tell you, Councilwoman Diaz and myself spent a day volunteering at the Animal Foundation. And just as the board member said how clean it was. It gives me a lot of encouragement that when our staff goes out and they work with the Animal Foundation on a daily basis, getting dogs in there, that it's always clean, nice, and friendly. So, listen, poop happens, I get it. Those pictures are horrifying, I get it. But as Councilman Knutson said, you know, I go to Child Haven often. It's one of my favorite things to do, especially around Christmas, to make sure all the cottages. There's children that lived in a dog kennel and that can't even stand up straight, okay? So our seniors and our children and our babies and our animals, they all need our help. So instead of fighting each other, we need to work together. And I thank every one of you that came out today, making your beautiful signs. It's so appreciated. But the real answer here is to work together. There's many, all my life, we've pulled over, we've saved dogs, we've, saved dogs that were hit. My kids that are grown now, they're doing the same thing. We love animals up here, each and every one of us. And we are very fortunate to have the Animal Foundation where we can bring animals. So please work together. Thank you.
Thank you. So one last thing before I turn back to Councilwoman Seaman, who wanted to make a motion. Your comment was, listening to all this input here, that it seems asking you as city manager to help us be involved, help them be transparent, and become the functioning and top shelter in the country. But what is your interpretation of what you've heard them ask of you?
So, Mayor, what I heard was certainly a lot of good suggestions. Certainly, in listening to the community out there, some of the concerns that they brought up that will allow us to continue to make sure that things are being addressed if there are some challenges. Some suggestions about more reporting, more transparency, so we'll work directly with the Foundation on that. And so everything that I've heard, I've taken notes on. My intent is to continue to monitor that, continue inspecting, and then report out to you based on all these suggestions and our findings. Here's what it is. The other thing I'd like to do is just do a continued quarterly report to council saying, here's our findings. We do have the records of all the inspections out there. Say, here's what we're finding every inspection out there, and do a quarterly report to council saying, here's what's happening, here's what we're observing, here's the challenges that we're finding out there.
And from the best of your abilities representing the foundation at this point, I'm seeing you shake your head, that's fine. Okay, thank you. I think that is succinct. And of course, as we have a change in city manager at the county coming in after Yolanda has retired, then we'll have, obviously, we have a new mayor that will be coming into North Las Vegas. So turnover means bringing everybody up to speed and legally as well. So moving back to you, Councilwoman.
Well, I just want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for those suggestions. They're what we've been asking for and what we'd like to see, and I appreciate the staff and attorneys that will work on doing some of that stuff, some of those suggestions. And then I would like to make a motion for a third-party audit of the Animal Foundation in the legal capacity that we can, which would be the finances, I suppose. If you want to clarify.
Jeff Dorkak, Assistant City Attorney. Yeah, we were thinking about the motion because we heard it a little bit earlier. That would be permissible. Dimitri's going to read a couple of the sections from the contract that would allow us to audit things. But we agendized this item pretty broadly regarding the Animal Foundation because we didn't know which way the council would want to go with action, but we think it's clear and complete enough to take that type of motion. It would be a third-party audit. The only other thing, I'd want to get input from management if they're okay with a third party being brought in. And then the only other reminder, if the council approves that, we may have to bring it back because DPS is going to have to track down the third-party group to do the audit, and you may have to approve their contract. So just FYI. But Dimitri, if you want to mention first what we can actually audit.
Could I ask, does that have to be approved by our partners on the contract? Would we have to wait and get?
No, that's just city with Animal Foundation. The deal we're talking about is just us with them for shelter services.
Okay.
Dimitri Delacas, Deputy City Attorney for the record. As Mr. Dorkak stated, in our agreement with the Animal Foundation, it does state in part that TAF agrees to permit the city to inspect and audit its records and books relative to the animal shelter services, at least annually at a time mutually determined. So there is and there is more language in the agreement dealing with an audit right, but there is an audit right in our agreement with TAF.
Thank you, and that's your motion?
Yeah, but I have one question first. So in order to, we would have to have permission from the Animal Foundation to ask that we have a partner to sit on the board. Is that correct?
Yeah, now going back to, ma'am, through your mayor to Councilwoman Seaman, that's one of MPT Anthony's 5 ideas that we wrote down. Correct. That would be, the 5 are all doable. That one, along with the job description for the executive director, those are the trickiest because we don't have control over them. They are a nonprofit independent corporation. I mean, they're hearing what we're saying today. They can go into their bylaws and adjust it, give us a couple seats, give each entity a seat. I don't know if they'll do that, but I'm just giving you an answer to your question, obviously.
For transparency, it would
Correct.
be good. Yeah.
The other thing we can do, I'm winging it right now, but I'm sure in 2025, when the contract comes up, we can say, if you want this deal again, here's what we want, and we can build it in then, but that's 3 years off. But to your point, correct, they would have to update their bylaws and who they put on their board to give us a seat for one of our members of the city council.
And when do we normally start negotiating a contract when it's up in 3 years? Would that be a year before? Would that be 6 months before?
So, Councilman, I can probably answer that. It depends on the complexity of the contract, typically between 6 months to a year.
Okay.
Some of the more straightforward, 3 months. Some of the more complicated, up to a year. So something like this would be 6 months to a year before the contract.
All right, thank you. Yes, I would like to make the motion for the audit with TAF according to our contract. I don't know how you want me to.
Just an independent audit.
An independent audit, third-party audit, please.
So yeah, it's a motion for an independent third-party audit, particularly on the financials, but we're going to build in anything that we are allowed to review per the deal. And to the extent necessary, these auditors might have to go with DPS to get in the building sometimes, but that's just an inspection protocol. I don't know if management had any other thing.
Could I interrupt you too, and who would pick the auditor?
We would.
Or you put an RFP out and it would come to staff to?
Typically, that's what we do, Mayor. We do an RFP to figure out, because sometimes we need people with expertise in certain fields and industry, so we put an RFP out there. I would also recommend, though, we'll move forward with the audit, but if the county's already also planning to do it, that we could do it as a partnership between the county and the city. We're both members of that organization, so we can do it jointly so that we all have the information.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, right now I'm working with a few Commissioner, so that will work out
If I might
perfect.
add, Councilman Knudsen might have a question.
It's just a
on the
clarifying
motion.
question. It's within the contract. I think it's fine. I don't even know if we need a motion from the council. It's within the purview of the city manager to initiate an audit of financials. The only question is there been ever an audit that we've done on financials? Is there any issues with financials that have ever come up? We have dozens of nonprofits that we contract with, if not hundreds, with far more dollar values than this particular contract. So I just want to hear from you, Mr. Cervantes, on your thought about how this would be implemented and if it's within your authority to do so.
You're correct, it is, because council did approve the agreement. The agreement does provide that provision, so I do have the authority to do that, and we can execute that without a motion or with a motion. As far as I know, we never have done it. We have that option, that ability to do it in the contract, but as far as I know, I don't think an audit on their finances has ever been done, so it's timely that we do one.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the proposal? Okay. To restate it, that the city then would move forward in processing for an independent audit of the foundation.
So, Mayor, as Councilman Knudsen pointed out, you can do a motion to do that, certainly to solidify
Well,
it.
I
but
think
because,
that's what's on the table here.
then that's fine, Mayor, we can do that.
And then, but if it fails, then we can go back and not have it or whatever comes out of it. But let's see, all those, please vote and post. Unanimous. So there will be an independent audit. So again, thank you all very, very much, and that we will move on to, and I think what I'm going to do, because we do continue to have this long agenda here, I'm going to ask you only 3 at a time. If you need to take a recess, make sure that we have 4 people left so we can continue on with everything. And we'll be moving into agenda item 56. And again, to reiterate what Councilwoman Fiore had said, thank you all. I think everybody said thank you all for coming down and participating. And movement was made, and we are grateful. And volunteer at the Lead Foundation. Give them some help, please. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 56, discussion for possible action regarding approval of complaint to set hearing date for disciplinary action against Michael SG Corporation, DBA San Pedro Store, Gumi Montano, President, Maria Manchavar, Secretary, whose place of business is located at 1036 North Rancho, 89106, as holders of general retail sales, beauty supplies, license number G620457 for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code, Ward 5, with Councilman Creer. And Mr. Curtis, hi, you're still
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay.
Deputy City Attorney John Curtis, appearing for the City of Las Vegas and Department of Community Development. This is on the agenda today for approval and for possible action, discussion for possible action regarding the approval of a complaint to file seeking revocation of the business license of the Michelle SG Corporation, DBA the San Pedro Store, located, as Your Honor mentioned, on North Rancho Drive. The complaint concerns a business operation which was originally licensed as a general retail sales store, beauty supplies, and then morphed into an illegal store which dealt in illegal pharmaceuticals and controlled substances, which has since been shut down by Metro, and they are not in operation as of this time. Nevertheless, we are seeking approval of this complaint so that we may formally revoke their business license after a proper hearing is noticed and served upon them. We'll need to actually place should the council approve the filing of this complaint, we'll need to set it for a hearing within 60 days of today's date. Thank you.
I gather no one is here on this behalf, so please, if you would, Councilman Creer.
Thank you. I make a motion for approval to set a hearing date for item 56.
Thank you very much.
What's the, Jeff Dorgak, Assistant City Attorney, what's the recommended date?
I do not have a recommended date, but it would have to be within 60 days of today's date, which would have to be probably before December 15th. But first meeting in December would probably suffice.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve?
That'll be December 7th, 2022.
December 7th. Pearl Harbor Day. And please post. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 58. We'll now hear items 58 and 61 together. Item number 61 is R49-2022, which discussion for possible action regarding a resolution authorizing City of Las Vegas to convey property located D and Jefferson Avenue for the purpose of economic development for less than fair market value to our House 4 LLC for the development of a mixed-use building in the historic West Side. And item number 58 is discussion for possible action regarding a disposition development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Art House 4 LLC for the sale and development of the property for a mixed-use building located in northeast corner of D Street and Jefferson Avenue, Ward 5, Councilman Creer. And here we go, Mr. Smith. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever we are. Afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. Ryan Smith, Director of Economic and Urban Development, for the record. Today I'm excited to bring forward this DDA, Disposition and Development Agreement, between the City of Las Vegas and Art House 4 LLC, represented today by Mr. Grant Garcia and his colleague. Before I jump into the presentation in front of you, I did want to thank a few people I wanted from the city and economic and urban development team. I wanted to thank Tracy Reicht, who's on my team. I wanted to thank Kathy Thomas, who really was the person who catalyzed this opportunity for now the developer that's here in front of you today. I want to thank the city attorney's office, as always, for putting together all the paperwork that's necessary for these transactions. And then obviously Grant and his team, his partner Sam Cherry, who does such great work for the city. With that, I'll jump into the project. The project site is located there, outlined in blue or gray on your screen. This is on the northeast corner of D and Jefferson Avenue. This property was acquired through the Department of Neighborhood Services using CDBG dollars. And there was some other assemblages that were acquired using that same money. The project's going to include 84 units of what we're calling workforce housing. It will be technically affordable within the requirements of CDBG, which is 120% of AMI or below. There's going to be around 10,000, roughly 10,000 square feet of commercial space. We're hoping to program that space in some unique ways. We have a lot of programming we're doing on your screen just to the south. The CSN Workforce Training Center will be there. We're running some small business incubators there. And so the goal would be to have small businesses work through those programs and then be able to actually commercialize their business in potentially some of this commercial space that then could lend to more business activity in and around the area in the west side and, you know, streets like Jackson Street and other. There'll be 64 parking spaces, and the total project cost will be north of $18 million. Just a little bit on the developer. Again, Neighborhood Services issued an RFP some time ago. There were no responsive bids that were received. We were offering essentially the conveyance of the land for affordable housing and also $1 million in soft costs towards the development. Again, there was no responsive bidders, so we found Sam Cherry and his team and Grant at Art House 4 LLC to come in. They have done obviously a lot of work in the downtown area from a multifamily perspective. There's currently a share in the Arts District. There's a share being developed on 11th and Stewart. And so this was a natural fit when we're looking at workforce housing in the historic West Side area. The timeline for the project, the developer hopes to submit entitlements by January, so just the beginning of next year. They would submit for permits hopefully by August of 2023, begin construction latest April 2024, hopefully sooner, and then complete construction by the fall of 2025. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Garcia to give you some more details on the project.
Thank you, Ryan. Grant Garcia, Share Downtown, Cherry Development, and Art House 4. Madam Mayor, thanks for having us, and council members as well. We're extremely excited for this project. To give you kind of a background of our company, we started the company in the early 2000s. The first project that we did was Soho Lofts, which is now located in what's called the Arts District that everybody seems to know about. In 2000, 2001, Sam and I looked around and we're like, what are we doing here? There's no way that we're going to build a residential building here. And people thought we were crazy because cab drivers wouldn't come down there. And it was a forgotten area of town, frankly. But we saw an excitement of growing up in Vegas and wanting to redevelop downtown and make it a true downtown that's never existed before. So Soho Lofts was our first project. We completed that in 2005. All luxury condos for sale with retail space along the bottom. Newport Lofts was our second project. And then shortly after that, 2007 to 2009, during the economic recession, we jumped into hospitality and we pivoted because we couldn't build housing projects. And so we got a good experience of what it took to, bring restaurants and little groceries and bars to downtown and make it enjoyable for somebody to live, work, and eat and play downtown. So fast forward to 2019. We looked back at the Arts District. It seemed like it was the right time to start developing again, and we came up with this concept called Share Downtown as a brand, with looking at multiple locations throughout downtown. Share Downtown as a brand really speaks to downtown, which is creating a community not only for the residents that would be inside of the building by activating resident events, having retail spaces within the project, but also doing community outreach to introduce the residents to all of downtown and their supporting and their surrounding neighborhoods. Shortly after we finished, so we were supposed to complete Share Downtown in the Arts District in March of 2020, smack dab in the middle of the pandemic. We ended up opening that in July. We were able to fill that building up, and simultaneously we started the plans for Share Downtown Fremont East, a very similar looking architecture, and we're going to start moving people begin in January into that project. So now we started speaking to the city about this place called the Historic West Side, and I remember, from growing up in Las Vegas, you're not supposed to go in that area, and it sounded a little bit familiar to what we were hearing for Soho Lofts, and Sam and I kind of looked at each other, and we're up for the challenge, and really thought, you know what, we can make a difference here. We've seen it happen in the Arts District where it was nothing, and now today everybody in the country is talking about the Arts District, and we're hoping that we can just be that one catalyst that can kind of push the needle for the Historic West Side. So this is, what you see in front of you is the rendering. This is our first rendering. We found that this is kind of a plug-and-play design that we've done in the Arts District, Fremont, and we felt that it's going to fit really anywhere in downtown with the modernization of its architecture. What we like to do is, we have this plug-and-play model where it makes it efficient for us to start construction, get construction done, and move people in quickly. But we can also marry up with the neighborhood, and how we do that is you can see some murals that are on the side of the building. An example is in the Arts District. We have two murals on the side of the building. It's called the Arts District. So of course one of the murals was Jean-Michel Basquiat, who's a world-renowned, one of the most popular modern artists. And the other is Dennis Hopper, who, believe it or not, had a gallery opening and an exhibit in the Arts District. So we like to kind of marry that back in. So we think with the Historic West Side that, not only through the murals and going out and talking to the community of their favorite artists that live in that community and working with the city through this as well, it's just a good way to tie into that. Along the ground floor, we'll have retail spaces. It's about 3,000 square feet that's connected to the bottom of the building. And then as you go towards the right, which is Jefferson, we added another 7,000 square feet that we're going to work with the city to find tenants that, are going to help complement the area as well. On the ground floor is also parking, and then directly above that is the first level of living, and then we have our common areas. So these common areas also speak to the Share Downtown brand. The first picture that you see is what we call the kitchen, and that's where the residents can host events and have family gatherings, but more importantly, we do monthly resident events where we partner with local businesses, whether it be food and beverage or bar, restaurants, and we buy their food, bring it into the kitchen, and we introduce our residents to the local food within the community. In addition to that, we also do off-site. So we bring our residents off-site and introduce them to a shop or a restaurant or a bar as well. The next picture to the right is our modern version of the business center that we call the HQ. We have individual workstations, Wi-Fi is available, a conference table with smart TV for people to do presentations. We see seeing this being utilized on a daily basis in all of our projects. And then in the middle, we have a courtyard where we program it with landscaping and some beautiful plants, and we've got 8 exclusive units that have patios. And then to your bottom right, that's a rendering of our floor plan. The floor plan is the same in every building. We've got 84 of these units, and we feel that it's been a needed kind of floor plan for this workforce housing, and we do feel that it's going to fit the area. Next picture is, these are pictures of one of the units. So we'd like to upgrade the units a bit with, wood style flooring, quartz countertops, stainless steel appliances, and European style cabinetry, just to really have a nice sense of home. And this is, some of the resident community events that we do. We're probably one of the most active apartment community and developers on social media. Some of the pictures that you see here are resident events that we do that I talked about. And then to the right, we also do a series on social media that's called Sharing Downtown, where we partner with the local businesses within the community. We pay for all of the production for the social media crew and the video and the editing so that we can highlight what that business is all about and why they chose downtown, why they chose the area, and it's hopefully to introduce them to all of Las Vegas and our residents as well. And so really, with that, that's kind of a summary of the project, and I'm happy to help answer any questions. To echo what Ryan said, his department and all of the city has always been super gracious and great to work with. We work with you guys for almost 25 years now. We look forward to continuing working with you guys, as well as Councilman Creer's office, who's been extremely helpful as well. So, thank you.
Are these 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, both? Or
They're studios.
all studios?
Yes. Yep.
Great, as everything else that you do, very innovative and really yet very embracing. You've really made the difference downtown, you know that.
Thank you, Mary.
So, comments, questions, anything? Yes, Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one quick question.
Sure.
Do you have an idea of, on the first floor, what could potentially go in there?
Yeah, so if you look at our other buildings, we're very particular about what goes in there. We want to make sure that it's a complement not only to the residents as an extension of the amenities, but that it also marries up with the community. So for instance, in the Arts District, we have a coffee shop, used to be Golden Fog, now it's Dig It, who actually hires workers with challenges, which is amazing. And then we have a mezcal bar down there. Our residents like to go down there and hang out and grab their coffee and be able to finish their night there. I think for this project, we really look forward to working with the city on this, as well as any of the committees within the historic West Side. We've been extremely involved, from going to the meetings of the African American Museum to the trail hikes. So, it's something that we're really in tune with. We want to make sure that it fits the community and the residents.
Thank you. Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One, this project has been in the works for a long time, ties right into our 100 Plan in Action, which we're working off of. We are very strategic about how we go about the redevelopment of the historic West Side, and this definitely coincides with it. The conversation started with the city team when we were going back out with the 100 Plan, as well as our trips that we've taken around the country looking at how to redevelop in underserved communities and for homelessness as well. Similar to a project we saw when we were in Seattle, which is the Liberty Bank building, which is the first Black-owned bank in the Pacific Southwest, and how they transformed that bank into a mixed-income housing facility similar to this, retail on the bottom. And to Councilman Knudsen, to answer your question, what they did was, they had a barbershop that was around the corner that came in. There was a restaurant, a new owner of a restaurant who started our first there, and it's located there, and other businesses that are there, and it's doing great, it's prospering. And so this is going to be a great project that is going to bring more housing and density into our community, which we need. And I just want to note that, we're very happy to have the Cherry Group a part of this, because, we went out, as Ryan said, we had an RFP, we went out to the community, we didn't get any respondents back. I personally reached out to some individuals to see if they'd be interested in being a part of it. We didn't hear anything back. And from conversations and meeting with Sam Cherry and, working, and Sam, if you didn't know him, is a really great guy. He really cares about this community, as do you and everybody that works for him. And he said, yes, sure, let's build something really special. And that the community is going to love, and it's going to be a beacon for other developments that are coming to the community. I want to work with you on the design a little more as we move forward. I know this is a rendition, but we'll figure that out as we move forward and as we get out to the community. So I am just excited about this project. It really is going to kick off, I think, a trajectory of within the community to bring in more housing as well, which we desperately need. So I'm not sure if there's any other questions or comments, but I'd like to enter.
I think we're okay for you to make.
Great. We took 58 and 61 at once?
Yes, sir. You'll do 61 first, 58 second.
Great. I'll make a motion to approve item 61.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 61. Please vote and please post. Not happening. Oral. Yes. There it goes. And then agenda item, and that passes unanimously. And number 58,
Great.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number 58, I move for approval.
Thank you. This motion on agenda item 58. Please vote and please post. Bravo. Keep
right.
it going. We
Thank
love
you
it.
all. Start digging tonight. Congratulations.
Congratulations. And an error, or maybe not, I skipped number 57, so we'll go do that. Discussion for possible action regarding activating and operating a temporary program by which fines for qualifying parking infractions may be paid by means of a donation of children's toys in lieu of payment of money pursuant to LVMC 11.10.150, all wards. And hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, Brandy Stanley, Parking Services Manager, Economic and Urban Development. As you all know, twice a year we run a program in the Parking Services Division where people can pay for parking tickets with donations to some of our community partners in lieu of money. So we would like to activate that again for this holiday season. This year we'd like to continue to partner with Community Services Flexible Housing Program. It's a city program that provides short-term housing to transition families and individuals from the streets to permanent housing. We try to find organizations that don't get much support from your typical toy drives or anything like that, and Community Services does provide these services to families, which include children, so we would like to donate the supplies, the toys that we receive as part of this program to those families in need that are in transitional housing. The program would be valid for tickets that are issued between today and November 16th, and a new unwrapped toy with a receipt of equal or greater value to the amount of the ticket will be accepted. It applies to non-public safety violations, and We are also this year going to make sure that we provide all of our social media posts in Spanish, and we will also have Spanish flyers. And we do have Spanish speakers in our organization, so if any of the media would like a Spanish interview, we will be able to provide that. So with that, we would like to request your approval of this program.
Was there a reason why those dates specifically and not the whole holiday?
So the tickets issued between October 19th and November 16th, they have 30 days to pay before late fees go on.
There it is.
So then you're
Okay.
at the middle of December, yes.
So you might do it again at Christmas time?
The program will finish the middle of December. So this is sort of the Christmas time. We just need to start it a little bit earlier.
So if there are no questions, comments, I'll move for approval of agenda item 57. Please vote and please post. It won't let me. Yes, there it goes. And the motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Stanley. All right, we will go on to agenda item 59. Discussion for possible action to rename Harris Marion Park to the Arroyo Vista Park, located 4755 Harris Avenue in Ward 3 with Councilwoman Diaz. Well,
hi there. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Travis Buell, Deputy Director, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, standing in for Steve Ford, who is unavailable today. I bring before you the idea of renaming Harrison Marion Park. And at the October 4th Parks and Rec Advisory Commission meeting, it was unanimously recommended that we move forward with the renaming of this park to Arroyo Vista Park. Harris Marion Park is adjacent to the neighborhood called Happy Valley and is immediately located next to Robinson Middle School at Harrison Street. The updated park would include sports fields, playgrounds, and an equestrian rink as well. So the new proposed name, Arroyo Vista, was brought up because of its proximity to Las Vegas Wash, as well as the expansive views. So the name of the park was determined by a survey of nearby residents where we collected their suggestions and ideas, which included neighborhood canvassing, and we collected their feedback. And the Ward 3 team then took that information and made the suggestion of the new name of Arroyo Vista Park. So I stand before you now for any questions if needed.
any comments, questions? Let's turn it over to you, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And we're so excited about this equestrian-themed park coming to the community. We can't wait for it to finally be wrapped up and constructed and, for our community to enjoy it. So with that, I'll move to approve this name, Arroyo Vista Park.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Thank you so much. Agenda item 60, resolutions, R48-2022, public hearing discussion for possible action regarding a resolution authorizing the issuance of medium-term obligations, for the purpose of acquiring, constructing, improving, and equipping building projects, the amount not to exceed $5 million will be used to construct a new parking garage in the Arts District General Fund, Municipal Parking Enterprise Fund in Ward 3. Hi there.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Susan Heltzley, Director of Finance for the record. And I am here to facilitate any questions you may have on the $5 million bonds that we'd like to move forward with to purchase or to construct a new parking garage in the Arts District.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move for approval on agenda item 60.
Oh, 1 second, just sorry about that, my fault. Did we do a public hearing, open and close, Mayor?
It wasn't put in public hearing. It should have been. Anybody who has issues with this wonderfully needed garage, please come forward. Okay, thank you very much, our attorney there. I'll close public hearing. Back to you, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So before I make my motion, we know that we've heard about about the need of continued expansion and access to parking in the Arts District, especially as we're moving to an era where more residential units are going to be added to the area. So we want to be proactive and make sure we're planning ahead to meet the demand, hopefully at the same time that it's going to be needed. So with that, I move to approve agenda item 60.
Thank you very much. As a motion, please vote and please post.
Madam Mayor, while we're waiting, can I just indicate that on item number 59, I would vote in the affirmative?
Okay. Do you have that, Madam Clerk, please? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Hesley. Okay, we'll move on to 62, because we did 61. All right. Boards and Commission. Discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of Michael Cunningham to the Building Safety Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee. Due to the retirement of Kevin McOsker, the seat reserved for a public officer who oversees directly the Enterprise Fund is vacant. As the Deputy Building and Safety Director, Mr. Cunningham's appointment is appropriate. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion on agenda item 62?
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and boy, is he good. And that motion carries. We'll move on to 63. Thank you very much. Discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Cheryl Perdue to the Historic Preservation Commission. The seat was held by a member who has resigned, and the unexpired term must be filled. Ms. Perdue is eligible and wishes to serve. Councilman Creer, I understand you're prepared to make the motion, and he is not here. So in light of that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on 63. Please vote and please post. And Ms. Perdue's been around a long time and very capable. Wonderful. That motion carries. Agenda item 64, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2022-25. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2022-25, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. 22-0239-Annex 1.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 64. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 65, new bills. Items number 65, 66, bills number 2022-26 and 2022-27 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting Monday, October 31st, 2022. City Attorney, please read the bills.
Yes, ma'am. Bill number 2022-26, an ordinance to amend LVMC Chapter 7.40 regarding professional animal handler and breeder permits, to expand the scope of the permit requirement to include animal rescue operations, to require background checks, to establish additional operational requirements for the holders of certain permits, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2022-27, an ordinance to amend LVMC Chapter 10.2 to add a new section to conform to state law regarding certain traffic-related violations that are to be treated as civil infractions rather than as misdemeanors, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. New bills number 2022-26 and 2022-27 are assigned to the October 31st, 2022 recommending committee members, Councilman Anthony and Knutson and Councilwoman Fiore. If any so designated are not able to attend the clerk's office, will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary in my direction. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 67. Items number 67 through 69B are on the consent agenda, considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the Department of Community Development. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve consent agenda items number 67 through 69B?
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. And we're whipping along now. That carries, and we will now move on to 70 through 73B. Item number 70 through 73B may considered one motion, one vote, or considered to be non-routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item 70, 220298 SDR1, applicant owner 900-932 Casino Center LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed temporary parking lot concurrent with a previously approved mixed-use development on .17 acres southwest corner of Hoover Avenue and Casino Center Boulevard, C1, limited commercial zone, Ward 3, with Councilwoman Diaz. Number 71, 220299 SDR1, applicant owner 900-932 Casino Center LLC, land use entitlement project request for a proposed temporary parking lot concurrent with a previously approved mixed-use development on .15 acres, northwest corner of Coolidge and Casino Center Boulevard, C1, limited commercial, also Ward 3, with Councilwoman Diaz. Number 72, 220370 SUP1, applicant Jennifer Durham, owner West Charleston LLC, on a land use entitlement project request to allow 1,000 square foot massage establishment use with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a parcel zoned for residential use where 400 feet is required, a 150-foot distance separation to a school where 400 feet is required, and a 0-foot distance separation to another massage establishment use where 1,000 feet is required at 6600 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 101, C1, limited commercial zone, Ward 1, with Councilman Knutson. Number 73, 220412, applicant owner Century Communities Nevada LLC, on the following land use entitlement project request on a portion of 106.18 acres, southwest corner Iron Mountain Road, Sheep Mountain Parkway, TD Traditional Development Zone, L Residential Low, Sky Canyon Special Land Use Designation, Ward 6, Councilwoman Fiore, and related item 73A 220412 VAC1, petition to vacate public right-of-way easements generally located southwest corner of Iron Mountain, Sheep Mountain Parkway. Note the easements being considered in the application are slope easements, and related item 73B 220412 TMP1, Sky Canyon parcel 5.06 for a proposed 449 lot single family detached and attached residential subdivision. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items. These are public hearing items which I declare open. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward, state your name for the record. Hearing and seeing no one, let's see, we'll close public hearings, and Mayor Pro Tem may have a motion for the one motion, one vote items. Vote on the motion, please.
Move to approve one motion, one vote items under community development.
Thank you very much. And please post.
And Madam Mayor?
Yes,
For the
please.
record, I'd like the clerk's office to put me down as a yes vote on item 63.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And agenda item 74, that motion carries. Agenda item 74 has been obeyed to the 16th of November. And so we're on to 75, okay, through 75B. 75, 220174, and the following land use entitlement project request on 20.76 acres southwest side of Craig Road, approximately 470 feet east of Rancho Drive, C2 General Commercial Zone, number 75A, 220174 VR1, to allow a 95-foot residential adjacency setback where 97 feet is required, and 75B, 220174 SDR1, proposed 41,103 square foot Health Club. Applicant owner is Bree Rancho Craig LLC. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer and our public hearings, which I declare open. And is the applicant or representative present? Good afternoon.
I am the representative. Good afternoon. Renee Rowland from Omeni Engineering.
Can you pull the microphone a little closer and repeat your name, please?
Renee Rowland from Omeni Engineering, representing the owner.
Do you want to make some comments before I turn it over to
I think I've made all my comments the last couple of times in meeting with Councilman Creer, so if you have any questions, I guess that's what I'm here for.
Okay, let's hear about the denial.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor. How did you know? Due to the residential adjacency setback variance, staff is not able to support the requested variance as it is a self-imposed hardship. As the associated SDR is dependent upon the requested variance, staff cannot support the application as currently designed, and therefore staff is recommending, as you said, denial of both applications. Thank you, Mayor.
Haircut. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone who wishes to be heard on agenda 7575 A and B. Okay, I see action, but not coming to the microphone. I'll close public hearing. And how about I give it over to you right now? Councilman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for coming in, speaking with us. One of the reasons I got debated last time because we didn't know much about the project, but this is going to be a great addition. It's a beautiful workout facility. I want to make a motion for approval of items 75A and 75B.
And the conditions you did agree to?
Yes. Oh.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. The motion carries. Thank you very much. That was quick and easy. Okay, and 76 has been obeyed also to the 16th of November. So we are on to 77, and that's 77 through 77B. 77, 220226, and the following land use entitlement project requests on 2 acres at 3523 North Jones Boulevard, CV Civic Zone, number 77A, 220226, VAR1, to allow variations from the CV Civic Zoning District standards, and 77B 220226 SDR1 for a proposed 10,420 square foot church house of worship. The applicant owner is Church of God Seventh-day English. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Public hearings, which I declare open. And is the applicant a representative present?
Yes, ma'am.
And your name, sir?
My name is Jose Hernandez. And do you need my address also?
No, just if you're representing the applicant or you are the applicant.
I am, since the applicant is our church, I am the acting pastor of the church, so I am the applicant and the representative.
You're representing, you're both. Okay,
yes.
Wonderful. And do you want to tell us about this, please?
First, I want to tell you, I hope you all ate a good breakfast because you all been here all morning. And I'm feeling like, wow, you're still here. So I hope you have energy. You guys have done well. I'm sorry. I just feel bad. I would not want to have your job. But yes, what I'd like to address first is there were some comments that were made by some of the neighbors regarding whether or not, I think somebody said that we were going to be building a homeless shelter there. And I wanted to let you know that the zoning allows us to build a church, and that's already done, but it does not allow us to build a homeless shelter, and we are not planning to build a homeless shelter. But I do feel the pain, and I do understand the concerns of the neighbors with the homeless issue that they brought up, because it is a problem there, and we've had to face it, which is by the look of the building, you see, we've had to board it up, and we've had to go there multiple times on alarms to go off. So I understand their concern, but we're not doing anything that's going to jeopardize any of the neighborhoods in that place. I mean, any of the neighbors in that place. What we're doing basically is the variances deal with the fact that we have the building in the center of the property as opposed to the front of the property. The code requires that we have the parkings on the sides and in the rear. we are putting some parking in the front. And the reason for that is because when we had the pre-application meeting, the fire department made it very clear that they do not want to be backing up when they go in, if they have to ever go in. So we wanted to make it as easy as possible for the fire department to go in there, be able to be all the way around the building and get out without having to back up. So this is the best design for that. Plus, we did talk to the Nevada Department of Transportation because they have a say-so because they're planning to do something in the front of that building. I think it's for the sidewalks. And their preference would be that we would have only one driveway approach as opposed to two. So if we were to do the parkings on the side and in the rear, we would then be having to do two driveway approaches instead of the one. And then I did talk to Public Works as well, and Public Works did tell me that they would prefer also one driveway approach instead of the two driveway approaches. So so basically, this project, by being designed here in the center, it provides where everybody gets satisfied. The other issue was that it has to be in compliance with the neighborhood. So there is a project down the street at 3788 Jones, and it's also a church, and that church is also in the middle of the land like ours is, and they have parking all around in the front and the sides and the rear, and it's working out perfect for them, and it's not creating any problems. So there's a couple other buildings down the street at 3413 Jones and 3291 Jones, and they're also set back, and they also have parking in the front. So I believe that we are compatible with the neighborhood, and then the issue of the landscaping, basically, in order to accommodate the parking, and I know we have a few parking spaces above the requirement, which I think is more important than to have the extra landscaping, because we have a lot of landscaping, as you can see in the project. So the landscaping buffers are a little bit less than the requirement, but they're still going to be there. And so I believe that this is a really good project for that neighborhood. And when we build this, that ugly building that you see there is going to be torn down after we finish. We'll initially use it as a storage place, and then, because we already have alarms and everything there, and then when we finish building the project with God's help, then we will just tear down that building and finish out the parking lot.
And how long do you expect that to be up then?
Okay, so financing, of course, is an issue. So we're working on that already. And so we're hoping to get it done within the 2-year time limit that is given in the conditions that staff made, that if it gets approved, we have 2 years to get it done. We're hoping to get it done before then, but certainly no more than that time frame.
And then the neighbors know that?
The neighbors, though the neighbors don't know that, because I haven't had a chance to talk to all the neighbors, talk to some of them, but not all of them. The neighbors that had the complaint, I did reach out to them, but they were not interested in talking to me. They're upset, but I understand. I totally understand why they're upset, but I think it's against us, but we're not going to do anything. I think we're going to help the neighborhood, if anything, by doing what we're doing. So I do have more things to say, but you guys are tired. If you have any questions, I would answer your questions. And then I did have Mr. Jauregui that wanted to make a couple of comments.
Okay, yes, well, and it's also a public hearing. Yes, sir. Hi, would you announce yourself
It's no morning, good morning, it's afternoon, good afternoon. Alberto Jauregui, 3505 East Harmon, Las Vegas, Nevada. I don't need to add too much of what Pastor Hernandez has said. I'm here as a developer, in case you all have any questions regarding the development, and also as a member of the church that I've been a member for the last 30 years. This church started back then in a small building that we managed to acquire, well, actually the land and build the building just like this situation on the east side, which has become, or has since then, the Spanish church. And the same church has found a necessity for the English-speaking members and like spouses, etc. So we started the English church on the west side, which currently is located in a lease building on Lucy Road. So this is the opportunity to actually, again, build our own building for the English members, they want to be part of the church, which I am a member. The ironic part of this is that I find myself here and asking you for your support. Most times I'm here asking for zone changes and supports on other use permits and asking for a church, especially when it's my church, is more rewarding. So with that, I'd like to request to help us obtain this permit and this use and allow us to proceed as the Planning Commission unanimously did.
Okay, thank you very much. We will hear from Mr. Floyd.
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, the proposed development fails to comply with Title 19 CV Civic Development Standards regarding building placement and landscape buffer widths. Staff is not in support of phasing the required perimeter landscaping along the north and south property lines, as well as the request to leave the western property line undeveloped for an undetermined amount of time until Phase 2 is initiated. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of both entitlements. Thank you.
Interesting. Any comment? Well, let me go through this. Public, anyone from the public who wishes to make comment on 77A or B? Okay, we'll close this. I'm going to turn to, unless there are questions from council, to you, Councilman Creer. That's very interesting, their comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Primero, Pastor Fernandez, muchas gracias por venir a verme.
Gracias.
Appreciate that. And one, I think it's need to understand that this parcel of land is zoned civic and is zoned for a church to come in there. Let's just start there. We're talking about a little bit of the aesthetics of what that may look like in terms of landscaping or so. And with that said, I'm in favor of this project. It's a parcel of land that's vacant, that is going to be vacant for a while unless a church goes there, and I think you've done a good job and you're very passionate about what you want to do, and would love to, see this move forward. I don't know if there's any comments from my peers. All right. If hearing none, I'm going to make a motion to approve item 77A and 77B. Felicidades.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on 77, 77A and B. Please vote and please post. Good luck.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And Councilman Creer, you have a great staff. Every time I've had questions, your staff is always prompt in answering it. I love that. You guys are great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Come back tomorrow.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Okay, bye.
Okay, we're on to item 78 through 78B. 220272, following land use entitlement project requests on 1.12 acres located northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Dyke Avenue, or Dyke Lane. 78A, 220272, ZON1 from C1 Limited Commercial to CM Commercial Industrial, and 78B 220272 SCR1 for a proposed 48,787 square foot towing and impound yard with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant owner is Phenomenal Towing, LLC. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Please note that the applicant has amended a request to rezone from C1 to C2 and to amend the proposed use from a towing and impound yard to a towing service, no storage use. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Mayor, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210. Pleasure always to be in front of you, and certainly always appreciate working with staff and each of your offices, and certainly in this case with Councilman Creer, being this is his ward. We worked extensively with him and staff, and we concur with the staff recommendations and conditions of approval as imposed also by Planning Commission. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn to Mr. Floyd or Mr. Lowenstein. Please announce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. Thank you. While there is low to medium density residential parcels located to the north of the subject site, the character of this area of the city is primarily industrial in nature, as the parcel to the east of the subject site is zoned CM Commercial Industrial. Staff finds the proposed rezoning and site development plan review request would allow a land use that is compatible with the neighboring land uses. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the requested rezoning and site development plan review. And Councilman, if there are additional conditions, I am ready when you're ready.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on 78, 78A and B? I'll close public hearing, turn it over to you unless there are comments, questions from council. There are none. So please continue, Councilman Creer.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, great to see you. When you're going to make my staff blush, you and Pastor Fernandez, but well-deserved comments to my team. They do an excellent job. And so, Peter, just for point of clarification, I know that the agenda item so talks about it being a towing impound, or tow yard, and that is stricken off of there. So are we moving the item, from my understanding, to C2, which would support the parking of employee vehicles but no storage of towed vehicles?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. The requests have been amended by the applicant. The request is for C2 General Commercial Zoning District, and as associated with the site development review, now it's a towing service with no outsides, with no storage.
Okay, great. Fine with that, Mr. Garcia?
Mayor, through you, yes, that's exactly as discussions with your office. We've revised and amended our request, and the staff's analyzed it that way, and so we're happy to go forward with the towing without impound.
Great. Great. I'm going to make a motion to approve item 78A, 78B with the amended item to support C2, and that there will be no impound yard there. Yes.
I'm not sure if you wanted any other conditions addressing the access on Dyke Lane or any of that. Are you comfortable as is?
Well, we did say, you're right, we did say that there would be no egress and ingress on Dyke, but only on Bonanza.
If that is what you want to have occur, then I have to read some additional conditions.
Please do.
Thank you. So there would be two added conditions. The first reading would be a revised site plan and landscape plan shall be submitted to and approved by the Department of Community Development and Planning Division prior to or at the same time as submittal for a building permit depicting the removal of any access point for ingress or egress onto Dyke Lane and the continuation of the approved landscape buffer. The second condition would be the proposed gates accessing Bonanza Road shall remain open during the day and shall be electronically operated such that the vehicles accessing the site at night do not need to stop in the Bonanza right-of-way to operate the gate.
Whew. And Peter, that's 78B, correct?
To which you agree?
That would be placed on the site development review, so that would be on B.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. So the removal from Dyke, when we met with staff originally at the pre-application, we were told we could not have full access on Bonanza by traffic, that they wanted us to have our primary entrance basically coming in so that if the vehicles are not stopping on Bonanza, causing traffic backups on Bonanza, we were told by traffic that they preferred that we have it coming in on Dyke because of the less traffic flow on Dyke, and then we would come out onto Bonanza. So I'm not sure that was the info. So this is new information here about trying to remove Dyke.
That was not presented to me as well. We had always talked about not having a thoroughfare through Dyke so that when you come out going north, I guess coming in south, that you would be able to do that because that goes into the residential area, and it'd be a natural cut through if you're over on the next street, if you're on Washington.
Yeah.
You familiar with that, Peter?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we've had the conversation. There was concerns about traffic going on to Dyke Lane. We conferred with Public Works, and I'll let them speak for themselves in regards to their initial concerns and how the second condition that was read in will address those concerns and allow for only access onto to and from Bonanza Road.
Hi, Bart Anderson, Public Works. The initial meeting, this was represented as a towing and storage yard, and so the concern was that 24 hours a day they might be bringing in large vehicles on a tow truck.
Right.
And so we said we can't have that sitting in a travel lane on Bonanza Road waiting for a gate to open. It would be better if you could do that on Dyke, which has much less traffic. But the use has now been amended, so it is no longer a towing storage yard. And so having traffic on Bonanza is no longer the issue that it was when it first came here.
Right. That makes sense. It'd be like the building that next door to there, or Ahern's next door, of where the traffic enters on Bonanza. Any other commercial street?
Mayor, I don't know that we have a problem with that. That was our original request, was come off Bonanza, so if we go back to our original request, we certainly don't object. I just wanted to point that out.
Yep. Bart's right, though, with the change of the scope of services that can be offered there, it just changed things, so that makes sense. So at the end of the day, you're cool? Bonanza?
Yeah, so we're with access on Bonanza only.
Perfect. There you go.
Okay, so a motion and vote and post. Great. Your watch
Thank you.
flickers a light. Your big watch. I know he's a watch collector. Still?
Still.
Still good.
Thank you, Mayor.
Stay well. Thank you. Okay, and 79's been obeyed to the 2nd of November. So we're on to 80. 220311 VR1, public hearing, applicant Saul Olguin, owner Salome E. Hernandez, for possible action land use entitlement project request to allow an existing 0-foot separation from main building where 6 feet is required, a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required, 2-foot rear yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing accessory structure, Class 2, patio cover 1. An existing 0-foot separation from the main building where 6 feet is required, a 0-foot corner side yard setback where 10 feet is required, for an existing accessory structure, Class 2, patio cover 2, and both accessory structures are not to be aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling unit where such is required on .10 acres at 2312 Gold Hill Way, RCL, single-family compact lot, zone, Ward 5. Councilman Creer, that's interesting. So, I'm sorry. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Hi. My name is Saul. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council.
Okay. Do make whatever comments, please.
So it was denied the last public hearing I had, but we made some adjustments. I have pictures here. We were able to, it's not seen anymore. We've been able to cut different parts of it, so nothing is fully covered. I have some pictures right here. You can. Before, it would show on top over the brick wall, but it's not there anymore. And if you can see from right here, it used to be attached all the way to the house. It's been cut in half. The picture we have is, that's the view from the front side of the house. Last picture was from the backyard. And from outside of the house, around it, it's no longer visible. I would like to get it approved if that's possible, but if we can't, then we'll take it down. The porch, we still have it up there. We're still haven't taken it down yet.
Okay.
We'll decide it after this meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by constructing patio covers without permits that fail to comply with Title 19 development standards. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the request. And Mayor, I would just note we have not seen those revised images or plans to review them yet.
Okay, thank you very much. This is public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on agenda item 80? Please come forward. I'll close public hearing then and turn this over to you, Councilman Creer.
Thank you. Considering the fact that you've made some changes, you would need staff, our staff to go out and take a look at that and see if it's in compliance or not and make a judgment. You're saying it is not? Okay. Yeah, it didn't look like it to me, but I'm not code enforcement, so I wouldn't know for certain. What you have done now has not improved and come into compliance with the city regulations. And so the way it stands now, I wouldn't be in support of what you've done, what you had, and also what you've done. And so I'm not sure if we want to, if he's saying he's willing to make more changes to get it in compliance, do we, would it be best to pull this without prejudice and then go back out? You make the changes that need to be made and then come back? Or do we deny it and then he would start all over again?
So, Councilman, we could do this either way. If he wants to show us some sort of revision that may bring it into compliance. I mean, one of the concerns, I don't have the code enforcement case in front of me, but some of these structures were built without permits. I'm not sure that you can resolve that issue without getting an approval from you and getting those permits. But if you want to obey it and he works with our staff and we can see if we can come up with something, we'd be happy to do that.
What would you, here are your options. I can't speak for everybody. I'm not going to support it. Okay. So it's going to get probably denied in its current setting. We can obey it for, let's say, 60 days, and during that time frame, you could work with the code enforcement people to get some plans or something in place in order to make it compliant. I don't know what that may look like. Those are your options.
Okay. Are they code enforcement too, or?
They run code enforcement.
Okay.
Yeah.
For sure.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course you can, ma'am.
Has
It's your house.
anybody from code enforcement or from planning gone out and walk the property and say, this all has to be removed, this needs to be changed, whatever, so that he doesn't have to come back and forth, but he has somebody specifically talking directly, you need to remove this, you need to change this, so you know exactly, because otherwise you're just going to repeat, I think.
So, Madam Mayor, code enforcement, this is originated through a code enforcement complaint.
Right.
So basically, code enforcement is looking for compliance to the code. So he would have to basically revise everything to meet code. The amending or any of that, it really doesn't make any difference. If you deny the variance, he has to either remove it in entirety or make it in compliance with code. And so therefore, you would have to meet the setback requirements. From the pictures I've seen, the variance still stands at a 0-foot setback on whichever property lines those were attached to. So if we're looking for code compliance, in this particular case, the abeyance of the item doesn't really bring anything other than if you want to less intensify the variance. But he would still be requesting a variance for something.
I would just like to have somebody, were I in his shoes, have somebody show me that, walk my property and say, and I don't know if we accommodate that, but this all has to go, this can come, but it has to set back here. So he specifically understands what it is.
Understood. And depending on the outcome of the item, the code enforcement officer that is working this case will work with the owner in regards to what needs to be done to be in compliance. Yes.
Fine. And so how will he get notification of that? Through Councilman Creer's office?
Well, depending on the motion on the item, and then direction from the councilman on the time frame for when it needs to be into compliance, we will then direct code enforcement to then work with the property owner in that time frame.
Thank you. I don't think he understands.
Yeah. Would it be better to pull the item without prejudice and then we can bring it back once it's all in compliance or what have you?
That is an option, to pull it without prejudice. That means he's able to request the variance again within a certain time frame.
Right.
However, he would not have an application in the system. He would then be subject directly to code enforcement and working towards code compliance only. There is no basically deviations from code to be allowed at that point.
But we wouldn't want a deviation. Oh, I see what so you're saying that he wouldn't be able to even come to get a variance if he built something to council.
Mayor, if I may, Jim Lewis down here. Councilman, maybe another way to say what Peter's trying to say is, in this case, it appears that there is no way to make changes to come into compliance with code. And therefore, whether we wait 60 days to have someone go out to look, to tell him that, or you deny it and tell him you've got 60 days to bring it into compliance, gets you to the same place. And it's up to you and this council to decide which way you go, but either way, you get to the same place. Peter,
I agree. One of the things I was trying to do was to not have him go to the cost of, well, I guess he's appealing the denial, right? And so I want him to be in compliance, whatever he bills, but if there was a way to mitigate the cost for him in order to submit another application for that, either way, he's going to have to go through business license, he's going to have to get approval and it's a process for that, so.
Could I ask one more question? Sure. Because I'd like to see him helped. Do you understand what the code is? That it seems to me that everything has to go around the property and be removed. Or is that not true?
Based on this...
He's gone to the property line with everything, and that is not permissible. Therefore, all of it has to be removed.
Correct.
So if you understand that, somebody could walk it with you, but the reality is all those pieces that you showed us in your pictures, they're all in violation. So what would you do with all of those, what's in all of those compartments? That's what you have to figure out, because there is no variance.
I tell you what, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to bay it 60 days, going to delay it for 60 days. Okay. Within the 60 days, I want you to work, someone from code enforcement is going to call you up. They're going to come out there, they're going to work with you and tell you exactly what you need to do in order to get into compliance. And then you're going to come back here in 60 days with one way or the other of where we're moving forward from there. Okay, so we're not going to make a decision today, but you got 60 days to figure it out.
That's more than perfect.
Great, perfect. I'll make a motion to obey this item for 60 days. I don't know what the date of that particular meeting is.
December 21st.
December 21st until December 21st.
Okay.
Good?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion to obey for 60 days, agenda item 80. And that motion carries. Agenda item A1, right. A, B, and C, 220339, following land use entitlement project requests on 3.43 acres west side of Tonopah Drive, approximately 442 feet north of Vegas Drive. 81A, 220339, ZON1 from U undeveloped zone, ML medium low density residential, general plan designation to RCL single family compact lot, 81B, 220339 VAR1 to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.00 as 1.30 is required, and to allow a non-standard street termination where such is required. And 81C, 220339 TMP1 tentative MAC Tonopah and Vegas for a 29-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is LGI Homes, Nevada LLC, and the owner is Phantom Group LLC. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. These are in Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Public hearing items, hearings which I declare open. Applicant or representative present.
Good afternoon, Jeremiah Johnson with Tanny Engineering, 6030 South Jones Boulevard.
Okay. And is there anything you wish to say at this point before I turn it over to planning?
Yes, there had been, we did reach out, or had a neighbor come to the last meeting where the item was obeyed, and we did reach out to them. I did just want to clarify a couple of, or sorry, not obeyed, or it was obeyed from the last, from the previous council meeting. Clarify a couple of points here, that these homes are going to be two-story. The proposed architecture does show 1,400 to 1,600 square foot approximately of living space, as well as a two-car garage with full-length driveways. And at the current plan for the properties is to be market priced. So at this point in time, that would be in the low 300,000s. We do believe that the deviations are minor in nature and appreciate staff's recommendation for approval. I'm available to answer any questions
If it
should you have them.
passes, I hope you're built tomorrow. We need them. Let's go to planning, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. So the proposed single-family compact zoning district is consistent with the medium-low density residential general plan land use designation and surrounding area, and staff recommends approval of the proposed rezoning. Additionally, the subject site is an infill piece with no available street connectivity options that create unique circumstances with regards to the requested variance for complete street development standards, and staff recommends approval of the requested variance and tentative map. Thank you.
Thank you. Yay. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment on 81 A, B, and C? I'll close public hearing and back to you. This is your day.
It is. Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, this location is an odd location where it's located off of Vegas Drive, and I'm not sure what is really going to go there besides some additional housing which is needed in our community. And so I am going to go along with staff and Planning Commission's recommendation and move for approval for item 81. 81, is it A and B? Yeah.
ABC.
ABC, thank you.
There's a motion, please vote. And thank you, Jeremiah, for coming back and getting this on. And that motion carries. Well
Thank you.
done. Okay, 82. This is 220086, following land use entitlement project request on 9.45 acres, northwest corner of Rome Boulevard and Decatur Boulevard. 82A, 220086, GPA 1 from NMXU Neighborhood Mixed Use Center to High Density Residential. 82B, 220086, COM1 from RE Residence Estates to R4 High Density Residential. And 82C, 22086, SDR1, proposed 276-unit multifamily development. Applicant is Ovation Contracting, Inc., the owner is City of Las Vegas. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Fiore. They are public hearings which I declare open. And is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today representing the applicant. The property is located right here on Decatur and Rome. Immediately to the north of the property is an existing senior facility, which includes a couple of three-story buildings, as well as an assisted living location that sits right in this area. To the south of the site, across Rome Boulevard, is an existing Costco center, and when you cross over Decatur, this is in the city of North Las Vegas, and right in this location is a Walmart with additional commercial uses there. I think this project has had a long history before it got to you, both in terms of hearings before the Planning Commission, but there's even been activity before that, so I want to take a minute to just walk everybody through it. The property is deed restricted. In 1999, the city acquired this property through a patent from the United States of America, and it very specifically is, and I will read it verbatim, subject to reversion to the United States at the discretion of the Secretary if the parcel ceases to be used for affordable housing or for a purpose related to affordable housing. So the property has been there with that condition for the better part of 20 years, and in March of 21, the city initiated a request for proposal for a workforce mixed income apartment project, roughly for 276 units. In October of 2021, Ovation was selected as the developer and builder of the project. In June of 2022, a disposition and development agreement with Ovation was approved by this council, and then subsequent to that, we started the land use process. The original RFP called for 276 multifamily units for mixed income. And I want to be very clear, I was very clear when I came back to the Planning Commission the second time. This project was never intended by this city council or this city to be for homeless. It was not intended to be a project that would attract homeless. I'm responding to comments that I heard over the last handful of months in public hearings. It was always intended to provide housing for people who are already living and working in this community but can't find a place to live. There were very specific set income requirements, which meant you had to have a job to qualify to pay your rent to live there. That's what the project was always intended to do. When I did the neighborhood meeting and the initial planning commission meeting back in July, there were several, 60, 70, 80 people who came out. They all wore red. Some of them are in red. That's how I can identify them today in the audience. And they had significant concerns about the makeup of that project. Their concerns ranged from the fact that it was affordable and it was for families of all ages. With that, in their opinion, that would drive problems with traffic. That would drive overburdening or overcrowding of schools in the area, and that would also increase demand on police and fire. So at the Planning Commission meeting in July, the item was held for 60 days, and we presented a slightly revised plan. It's maybe revised in the most important ways based upon the concerns that we had back in September. The plan that I presented before the Planning Commission is this site plan. This site plan, again, just to give you an idea of where it is, here's Decatur, here's Rome. Our gated entry exists entirely on and off of Rome Boulevard. And then the unit composition here is made up of 276 units, broken down by 38 tiny homes in the yellow, and 238 multifamily units that would be within buildings that sit here and here. The tiny homes, the 38 tiny homes are to the north, and those are actually specifically required in the DDA that we have with the city. It specifically calls out us providing those. And again, just by reference, immediately to the north of this is the existing affordable senior project that sits there to the north of us. So the biggest change that we made when we appeared back before the Planning Commission in September is that we requested, and it has been approved, that there be a condition on this project that it be limited to people who are 55 years of age and older. That is already a condition of approval. It is a condition that we agreed to. So now, with that change, you get no burden on schools of any kind, because there won't be kids living here. It significantly reduces traffic. It reduces the parking counts, and it reduces by a tremendous amount just the nature of traffic in the area. And then it also will have a minimal impact on police and fire. The project remains affordable. It remains at the number of units of 276 units, but the change is who would be living inside of it. It would have to be a person who's 55 years of age and older. The change that we've made and that we would like you to consider going into today is in working with Councilwoman Fiore. A question was really brought up is, do you need 3-bedroom units if you're going to a project that has 55 years of age and older? And the answer to that question is no, you don't. So when we remove all of the 3-bedroom units that we would have otherwise been required to provide if this was family, we no longer need a fourth story. So now the entire project can be 3 stories, which is exactly the height of the senior project that's immediately to the north of us, and we're now no longer introducing a 4th story into the area. Again, the tiny homes remain, but this E-shaped building and these 2 purple buildings right adjacent to Rome, all of them become 3 stories in height. Somewhat to summarize, I just want to point out again that the land is deed restricted for an affordable use. I've often said, after having lived this project, that that's a bad A word. I mean, that A word of affordability has now become something that maybe isn't a word that I should have used, and we shouldn't be afraid to use that word, because if you hear about the entire project, it's about providing affordable housing opportunities for people who are working. The new word is workforce. I could have said that too. But the bottom line is it's providing homes for people who are already in this community and don't have a place to live. As a community in Southern Nevada, we are 80,000 units shy of where we need to be to provide housing for people who need it. This is a drop in the bucket, but it's a drop that I think we have to start somewhere to fill that bucket to provide housing for the people who need it. With the changes that we made, going to 55 years of age and older, it addresses, I would say, a majority of the neighbors' concerns. I know they still have some, and they're going to come up and bring those concerns to you. But it does address the majority of those concerns. Really, the only one that we have left that I've been told by the neighbors is how many units are going to be on this site. We believe very strongly, knowing that we're 80,000 units shy of where we need to be, that we need to stay with the number of units that we're presenting before you today, which is 276. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't take a minute to do two things. One is there's been a lot of conversation about these tiny homes. Perhaps another way of saying it is, we all, casitas. There are casitas in single-family home developments all over this valley. And this is what they're intended to look like. They're intended to be modern. They're intended to be kind of a standalone. You can see the elevations here. We're pretty proud of it. A standalone building that, yes, it's smaller on the inside, but it's meant to be, a smaller unit for maybe a single person who's living alone that doesn't need a lot of space. That's the idea of what the tiny homes would look like, and it would be a nice buffer, really, and create additional distance from the senior project to the north of us. And the final thing I want to bring up is who your partner is. It's Ovation. That family has been around. It's the Mulaski family, specifically Alan Mulaski. He's very proud of everything that he has done. He's been developing in Southern Nevada for the better part of 40 years. He might kill me for saying that, but it's true. He's been doing multifamily projects for the better part of 30 years. And he started out for a really long time just doing market rate multifamily projects all across the valley. I would say maybe 10 years ago or so, he got into the space of affordable senior projects. And I will tell you, I've toured them, you will not know from the outside or the inside whether you're in a market rate or you're in an affordable project. He takes great pride in it. I want to take a minute and show you some pictures. This is a project that he has built. Again, it's affordable, it's in the county, but it gives you an idea of the building articulation. It's not a building that's just flat with no landscaping or no pop-outs or no articulation. He really takes pride in doing that. This is the inside of a unit in that project, what it looks like. In the kitchen area, this kind of gives you an idea of the living room area. It's the bedroom. And then on the inside, there's always amenities. This would be the fitness center that's inside that project. They always, in their affordable projects, they do provide, this is real, they do provide a computer area in a common area because maybe many seniors don't have their own computers. So they provide those for residents to use. And then this just gives you an idea of some of like the open common areas where you can pull the seniors out of their units to hopefully make friends and meet people and not feel alone if they are not living near family. Ultimately, we want to thank staff for working with us. Your staff has recommended approval of this project. We want to thank the Planning Commission. They have also recommended approval of this project. And we would ask for your approval as well, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And I have to tell you, I've toured his facilities, his Ovations. They're outstanding. They really are outstanding. Could you just go back to the tiny homes for a minute? I noticed like a chimney. What is it? Is it just 4 walls, a tilt up? What is in the tiny home for this project?
Yes, so
what are they?
Yes, it's designed as 4 walls, and then on the inside, I would consider it or compare it more to like a studio. You are going to have a kitchen and maybe your bedroom and kind of, acts the same as like where your living area is, more of like a studio, not maybe with a separate bedroom.
But full electricity, sewer, water,
Yes.
everything?
Yes.
I mean, not just a facility, just a building that's there that's not hooked to anything?
No, it would operate completely as a unit would on the inside of the building, but it's just a standalone, separate building with some space around it.
And if you can go back, how do these people park if they have a car?
So if you look on this plan, again, our entrance comes here off of Rome. It is gated. And then all of these little spaces that I'm pointing out are the surface parking spaces. So specifically for the tiny homes, they wouldn't have far to walk. There are spaces on this side, on these sides, and then on the back, you know, again, and all around the exterior. So there would be plenty of close parking, even for the tiny homes if you want to live back here. One other thing that I should point out, Ovation has been developing for quite some time an interior-facing building. So these buildings, both this E building as well as these two buildings, there are no external doorways. Those all face into internal hallways. They all have elevators. What's great about that is from a security standpoint, you have a key card or fob, and that's how you get in and out of the building. So that's also a nice function for the residents. And the people who live in the tiny homes would also have access to the amenities in the main building as well.
And is the property to the north, you said, is also Ovation?
No, it is not Ovation. Interestingly, this property was also entered into with a development agreement with the city of Las Vegas several years ago. I want to guess that it's Nevada Hand, but I don't know if I'm correct on that, who developed this. And this project has 240 units in it, and we are at 276.
All right, so let's turn it over to Mr. Floyd. Thank you, Ms. Lasevich.
Thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, the proposed multifamily development supports the goals of the 2050 master plan by providing an affordable housing development, including a variety of housing options, such as tiny homes, with nearby public transportation, walkable neighborhood stores, and nearby employment opportunities. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this project in its entirety. And Mayor, since Ms. Lasevich mentioned the reduction of the height of the building, we have a condition that I'll read in to add to the site development review, which is 82C, that would read, the subject site shall be limited to a maximum of 3 stories in height. Revised building elevations shall be submitted to the Department of Community Development for review and approval prior to or at the same time as submittal for any building permit. Thank you.
And this is also registered as 55 and older?
That is correct, Mayor. That condition was added by the Planning Commission.
Okay.
And we agree to that condition.
Okay. Thank you. This is public hearing. Please, anyone who wishes to make comment, do come forward and state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Ray Uhas, and I am wearing red, but I don't really fit in the category that Jennifer described. This project was an RFP was put out, and it was awarded before public comment was ever able to be provided. And yes, the patent does say affordable housing, so we're really for that. I can relate to that. I have 3 adults living with me, children that are 30, 24, and 25 that don't have affordable housing, so I can relate to that. But RE, I live on a rural estate, residential estate that has farm animals and horses and chickens, and this wasn't really consistent with changing it to R4. We felt that that was one extreme to another. High density is quite different from that. And this is a rural area in some of these parts. We just ask that you consider that some of us do still have rural properties. Again, we appreciate Ovation working with the Planning Commission and us, but we are for affordable housing. We just would like you to consider that there's rural properties in this area.
Are you to the north of the property or
on her
west,
map,
or?
actually. I'm
Do
right
you
on
have
her
the
map. And
because I knew to the east it looked pretty dense housing. And then there's a big empty lot to the west, which I understand is Opportunity Village? Yes. Right,
Yes.
where, okay.
My property is right here. You can see where I'm pointing. There's a vacant lot next to me that's RE, which is 2 homes per acre. And we're waiting for them to start the building of that. 17 acres here is Opportunity Village, but my property is right here.
Okay.
And it is a farm area, and we didn't know about this building until we heard on public media about the meeting in June. We're just asking that you consider that there are residential estates here that are rural, and we'd like to preserve some of that. But we do appreciate Ovation making the changes that they've made.
Beautiful. Thank you for coming down. I love
Thank
the
you.
red.
Thank you.
Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Well, good afternoon. It's good to see all your faces. Nice to see you looking so well, Miss Mayor. And I've been a Ward 6 for 35 years. We lived in our home on Tom Boulevard. My name is
And your
Susan
name?
Sowers.
I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Susan Sowers.
Thank you.
Okay. Like I said, we lived there for 35 years, seen a lot of changes. We expected that. That particular property, that was the wildest thing out of my mind that I thought would go there. It's such a high density. We always thought it was Ranch Estate. We were promised a horse park or some sort of park there, and that's pretty much where it stood. When all the developments got approved, the HOA homes especially, I know when the assisted living and the Hands Institute put in their apartments right there on the corner of North Decatur and Deer Springs, you can see how that obstructs the view. And that little corner there where this wants to go is going to do the same thing. I know there needs to be compromise. Something is going to go there, no doubt. As an extra way to absolve this, I see as just keeping it two-story, making it 65 and older. People in their 50s, 60s, we're still very active with our family. We have multiple cars. And I think many people said that at earlier meetings. I have gone to the traffic study meetings. I've gone to all the city planning meetings. So I've heard a lot. I want to make sure I cover everything in my notes. And we're aware Opportunity Village is going to do something. I'm right there on Tom. And all the traffic that filters out of the Costco, and probably even some at the Walmart area, they take side streets, and they're going fast. And all this has been documented. With having assisted living and just a high density, we're hearing ambulances day and night, any time of the day. It's just too high of a density. When you're turning the corner on residential, you see all single and ranch estate. Like I'm on 3 acres. I have neighbors on the same, some are on half acres, it just varies. But we all have horses, we want to ride. Some of them have stopped because it's just not safe. I would go back into horseback riding, but I'm scared to do it right now. It's just not safe. We don't have sidewalks and curbs. Back when we allowed the HOAs and the compromise that was with that, for that building to go on, we absorbed some of that by not allowing the curb and gutter and street improvements, and that's the way we like it. So if there's any street improvements that are looking to be done, they're probably not going to be wanted by the neighbors, I can tell you that, as far as widening streets and making them easier to drive down. So we like the rural property. What I would like to see, because going from R4, which is high density, if we could get that to R2, I think it's definitely worthy and conducive of the area. I think it'll blend in area. I think people that are opposing this will be much happier with that and welcome the project a lot more. It's just a unique area in Las Vegas. You don't see this everywhere, and it's gradually been eating away. It's been eaten away by building and building, and when the 215 at North Decatur came in, boom, we have everybody from the Northwest going to that area to shop. We really do. And I know I have many friends in my 35 years here, and when I tell them about that, they're like, oh my gosh, it's just awful to get in and out of that shopping area. But, you know, they want to use it. And a lot of people just disregard the 25 mile per hour. I think that's the main thing that I wanted to talk about. I really, at this moment in time, every day, I see people in electric wheelchairs or walkers. They are going down Deer Springs that is not developed with sidewalk, curb and gutter. I just hope they don't get hit. And I'm here for those people that don't have a voice in this, that don't really know this is even going on. And I really want to see our community safe. We have a school bus stop at the end of Tom and Deer Springs and another one at Tom and Doral. And they stop throughout other areas, such as Jones and Deer Springs. And I understand the traffic team is working on submitting improvements, but they won't know if they're improved until in next year's budget. So another option would be that we hold this out and we see if those traffic calming techniques work. Those are two of my ideas, because I feel like if you're going to complain, you better have some solutions. And so those are two ideas I want to bring out. Bringing down the height of the building, making it 65, or pushing this out and see how our traffic calming does. Because I think it needs to be a marriage. That word was used today, and we want that. We want something that's conducive to the area. So we really appreciate you listening today.
Well, thank you, and thank you always. It's wonderful to have suggestions when you have complaints, because there are always reasons things happen, and if you don't have a solution.
Right,
but thank you for
exactly.
trying on this. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You two are so polite. Thank you.
Pat Filbert, 5948 Vizzy Court. I had a huge presentation, but due to discovery learning at this session and the previous session for Planning Committee, I've changed what I was going to present. Just boiled it down to a couple points. There was a lot of confusion generated in July, and then again in September at the Planning Committee meetings. The term low-income housing was thrown around, which generated a lot of the issues. That was then changed in September to workforce housing, which caught several of us by surprise. It was then again changed to 55 plus. So that kind of alleviated a few things, but what was brought up today and at that meeting has generated a couple questions on my part. Originally, the project was 276 homes or units, but now with the removal of the fourth story that was just noted, the question becomes, okay, how many units are now going to be available that are missing from that fourth story? Since they're no longer there, does this decrease to 276? Second, the tiny homes, I understand, is a city requirement. The question becomes, a lot of information was given out today. One item that was not given out or mentioned, that was mentioned in September, was that none of these homes have any washers or dryers. So if this is now a 55-plus community, where are these folks going to go to do their laundry, since there doesn't appear to be any laundromats in the area? And if there is laundry in the community center, how is that helping them if they don't have any laundry at where they live, but they have everything else? Three, one of the bigger ones that remains, and this is actually combined with my fourth one, is Rome. Rome improvements were mentioned at the September meeting, the potential to add a center turning lane to alleviate potentially some of the stress and the traffic density. The problem is it's not, as I brought up in September, it's not just this, and if I could show a map, I kind of threw it together, but it was supporting the previous information I had. There are several other things being built or have been built recently in the area, just north of where I live, in this area here, Elkhorn Groves. And I threw some estimated car numbers on there based on 2 to 3 cars per home. I use that metric because I'm going to be 59 on Saturday, yay for me. And I got 2 cars, excuse me, thank you. So I'm not sure why anyone would think that anyone that's 55 plus or above doesn't have any cars, or how that would decrease the amount of cars. Given the amount of construction and increase of density in the area, you're looking at anywhere from 1,000 to 1,600 new cars being added in. Rome itself, just to the west of Costco, is a series of speed bumps, about 5 or 6 of them. So the question becomes, how much of Rome is going to be improved? How will this help the area? Because there were 3 entrances to the Costco gas station area here. This one is always blocked off at the highest level in the afternoon, mainly because the traffic lines are so big to get into the gas station. Second, the only other entrance just in front of the Costco building itself is also where all their semi-trucks come in. And so the potential for semis to sit in the center lane there are there, obviously, with the only entrance into this community being in this area here. And third, I'm wondering if there truly will be a decrease for the 55 and plus. Is this going to be added into the lease agreement or mortgage agreements and say, hey, you can't bring too many cars? Because again, I'm not seeing any decrease of car amounts. So a lot of this still has some questions that need to be added. And as a recommendation for consideration, that potentially returning this project to the Planning Committee for further development, capturing the actual plans, revisions which have not been shown today, and any RFP modifications to reflect verbal and voted on changes in September before any zoning changes occur today. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your suggestions, too.
Hi, my name is Ida Zeiler, Z-E-I-L-E-R. Do you need my address? Okay, perfect. First, I want to say good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. We appreciate your time. I know you're all hungry and tired, so I'm going to keep it brief. We have been very impressed with the amount of time and consideration that has been given to the citizens and their concerns in regards to this. We appreciate not only Ovation, but also the Planning Commission and council members that have put forth a lot of time, especially Councilwoman Fiore. We appreciate the input that the citizens have been given, and we also understand at the end of the day there are always bigger cogs and bigger parts to the...
Ida?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was expecting, Dave had texted me about you. Where, and he's one of my favorites. Where do you live next to this place?
So I actually live in Ward 3 of North Las Vegas.
Oh, you live in North Las Vegas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Just a few miles up.
Yeah, okay.
Because this is a unique location, that it is the sister city meets there, it's been an effort from citizens on both sides of Decatur. So one of our biggest concerns has always been about density, and I'm going to show you a map that goes a little bit wider than what has been previously presented today. This is the lot in discussion. Nevada Hands, as first guy to the game, got 240 units here. Because all of this is rural protected, there's nothing above 2 stories. These homes here along the freeway have been required by the city to remain 1 story. So for a few decades now, this is a protected area, and we have to also keep in mind that here, Opportunity Village is planning on putting about 80 units to their 17 acres, which is only 4.7 units to the acre. The density that we're talking about here is our biggest concern. And I don't know if you noticed, I stood on the pro side. I am pro this project as long as we can tweak it enough to make it viable for the community to harmoniously integrate it. There is a resident who lives on Rome who paid personally for a traffic study, and he asked that this be presented. Here at the turn lane from Decatur on to Rome, the traffic study that was done by, Pogmeyer, they said that this is an insufficient turn, so that is of course of great concern. And also here, as the residents would be coming out onto Rome, because this is cars that queue on Rome in order to turn into Costco, they would force the residents to take a right-hand turn and then use Tom and Deer Springs in order to get back onto Decatur. They would be unable to cross this queuing line to make that a left-hand turn. So the traffic study here shows some very major concerns. Let me just see. Sorry, I'm a little off on my notes. Nevada Hands has 240 units, but they have a large portion of it is assisted living. So again, that's been addressed, that it's disingenuous to say that you're only 30 units different and therefore you're not going to be that much of a different impact, but it really is not comparing apples to apples. Also, Opportunity Village is going to be bringing in not only their 80 units, but a commercial component. And so that increase of traffic has to be taken into consideration. Unfortunately, this is not an island unto itself, so we do have to take into consideration the fact that more is coming. I know the numbers that were given at the last meeting are that there will be 1,043 daily vehicular trips, and by making it 55 plus, it reduced that number to the 1,000 instead of 1,600. But what that statement says is it's not a decline in number, it's still an increase of 1,000. So we do need to pay attention to the density of what's going through here. One of the things that I personally asked the owner of Ovation at the community meeting in July is if 100 units were reduced from this project, would you still keep your name in the hat? And he said he would have to crunch hard numbers, which is a fair answer, but his inclination is yes. So it would not remove the beautiful work and the cooperation that Ovation wants to do with the city if we were to reduce the units. Also, when we come to the demand on emergency services, one of our concerns is when you do have 55 plus as your residents age, you reduce the accessibility to those individuals as the higher up you go. So since the 4-story units have been removed, that is in the right direction, but now they've made all those 2-story units 3-story. Personally, my grandmother at 88 broke her tibia, and the elevator was broken in her assisted living location. And so the firemen had to bring her down the stairs, which was extremely difficult, and it added more injury to her. So the higher up we go with the older population, the more we increase accessibility issues. So if we reduce the density, we're able to reduce the height and bring it down to 2 stories throughout the entire property. We are excited to welcome fellow Nevadans to this specific corner. It really is a jewel there. All of the unique rural properties, the fact that Opportunity Village is going to be there and the community is excited to welcome them, and that Nevada Hands is an existing project there. We would like the council to please consider these key issues of density and help this project be more harmonious so that the community can help create a successful location that Nevada means home for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Lauren Crossman, for the record.
And with you are?
Evelyn and Clark Crossman.
Clark, you're being very good. Evelyn's taking care of you. She's a very good sister.
Did you guys get candy?
They did.
Okay.
Thank you so
Chance
much for your
gave you
staffer
candy?
that helped with that.
Okay, good.
That was amazing. Michelle, I just want to say thank you. You know our neighborhood. You've walked it. Like, I'm so sad to see you leaving. I'm glad for you for new and things, but we have loved having you there because you know our neighborhood. You know what it's like. You have literally walked through our neighbors.
I would not ride my horses there, even before this. That's just, Costco's too much traffic for horses.
That's one of my concerns I'm going to talk about with this. Our biggest concern is just the high density. We're not a high density neighborhood. It doesn't fit our neighborhood. If we're not opposed to the development, if we could just bring down the unit number, that's just our biggest concern. We want to keep that rural preservation. With all the developments that's gone in, they've all been told that they have to put in like a horse trail system through there. Unfortunately, adding more cars is just going to make that more dangerous. We love our animals. We love having that feel, and just the more traffic, it's dangerous at that point, which is the reason why we moved out there. Is I'm a native. I'm born and raised Las Vegas. My kids are. My husband is. His mother was as well. We love our city, and we just want to see the best for it. Sorry, looking over my notes. So one of the worries I have with the traffic of coming in on Rome, so they'll be most likely coming from Decatur onto Rome and then making that right-hand turn into the community. If it's a gated community, I do have a concern. We already see that lineup building up of turning into the Costco. Is there a way that we could put in, sorry, I get up here and I get so nervous and forget everything, like a lane to be able to turn into the development to help with that flow of traffic? That's something that if we could consider, that just that, do you know what I mean, that shoulder turn lane to turn into it to help with that traffic flow. We would love to see something more aesthetically and more fitting for our rural community of a two-story development. I think that fits a lot better and helping with that traffic a lot. We do have the worry about our first responders, which reminds me, thank you, Mayor Goodman, for your moment of silence for Officer Tyler. That was very impressionable to me, and I appreciate that. Sorry, not to get emotional.
No.
But we love that Ovation has been willing to work with us, and let me just say to them, I appreciate all that they have done. I forget the attorney's name, but she has been wonderful to work with, and she keeps trying to, find the middle ground, and she's doing her job for the Ovation, and she's just trying to make us happy. And so I do appreciate all the work that she has done, and let me just say, there's no animosity. We love that they have done so much, but we just, again, ask for that lower density to help fit our neighborhood. And so I thank you for your time and all that you guys do. Thanks.
Beautiful. You've both been terrific.
Yeah.
Okay, public hearing. Anyone else before I close public hearing? We'll close public hearing and turn this over to the gentleman in planning.
Madam Mayor, we've already presented, so we're good to go.
Okay.
It's on council. Thank you.
All right. Any questions, comment from council? Madam Fiore.
Thank you. Is it possible, because I have to tell you, we've been working on this a long time, and one thing with our neighborhood is our neighbors' voices basically dictates what happens in Ward 6. And I have listened for a few months now, and we have done traffic studies, and I know you guys have done traffic studies. I've spoken to Dave, Ida, about the traffic study that you presented by Pogelmeyer. I'm very familiar with that company. They're a great company. But is Joey Paskey in the house here? Can I have Joey come up? Yeah. I want Joey just to talk about, because this was very important. I've driven it, like my neighbor said, I've door knocked all those. So I'm very familiar with this area. Can you just reiterate what we found here without and with this project going on?
Absolutely. Joey Paskey, Department of Public Works, City Traffic Engineer. So we actually have a couple different things going on here. So in response to traffic safety concerns that were brought by the adjacent community, so the city is actually performing our own traffic study in this area to assess the existing conditions. Actually, we can still see this, not necessarily in conjunction with this site, but in the area to the north and to the west here. So coincidentally, we were looking at that and look at what mitigations that we could potentially implement to improve safety in the area where possible. So we collected data and collected volume data also along Rome here, and found that there was speeding along Rome, east of Tom. We found volumes found that the Rome here is about at 30% capacity in this area, at about 41% of capacity in this area here. And then we looked at also the volumes that were going to be possibly coming in with the development. So looking at it, if you were going to add the just over 1,000 trips proposed with the senior development, so that still brought it to just about less than 50% capacity there. So if approved, the development gives us the opportunity to bring Rome to the full 60-foot right-of-way build out of the roadway with the installation of one lane in each direction plus the two-way center turn lane. So with that, we could possibly put in medians along the corridor, which would help mitigate access control and also the potential speeding problems. If the development does not end up moving forward, the city would evaluate alternate countermeasures for implementation to help deter the observed speeding that we found, and also some of the circulation concerns that were brought to us with, in conjunction with the Costco development. Also, if the development were to move forward, they would be required to perform a traffic study required by the Ovation's traffic engineer prior to getting permits for construction. So this would present a really good opportunity for the findings from the city's study and also the study performed by the developer to be coordinated. We would look to implement mitigation measures like access control. One thing that was mentioned were turn lanes, so we would look at potential left turn lanes, maybe right turn lanes into the property. So great timing on all of that. They would also be required to assess impacts to not just site intersections, where the intersection's turning into the site, but also area intersections, like at Rome and Decatur. So they would have to look at the impacts that the development's going to bring to that. And then also, like I said, with the build out of Rome to the full 60-foot right-of-way, changing to one lane in each direction with the center turn lane, it would actually help a lot of the circulation along there, because some of that queuing that we're seeing with the Costco and whatnot, it would take those vehicles that are queuing along there and it would give them somewhere to go. Now they could sit in that left turn lane while they're waiting to turn and no longer get frustrated that they're waiting in line. They have somewhere to go, and those vehicles that are waiting to pass them and do those sorts of things, now they actually have somewhere to go, and everybody has their place on the roadway. And that generally, when everybody has their place, they get a little less frustrated, they tend to speed less, and everybody's happier on the roadway, so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's very, very helpful, Ms. Paskey. And then, and talking about the ambulances and the noise, and hearing all the noise because it's seniors and they have more ambulances. First of all, and our first responders, I don't know if you guys are aware, in my ward, both of my son-in-laws, one's a Clark County firefighter and my other one's a Metro police officer. And my Metro police officer son-in-law, 2 months ago, when you guys, it was all over the news that there was a fake DV, domestic violence call. It was basically to ambush 2 cops. That was my son-in-law, Cody, who got ambushed. He didn't get hit, and instead of shooting the bad guy dead like he should have, he broke into the house, wrestled that guy down, took his weapon, and arrested him. So almost a cop killer is still alive, which I'm not happy about. But, so my first responders are my family, so it's very important to me. Every decision I make is for my ward and my family. So, with the senior housing that's there already, it's the most quiet area you have in your whole neighborhood. The most quiet area, okay? So then let's address the 4 stories down to 2 stories from regular folks, because of course, regular folks, we're bad folks, so you guys wanted seniors, or, so I said, okay, we can't make our neighbors totally insane. Let's go 100% seniors. So we did that. You guys don't want 4 stories, so I'm matching the 3 stories. Now you want 2 stories. Even if I gave you 2 stories, I swear I've sat in the seat 5 years, someone would come back up and go, 1 story would be best for us. And I get it, I am there, I get it. But here's what you have to understand. We're growing to over 3 million folks. That lot where it is, it's on Decatur. And with all of what Ms. Paskey just said about traffic, and with, is Tim Hacker here? Oh, Mr. Hacker. Can you tell me about the ambulances and the services? That's your department. Give me a little update on that.
There it is. Thank you. Through the mayor. I guess, our region has historically allowed our fire chiefs to do a really good job of creating and placing fire stations and response vehicles in the appropriate locations. And so over decades, they've done that. It's an automatic aid response system. So it includes North Las Vegas, Clark County, and the city of Las Vegas. We happen to respond at this moment more into Clark County, into North Las Vegas, than they respond into our community on a composite basis. But we leave that up to those very highly trained professionals to look at where they need to locate those stations. And of course, in Ward 6, we'll be opening Station 46 here soon, which will further provide further and additional resources in that area. So there's no concerns expressed to me from our fire chief or our fire marshal about serving that area.
Thank you, Mr. Hacker. So again, when we're looking at being innovative in Ward 6 and taking care of our seniors, because I'm fortunate, I still have my mom and I take care of her. She lives with me. I love her. She watches us. She adores the mayor. And so I'm lucky. She gets to live with me for the rest of her life, right? But some people aren't lucky. Some of our seniors aren't lucky. And they really need a place to go, an affordable place to go, because they're on a set income. And that should be us. Our Ward 6 should welcome all of our folks that need us, and our seniors need us now. And so when we looked at the 2050 master plan, as we worked on that, that piece of property is zoned N as in Nancy, M as in Mary, XU, which allows for up to 25 an acre, that right now. And as we were doing our 2050 master plan, no one came and talked to me about that parcel. I've been here 5 years. So when we're looking at 25 an acre, yeah, it's about 240, we're about 36 over, which for seniors, they're not our kids that we have here, or my grandkids that are gonna run up and down and make noise and disturb you. These are our seniors. So our traffic study, even with this at full capacity at 276, Ms. Paskey said we're still under 50% capacity. We're putting the lanes in as you described that you need it. We have, as we were doing that, we have so 2-story 65, we went from 4 stories to everybody to 3 stories to 55, which I think is a huge compromise. The ambulance service, we're good. The traffic, we're good. I know my planning commissioner, Lou Del Salvio, worked very hard on this. I know our traffic studies are coming in. And I think that we, from the original 80 that was at these meetings and just saying absolutely not, I heard you. So absolutely not are we doing 4 stories. Absolutely not are we doing multifamily. We're doing seniors at a 3-story. Traffic study's good. Ambulance services are good. And I want you to open your heart and welcome these seniors into Ward 6, because I'm going to make a motion to approve this. Oh, 2 things. The mayor wants a couple of questions. Can we do 36-inch box trees?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And then did you have something about?
No, I was convenience. I know they have up and down the dryer and the washer, small units for small places. Didn't know if you buy them in bulk, probably sit in Long Beach Harbor waiting to move from Barstow to State Line. But if in fact there's a price that each one of those little tiny homes could have a washer dryer, that will preclude that piece of them having to go out and go somewhere didn't know.
I don't think we can do that, Mayor, on that.
Because it's a 320 amp or
Yeah, we
something.
have, and it's just by the nature of the size of the, also of the tiny home itself. So it was always discussed and agreed that we would put the washer and dryers in here. I will tell you that within these buildings, there are hookups. So if a person wanted to buy their own washer and dryer and have it in their unit, they could. But we also provide community rooms with washer and dryers that we provide. So,
nice.
And if you can, I want to just be clear about this. That's actually somewhat intentional. It's really important to pull seniors, if they're living alone, out of their units to get them to socialize with other people. It can be very lonely, and we know this from having done these senior projects for the better part of 10 years. It's intentional. There's a reason why we have common spaces where we have them. It's helpful that the washing machines, there's like a whole area where they can go, because everybody's got to wash their clothes, so they come out and they make friends.
There's always an other side to everything you bring up, so good point. Thank you.
Mayor Jim Lewis, standing here, City Attorney's Office. Might we ask Peter to read those conditions back in the record for the SDR, just so we have them all?
Sure, I'm just crafting one of them right now.
Thank you, Peter.
So for the first one that was mentioned by Director Seth Floyd was added to, I guess it's 82C, the SDR to 1. Subject site shall be limited to a maximum of 3 stories in height. Revised building elevations shall be submitted to the Department of Community Development for review and approval prior to or at the same time as submittal for any building permits. And then I was working on the 36-inch box tree, which would be an amendment to condition 9 of the same SDR, which is 82C, to include, and this is where I'll ask for clarification from my councilwoman, is if the 36-inch box trees are to be along the roadways only or throughout the entire site.
So aesthetics is important towards 6. So, Ms. Lazovich, if you could, I would really like the exterior to be 36 to make it aesthetically beautiful and pleasing. We need more trees anyway, and so if that's okay,
We
if that
agree.
condition's okay with you.
We agree.
And yeah. And Mr. Lowenstein, if you could add that.
Sure, the amended condition would read, a minimum of 36-inch box tree size shall be installed within the landscaping along Rome and Decatur Boulevard and Rome, I'm trying to get the suffix right, Boulevard, sorry.
Does that satisfy you, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, ma'am, thank you very much.
Okay. Does any of my colleagues have any questions? No? Okay, so with that, if it's okay, I would like to make a motion to approve Agenda Item 82A and B.
And C, please, with additional conditions.
With all of the conditions.
And what happened to C? You don't like C?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's on 2 pages. So I've got A on 1, B, and C on the next page. So I would like to approve Agenda Item 82A, B, and C, please, with conditions.
And that's the motion, and please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And thank you guys so much, and thank you so much for coming out and spending your time and all of the things you did, especially you, sir, with your very diligent. I loved that. I was texting my friend, this guy's a smarty pants. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to 83A and B, 220199, following land use entitlement project request on .89 acres west side of Tom Boulevard, approximately 100 feet north of Donny Avenue, C2 General Commercial Zone. 83A, 220199, VAR1 to allow 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required and existing 8-foot tall walls in the front yard setback where 6 feet is is allowed, and 83B, 220199 SCR1, proposed 2-story, 5,876 square foot building, maintenance, service, and sales development with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements. Applicant owner is Green Environmental Landscape, Inc. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant present or representative?
Mayor, council members, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing the applicant.
Thank you very much.
I'll
wanna
begin.
tell us?
The hour is
You're
late,
on.
so I will be brief. I want to address a couple things that we talked to Councilman Creer about. I want to thank him and his staff for working with us on this project. Just recently it was brought to our attention that the neighbors in the area wanted us to do dust mitigation on this property as we move forward and get into construction. We started the dust mitigation actually this morning. They're going to make sure the water is down at least twice a day to keep it down all the way through the construction of this project. It's a new landscaping, it's a company, not a new landscaping company, but a new headquarters for them, a new building. We wanted to go over a couple of the conditions. Gate will remain open during business hours. I wanted to show the ingress egress right here is off of Tom Boulevard. So this is where they will enter. It will come to the back. This will all be paved. These are all the parking spaces, which will be their work vehicles. And then the building is here. We also, I guess we can add this as a condition through this application, is some of the neighbors asked, there's a block wall that faces Tom, and it's not really aesthetically pleasing for the homeowners across the street to look at. So they brought up the idea of us planting and putting in vines along that block wall once the construction's done, so that you're not looking at a block wall, but you're looking at vines along that wall. The other thing is we agreed to put in the off-site improvements as far as this project's concerned, but Nara, who I believe is going to speak today,
they came to us and said that they did not want us to install the offsite improvements because it's a rural area. There are no curb, gutters, and sidewalks in the area, so I believe NARA is going to speak to that today. And we just respectfully ask that you follow the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. And with that, I'd like to introduce Elliot King with Green Environmental, which is the company that's going to be here.
Wonderful. Welcome, Mr. King.
Hello, my name's Elliot King. I'm Director of Finance for Green Environmental Landscape. We have happily been a part of the community for the past 25 years plus, and we are very excited to be creating our headquarters office at this 3311 Tom Boulevard location. This will benefit our company by giving us a centralized location to conduct business and an organized location for the rear for our vehicles stored overnight. We are happy and compliant with the neighbors of this community and happy to be a part of Ward 5 and thank Councilman Creer.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Can I now go to planning? Or do you have more you would like to add?
I don't have anything else.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. Through the entitlement process, the project has undergone several revisions. Off-site improvements along Tom Boulevard will be provided where originally they were requested not to be, resulting in one of the original two variances applications being withdrawn without prejudice. The other variance request was renoticed to include a variance to allow 8-foot wall and fence in the front yard setback, which was the result of attaching 2 feet of wrought iron to the existing wall without a valid permit. Alternative building design, including but not limited to square footage and/or building placement, could allow for conformance to building setback requirements, as well as provide for on-site traffic movement. The applicant's requests are preferential in nature and therefore self-imposed and cannot be supported by staff, and therefore staff is recommending denial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Public hearing, agenda item 83A and B. Anyone wishing to speak out? We knew you were coming. Hi, how are you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members, Lex Anderson, I'm the historian for a 27-year-old in our neighborhood association. We appreciate Green Environmental Landscapes requesting no curbs, gutters, or sidewalks in front of their 3311 Tom Boulevard location. This is a win-win for Green Environmental. It's a win-win for rural preservation and also an opportunity for the city to save a few dollars. Curb gutters and sidewalks ordinance is a Title 19 Urban Complete Street Standards. This is an urban-rural neighborhood. NARA is also and also has been a rural preservation community since 2005 with dirt road shoulders as part of its character and identity. And also, of course, dirt road shoulders are defined as R&P horse trails. Going north from the applicant location on Tom, there are no curb, gutters, or sidewalks on the street at the Ricky Road intersection or at the J Avenue intersection. Also continuing on, there are no sidewalks, and that includes the dirt road shoulders in front of the Roadkill Grill. And Madam Mayor, you know where that's at. Okay, at the north end of Tom, there are no curbs and gutters and sidewalks. Curb, gutters, and sidewalks at Parson Elementary School and at Patriot Park. And these, of course, are very public areas, and it makes perfect sense there for all the right reasons. Again, we support Green Environmental's request for no curb, gutters, and sidewalks at their Tom Boulevard location. This makes perfect sense. This is not a public area like Patriot Park or like Parson Elementary School, and the city, Madam Mayor, can save a few dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment from the public, please come forward and state your name for the record. Okay, there's no movement. I'll close public hearing and back to you. And then anything from council? Nope. Yours.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. First, I told you that I was going to wish your sister Lily a happy birthday today, right?
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes. Yeah, and she's in Grand Forks, North Dakota?
She is.
Yeah, a little bit chillier there.
Just a little bit.
50s, 60s. 87, Lily, if you're watching here in Las Vegas. You still have time to move before the snowfall comes down. Look, I appreciate you coming in and talking to us about this project. Very familiar with where it's located in Tom and with the conditions that have been put in place. I don't see no reason why we can't move forward with this project. Welcome to Green Environmental, to Ward 5. Look forward to working with you, and let's get it going. So are there any additional conditions we need to read in to the conversation? Pete?
Sure.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Unless you have something additional to impose. I know the applicant had made some representations. I don't know if you want any of those memorialized by condition.
Well, I know no egress and ingress, or ingress and egress on Tom, no street improvements similar to what we do normally in the area.
Well, speaking to that, they had an application for a variance not to do the improvements. That variance is withdrawn, so that item is not before you right now, and therefore the improvements as of right now will be required. So they would have to file a subsequent application, bring that back before the Planning Commission and/or City Council to remove off-street improvements.
And we could not address that now.
That is correct.
So the council couldn't put in a condition to not, the council can say, we do not want street improvements or what have you, and then they would have to comply with what the council has to say, right? Wouldn't that in turn, by default, tell them this is what they would have to do since it's already at council?
Councilman Jim Lewis, City Attorney's Office. I think what Peter's saying is that right now they must do the improvements and no condition is necessary.
I understand that, but if the council put conditions in now, wouldn't that wouldn't that prohibit them from moving forward with any other conditions outside of what council told them to move forward with?
Oh, you mean like a condition that might say, applicant agrees never to come in with an application to remove the improvements from...
Jim, I think the request is council direction not to do the street improvements, which is municipal code.
Well, we've done that, and we said there's no lighting, that there's no street improvements, that, no sidewalk, whatever. That's taken place at council or at PC. And then we're able to make that condition, and then by default, they would agree to that.
Councilman Creer, I've done exactly what you're saying, but the applicant still had to put the money in our hopper, so when we actually had to do the streets and the lights, we have the money. So that's happened a few years ago with me, so I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
If I may, pardon me, if I may, Bart Anderson, Public Works, there is a provision in the code where they can request administrative relief from certain urban improvements. The code does require that they contribute monies to offset that, as Councilwoman Fiore had indicated. So if they are amenable to requesting an administrative approval of that and are willing to pay the fees as identified in the code, then they would not need to come back for a variance. We could administratively allow that. I would point out that one of the reasons that we did not originally support that administrative relief is they do have sidewalk immediately next to them to the south. And so we thought that the extension of that sidewalk would not be a bad thing.
Right.
However, if we are directed, we can certainly do an administrative one if they are willing to pay the fees as identified by code. If not, they would need to come back for a variance from you.
Well, either way, I don't want to leave it to them to come back and file another application to get relief from the streets. I want to have council direct them to put a condition in that states there will not be complete streets there. They would not put in a sidewalk. They'll keep it in a rural manner. And is there lighting along the Tom there in front of? No. Are they required to put in streetlights?
That would be a typical requirement, yes.
That would be a typical requirement. I don't believe that the community want streetlights there. And I apologize, we should have worked this out, but it just came to me.
Well, once again, if they request the relief administratively, we can do that.
Right, but that's putting on them to come in and we could approve it now, and then they have no, if they don't do it, then they still got their project approved.
And
right?
I guess
it wouldn't be in good faith, but the council is in a position to tell them how council would like to see that take place.
And I think we can take that direction from you and say that they are authorized for that administrative approval. They would still need to pay the monies in lieu of.
That's fine.
And as long as they're willing to do that, then that's done. If they are not, then they'll have to come back and talk to you again.
How about this as a condition, Councilman? Condition B for the applicant to apply for alternative treatment with the Public Works Department pursuant to whatever that provision is, Bart, prior to issuance of building permits. It sounds to me like the councilman really wants to have a condition as a part of this application, and therefore we need to find a way to do that.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so it's basically without the variance approval and with the council direction, they either comply with the improvements, which they're directed to, they basically do the administrative process to defer the improvements and pay the fees, and then they go about the rest of the project. I don't know if a condition is really needed. So either they get approval and they move forward with the building permit with full improvements, or they ask us for the admin and the admin review, which then they pay the in lieu of fees, and then they just don't show that on.
But what if they never ask you for the admin?
If they never ask for it, they need to do the full improvements, unless they file a variance.
Which we don't want them to do the full improvements, though.
Correct, but if
But
you
the
want
way,
them to pay for
but
it.
the way, I understand
or not
that.
pay for it.
I understand that, but the way that is written now, if we approve this, it is saying to do the full improvements.
Correct.
It's not saying not do the full improvements. That's my point. And so we have to put on the record that we do not want the improvements, and that you would come in and work that out with with staff, yet on the record, we're going to approve the item minus the street improvements.
So understood. I think
Mayor and Council, Mayor, maybe I can suggest something. So probably the best way to do it is to just put a condition and say that we approve it with a deference of the street improvements. That's it. And you're deferring street improvements, and they still got to come in and deposit the money for, in case in the future, another different council provides a different direction, but you're deferring the improvements.
Yeah, and I can add to that if you don't mind, Jorge. I think that's exactly right. I think you put in a condition that says, here's what the council wants. The council doesn't want the improvements out there. So applicant either A, files a variance application to get that done, or B, follows the code and does what the code says. But it's clear from this action today, as long as the applicant agrees, that part of the approval of this and the condition will be that you have to do one of two things. We expect there not to be any improvements, and you're going to either file for your variance and come back or follow the code. So I would just ask the applicant if he's okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If there's an administrative process that we can go through without having to come back to the council, I think that's what planning is saying. Am I understanding that right?
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't have a problem with that. That's perfectly fine.
So to make sure, and I hear what the councilman's saying, Jorge hears what the councilman's saying. I think if we can get a condition that says there will be no improvements required, but prior to issuance of building permits, you will either A, come back with a variance and get it approved, or B, go through the administrative process pursuant to our code.
Yes.
Is that okay, Mr. City Manager? Okay, thank you.
So how does that fall into a motion?
We have some of the conditions that were on the original variance, and in compilation with one of the conditions that's on the site development review that will address it. Hold on.
Currently, the condition says, construct half-street improvements on Tom unless an administrative deferral is approved. We'll change the wording there to say an administrative approval is approved. Or deferral is approved, and then we will put in the following language. In accordance with Title 19.02.025.f, the applicant shall make an improvement contribution equal to 50% of the city's bond estimate costs for deferred improvements on Tom Boulevard per 19.02.025.f. The streetlight contribution on Tom Boulevard may be reduced to 25% if a service is provided. And that would be a revision of condition number 12.
We're accepting that.
Okay.
I'm glad you understand it.
Yes.
I still don't.
If I may, there's a further condition
Wait, here
that
comes-
normally is associated with that, and that is sign and record a covenant running with land agreement for the future possible installation of half-street improvements in accordance with city standards for all improvements not required to be constructed at this time. Such covenant running with land agreement shall record prior to the issuance of any permits. They probably already have one, but this is traditionally a condition that is a companion to the first.
You just wrote that?
Yeah, just right off the top of my head.
Okay.
Could they have a written copy of that, please?
Yes, I agree. So they know exactly what it is. But in essence,
And if
we're
there's a problem,
fine.
get back to him quickly, please.
I have his email, so.
Okay. So I am going to make a motion to approve items 83 and 83B with the stated conditions by the Planning and Public Works Department and attorney.
And that's your motion. 83A and B.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's post, and whatever it is, you have it.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and happy birthday, Councilwoman Seaman, and happy birthday to my sister Lily in North Dakota. Have a good day, guys.
And on the 22nd, happy birthday to Councilman Knutson, and happy birthday on the 21st to Brian Scott.
Wow.
How's
Yeah,
that?
that's awesome.
Okay, we're on to 84. 22-0337BA, or 1, public hearing applicant owner Angel Zenin Miranda and Jessica C. Miranda of possible action land use entitlement project request to allow a 1-foot rear and side yard setback where 3 feet is required for 2 existing accessory structures, Class 2 sheds, and to allow a total accessory structure coverage of 88% of the primary dwelling floor area, where 50% is the maximum allowed, on .26 acres at 6929 Raleigh Avenue, PD6 residential plan development, 6 units per acre zone, and that's also in Ward 5 with Councilman Creer. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Angel Miranda.
And could I trouble you? I'd love the Raiders, but could you take your hat off for us, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. No, you look fine. Don't worry about it. Beautiful. Okay, do you want to tell us about what you're doing here, or are you pretty comfy with what the councilman has?
I'm pretty comfortable. I mean, if there's any questions, I'd, be willing to answer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lowenstein?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This request is before you today as a result of code enforcement action regarding existing unpermitted accessory structures. No evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstances has been presented, and that the applicant has created self-imposed hardship by constructing accessory structures without permits that fail to comply with the Title 19 development standards, including setbacks and lot coverage, and therefore staff has recommended denial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to make comment on agenda item 84? Please come forward, state your name for the record. Hearing and seeing no one, we're off to Councilman Creer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did watch the Planning Commission hearing that you had and took a look at your structures and...
Oh, excuse me, Councilman. Did you have a comment? I'm going to peek open back the public comment. He walked from the back. Thank you, sir. If you might, Mr. Miranda. Yes, please, just pull your microphone down. Give us your name, please.
Okay, like I said, good afternoon, and it's a little cold in this room. Now, my name is Stephen Kosser. I lived in Vegas for 35 years, in the same house, same neighborhood, and what this man is doing is improving my value of my home.
Oh.
There's no density involved, no traffic, and I've been hearing all day, everything.
Love it.
And this man is good. And a good friend and neighbor.
Anybody that improves value for somebody else, wonderful. Great, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to come in and applaud here? Or whatever. Okay, now I'll really closely give it back to you.
Mr. Miranda, do you bring him everywhere you go?
Oh, man. If I got to run a Lowe's,
yes.
He's the guy with the discount.
Okay, so like I said, I did look at the Planning Commission meeting, since you do back up to the freeway also, which is a big decision for me to support this. In the future, whatever you're doing, please come in and meet with our team prior to you hitting forth with what you're doing, especially if we have to approve it for something. So just let us know and make sure that you're in compliance and make sure that you're on the same page. All right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
all
sir.
right. So with that being said, I'm going to make a motion to approve item 84.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 84. Please vote and please post. And no, it's not allowing me. It's an aye. Thank you. And Councilwoman she's coming back. She's here. Okay. Thank you. That motion carries. Number 85 is, pardon? Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. 85's been obeyed to the 16th of November, so we are now on to agenda item 86. That's 86A and B. 220368, possible action following land use entitlement project request on a portion of 33.47 acres north side of Smoke Ranch Road, approximately 190 feet west of Rancho, R3 medium density residential zone number 86A, 220368, SUP1, proposed 38-foot tall buildings within the 35-foot restricted area of the airport overlay. Number 86B, 220368, SDR1, major amendment of an approved site development plan review, SDR 73295, for 3-story, 692-unit multifamily residential development. The applicant is Legera Development LLC. The owner is Nola Sol Holdings LLC. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are in Ward 5, Councilman Creer. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Lexa Green, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Legera Development. This application is related to Phase 2 of a previously approved multifamily development. The subject site is an 11.8 acre parcel located on the northwest corner of Smoke Ranch and Rancho Drive, just southwest of the North Las Vegas Airport. The entire project consists of 3 parcels. However, this application is related to this bottom parcel only, ending in 017. The City Council did previously approve a development plan review back in August of 2018, and as we can see, Phase 1 is currently under construction. We have a new developer, so we're here requesting some changes as we move into Phase 2. This parcel in the previously approved application was approved for 16 buildings, 308 units. That count will not change with today's request. First, the applicant is requesting a major amendment to the previously approved site development plan to add 3-bedroom units where the previously approved plan did not consist of any 3-bedroom units. So we are requesting to add 22 3-bedroom units, which does slightly change the parking analysis, which has been updated on the submitted site plan. Additionally, all parking requirements are being met here. The applicant is required to provide 533 spaces. The proposed development is providing 536 spaces. Additionally, the previous application was approved for 2 2-story buildings, or excuse me, it was previously approved for 10 3-story buildings, 6 2-story buildings. The applicant is requesting to change that slightly to 2 2-story buildings and 14 3-story buildings. Lastly, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to increase the building height to 38 feet where 35 feet is permitted in this area. That is a 9% increase. And additionally with that, The building permits in the development of this proposed project will be contingent on the approval of FAA and also the Clark County Department of Aviation. Staff is recommending approval of this application. We're thankful for that, and I'm here to answer any questions you all may have.
It was basically, mine was going to be the FAA. I thought they were reducing the restriction, the height restriction, because of the accident that happened there 6 months ago or something. Are you involved with the FAA? How do you find out what?
Madam Mayor, all the applications are routed to the FAA, and they may comment on any applications, and then we'll potentially put conditions of approval on the applications. The existing site development review that they are amending has pre-existing FAA conditions associated with it based on the airport overlay height restrictions that are imposed on the site.
And the property that is already developed, is that 35 or under? That's under development? It is. Because that would be my only concern. I think it's a wonderful project that you're going. Let's hear from planning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The proposed building alterations and site reconfiguration is consistent with all the applicable requirements of Title 19, the previously approved entitlements, and meets the qualifications for a major review pursuant to Title 19. As the building alterations and site reconfiguration are consistent with the previous approved design, it will not affect surrounding development. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the major amendment and the special use permit application subject to conditions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Miracle. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address 86A and B? I'll close public hearing. Any comments, council? They seem quiet. Everything seems good. Back to you, Councilman Creer.
Thank you. Happy to see this project come about. This whole parcel prior to you was on the shaky ground, and nice to see this moving forward with the next phase of it. The additional changes don't really make a huge difference. We talked about the FAA and also Clark County. That's where you're going to have your biggest challenge, and so contingent upon that, which it will be, then I will make a motion to approve 86A and 86B.
Thank you very much.
You're new to the firm, correct?
That's correct.
Is this your first time coming in front of City Council?
This is my first time.
I believe it is, right?
It is.
Well, how about that? 1-0.
Well, we haven't voted.
Not quite
yet.
I'm sure Mr. Gronauer will be happy to hear this. I've been kind of getting beat up, so
Don't they have
thank you.
like just the best looking staff?
Well, I can't say that.
Thank you.
You can, yeah.
They do. I mean, the blonde that was up here, Jennifer Lazovich, now
Yes.
you. I mean, really.
I have to refrain, but you are more than
Very
welcome
eloquent. You did a very good.
Yes.
You can't say anymore. I won't let you.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
We are going to look forward to seeing many more of your projects coming to light, and congratulations to you, and welcome to City Hall.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you all.
I haven't yet. I'm holding off. I'm letting Councilman Creer go. And I want to make sure. Were you born and raised here?
Yes, Mayor, born and raised.
High school?
I went to Rancho for 2 years, and then I transferred and finished at Palo Verde. But yes.
Oh, all right. Wonderful. Well, good for you.
Thank
and
you.
then went on here or elsewhere?
No, I went on to the University of Houston where I played on a soccer scholarship. And then ASU for law school, came back, spent some time at the DA's office for 2.5 years.
And you made the brilliant decision to go with your group.
Yes.
Wonderful.
They stole it. They stole it.
Well, wonderful. And that is unanimously passed. Good job.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, 88 is obeyed also to the 16th.
I think
So
87 there.
Would be next, 87. I was looking at, these are split strangely for me. 87 is 220395, following land use entitlement project request on 1.12 acres southwest corner Alta Drive and Tonopah Lane. T5-N, T5 Neighborhood Zone. 87A, 220395, ESA 1, petition to vacate a portion of Alta Drive, public right-of-way, and 87B, 220395, SDR 1, proposed 7-story, 200-unit multifamily development with waivers of Title 19.09 Form-Based Code Development Standards. Applicant owner, Vegas MD Alta Property Owner LLC. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Please note a correction in that the project is located the southeast corner, not southwest corner of Alta and Tonopah Lane. These are in Ward 1 with Councilman Knutson. Public hearing items which I declare open. Applicant or representative present.
Yes, good afternoon. Through you, Mayor, fellow City Council members, Elias George, 5940 South Rainbow Boulevard, EPG Law Group, representative on behalf of the applicant developer, Cedar Street.
You're on the other side of the microphone these days. Elias, it's wonderful to see you out there.
You seem much further away from here. This is true.
Wonderful.
At any rate, thank you so much for introducing the project, Mayor. Just very quickly, just by way of overview, it is located on the southeast corner of Alta and Tonopah, this project. You'll notice closely there are 5 individual parcels that were acquired during the acquisition phase, and we intend on moving forward with a merger and re-subdivision application, and all of those collectively amount to just over an acre. And the building itself and the project contemplates a ground-up construction of 200 residential units. The building will essentially be 7 stories. The first 2, this is a rendition from the, this is looking northward. This is a perspective view from Hamilton Lane. This is looking out northward. Let me move my microphone here. And the first 2 stories contemplates the construction of approximately 196 parking spots. It also includes a yoga room, a fitness room, an area where individuals and residents could be able to park their bicycles. And something that I'm really excited about is the lobby space will be quite intimidating. You're looking at over 3,000 square feet. When you walk in, virtually 20-foot ceilings. It's also going to be used as a co-op space for community workspace for a lot of the residents that are working there. And this is something that is unique to the developer. But before I talk about the developer, let me just continue speaking a little bit more about the project. The building will also include a club room as well as an outdoor pool area on the 3rd floor. And if you'll notice, this the pool area will actually be facing south, may have views of the Strip. Also will be having plenty of sunlight. You'll also notice on the 1st floor, the ground to ceiling windows, which we hope will be able to provide, again, quite a magnificent entryway into the lobby. And although this project is one that is subject to the form-based code, it's in a transect zone called T5, which does at first limit the construction of this building to 5 stories. However, we are proposing 7 stories, and we're able to do that. And the reason for that is because built within the form-based code, there is something called an affordable housing bonus. If the developer chooses to build in excess of the 5 stories to go from 5 to 7, they're required to execute a covenant agreement with the city attorney's office in the city of Las Vegas, and to ensure that they have an X number of those units reserved as affordable units. So the developer was very excited about being able to do that, and that's obviously a condition of approval, and that's included in the staff report. Just very quickly, this is the first project that the developer, Cedar Street, is not only proposing but looking to build here in the city of Las Vegas. It certainly won't be the last. They are a nationally awarded home developer. They have built in excess of 5,000 residential units. Real estate values are in excess of $2 billion. They are an experienced team. This is the 7th time they have developed a project in an opportunity zone fund, which this is. And what's also great about them is they don't sell their assets. They manage them. And what's great about that, and I visited many of their properties in Chicago, they actually will transfer ownership to a subsidiary that they own called Flats. And it's an app where you can report any issues that you may have in your unit, whether you need to change an air conditioning vent or maybe you have a leak. It's really top of the line, and also the quality of their construction in working with their engineering team and their in-house development team, in my opinion, is just absolutely fabulous. We've spent hours just talking about curvatures on windows, curvatures on the construction. So we, being born and raised here in Las Vegas, knowing this property, my uncle, who immigrated here from Greece, actually was one of the owners of one of these 5 individual properties. And my cousin, God bless his soul, who passed away a number of years ago, had his law practice on one of these 5 sites. So I know this area tremendously well, and I'm very excited about this project, and I certainly hope all of you are. I know the staff is, as they've recommended approval, and I also know that the Planning Commission is, since they voted 7-0 in favor of this project. And with that, I'll submit it to you for any additional questions.
Just as an aside, how many bedroom are these? Are they all 1 bedroom or studio?
No, Your Honor. Through you, Mayor, no, of the 200 units, this is the breakdown. 94 of those will be studio, 85 of those are proposed to be 1 bedroom, and 21 of those are proposed to be 2 bedrooms.
2 bedroom, wonderful. Thank you. May we hear from planning, please?
Sure thing, Madam Mayor. Thank you. As the proposed development supports goals and policies identified in the 2050 Master Plan and Vision 2045 Downtown Master Plan, staff finds the proposed development will be harmonious and compatible with the surrounding area and therefore recommends approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there other cedar, I mean, I know they've been talking to the city for a while. Are there other projects underway right now?
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, we have finalized an application for another development. This is located on the corner in Councilwoman Olivia Diaz's ward, on the corner of Commerce and Industrial, and it's actually just across the street from the Arts District and what is now colloquially referred to as the Design District, and that will be going in front of Planning Commission just next month, and that's 7 stories, 300 units.
We've done a lot of homework on them. They are a wonderful company. So this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward, please do so and make comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council, and thank you to Councilman Knutson who met with us this morning. My name is Joe Riccio. I'm a local lawyer. This is my partner, Christina Kerrigan. We are the owners of the property directly next to this property located at 2012 Hamilton Lane. We have occupied the law firm there for about a year now. And our home is right next to this project. So we came here today to voice a couple concerns that we had as the neighbors, and on behalf of some of our neighbors who on Hamilton, which was very briefly discussed as part of this project, our main access point is Hamilton, and the main access point for this facility is Hamilton. The entry and exit will be on Hamilton. And on behalf of some of the neighbors who are residents in residential properties, as well as some of the neighboring businesses such as Dirk Ravenholt and Associates, who wanted to be here today but could not be here, and asked that we also appear on their behalf to put some things on the record. We have some use and code concerns with this particular project, and I'm going to be very brief because I've heard everyone here say that you guys have been here for a long time and you're probably hungry and tired, so I'll try and push through here as fast as I can. But from a code perspective, I went and looked at 1909-010. It seems that those are regulations and not recommendations that are to be followed by the council that were enacted. And when I went and I looked at 19.09040, this is referred to as an accessory structure, and accessory structures are to directly contribute to the hospital. And UMC is a big part, being right down the street from the structure. And so we don't believe that this project actually contributes to the hospital itself. In addition to that, there are some very old palm trees on one of the 5 properties. Council might be aware of it. He says his family has been on those properties. Those trees have been there for decades. I went and looked at the code regarding this, and it basically says existing trees and shrubs landscaped that buffer were installed or present before the adoption of the code are basically to remain in place and preserved. And it says that if there's a conflict regarding those trees, that the conflict is to be resolved on the side of preservation. And so for purposes of the precedent, as it says here, we believe that those trees can't be removed. And as far as we understand, there's been no variance or waiver sought to move or destroy those trees. And if you look at the actual code, it says a variance is not available to permit a deviation from the provisions of the section, which suggests to me that they're not able to move the trees, which means that's going to affect their structure by at least 20 feet against the wall because they're not going to be able to remove those trees. So that's a code and use issue we have there. As the panel's aware, this is in the Las Vegas Medical District. The goal of the district is to create shade, well-planned street design environment that is safe, aesthetically pleasing. This is a tall structure. They're going up to it could be up to 8. They're going up to 7, and we believe that affects it. In addition to that, it's a multifamily residence. Pursuant to 1912-070, you have to have a business in the structure. A yoga study hall is not a business. As far as we know, there is no business in the structure, and because there's no business as a multi-use, it should not pass on that front. So from a code and a use perspective, we are concerned about that. One of our second and really a big concern for us is Hamilton, which was really given no consideration today. I don't know if anyone respectfully on the council has been on Hamilton recently, but it's not a full street. It's not a through street. It connects Tonopah and it connects Rose. And both of those roads are highly trafficked roads by AMR and ambulances to get to the hospital on a regular basis. We have ambulances that are going on those roads and going on Hamilton on a regular basis. This project suggests 200 units, 194 parking spaces, and entry and exit from Hamilton, not Tonopah, bringing more traffic to Hamilton. Now, when we came here this morning, my partner and I and Dirk Ravenholt, one of the neighboring businesses, and we spoke to Councilman Knutson, we were told that there were some numbers performed about entry and exit onto the property, and we were told that most people would use Tonopah and not use Rose, but we can tell the panel by being there, most people do use Rose and not Tonopah because the light is more convenient at Tonopah and Alta than it is at Tonopah and, or excuse me, at coming from Alta going towards Rancho. The light's way more convenient going that way than it is coming from Tonopah. So I can tell the panel from personal experience that most people are using Rose and not using Tonopah. In addition to that, I came here twice today, as the panel heard. Once this morning to meet with the councilman, and again, thank you for that, and once to meet you folks today. And I wanted to show you guys something, if it's okay, on both of my trips here today. This was at 8:06 this morning. And so this is me heading towards Rose on, and I'll try and make this bigger so you folks can see it there while it adjusts. That's a car entering from Rose onto Hamilton coming from the east side. And that's me in my car heading west. And as I'm coming directly heading towards Rose, you could see first, this car is turning directly onto Hamilton. And I will tell the council that right to the left of this vehicle, that's dirt. That's undeveloped road right there. That's not a road. So this car right here is trying to stay on the road. Then if you look further, they're getting a little bit closer to me here. And I've only got this little portion right here of this road to get by them. Now we're adding all of this traffic to this road, which is a concern because the road is not developed. What we were also told this morning is that Hamilton, as part of this project, is not going to be developed. And the only way that it gets developed is if somebody buys the 2 vacant properties that are on Rose and Hamilton and develops the front yard of those properties, and who knows when that's going to happen. So because that's not part of this project, and as we heard, this developer has a ton of money, a ton of history, has the financial means to do it, should be developing the rest of that road, or there should be some type of plan put in place to do so. And then last, I know I told you folks I would be quick, this is us leaving to come here right now, just about an hour and a half ago. And so this is me on Hamilton heading to Rose, and this is a car that's parked in that dirt area that the other car was looking to avoid. And as I come further to Rose, here straight ahead, the council can see that to the left there, coming from Alta, there's cars there blocked all day along that road. And what I did here was I panned to my right for safety purposes to show the right side. There's cars parked all along the right side. And then if you look to the left of that white Jeep right there, there's actually a car coming. And that car right there, we had to stop and have a mutual understanding of what was going to happen. This could happen to a resident there. This could happen to one of my employees. This can happen to an ambulance. We're concerned that this road is not sufficient to house the amount of density that's coming in from this project. So that's just some stuff that I gathered today that I wanted to show the council. And so we would like there to be some consideration for not only the safety of that street and the density of that street, but possibly the parking. One of the things we talked to today with the council and Joey, who was up here earlier, was people would park on the street. But what I would suggest to the council is that there's actual residences that are on the right side of Hamilton and businesses and the vacant lots that are on the left side. There's nowhere to park because there's no curbing on the right side of the road, so everyone would be parking in front of this building or in front of my building. And there's nowhere to park down Hamilton. So one of the things we'd like, you know, in addition to the code issues, is the safety and the use issues, because we do not believe that this is going to better at least it being pragmatic for the people that are there.
Can I add a comment on that?
Certainly. And again, state your name for the record.
Yes, Christina Kerrigan. I'm the other partner and owner of 2012 Hamilton Lane, and I am opposed to the 7-story building because of the additional units and the additional congestion that it will provide to this area, and we do believe that it will directly obstruct the ambulances that go to UMC and Valley Hospital. You know, there is enough traffic on those roads already. As we already said, we have a very narrow road on Hamilton. People will park there because they're building this huge structure without enough parking, and that will make our road essentially enough room for a single lane. So it's a road that's meant to have all this traffic. It's going to become a single lane road with a bottleneck at the other end. And so they're trying to get approval for the 7 stories, because they have these 12 units of low-income housing. But that doesn't solve the parking problem that will be created in this neighborhood and the additional traffic congestion that will harm the medical community instead of enhancing it.
Okay, thank you both for your input.
Thank you.
And any more response from planning?
Madam Mayor, if you want me to respond to each point on that, I can address some of it. But if you guys want to deliberate and ask me whatever questions you like, and then...
Okay, what I think I'll do then is, anyone else in the public wishing to make comment? I'll close public hearing, and I'll ask council if they have any comments, and I will turn it over to Councilman Knutson and let him ask you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Anything more.
And I am going to turn this document, and it was submitted to me this morning in our meeting. And I very much appreciate the fact that you took time to express your feelings, your opinions. I care just as much about the area as you do. I live probably 4 blocks from there. I walk and run it on a regular basis. The challenge or the opportunity is that we have access to more information sooner. And so I want to just take a couple of minutes and paint a picture of what that medical district will look like, because it will be very different than what it looks like right now. So going back real quick to, Peter had mentioned that this project meets the goals and policies as set forth within our form-based code, as well as our 2050 master plan, as well as the medical district planning efforts. UMC and Valley Hospital, the UNLV School of Medicine, all of them have been actively engaged in the design of the area. And so at every single meeting, which has happened for the last 3 years with me and for 2 to 3 years with Councilwoman Tarkanian and the mayor before that, we've been talking about the growth and the development opportunities within the medical district. The intended population, and I know Elias may speak to this, will be the medical community. So fewer than a half a mile. I mean, it's a few blocks from there. The School of Medicine just opened up. There'll be about 400 to 500 students there at any given time, as well as the faculty. In that same parking lot, there's going to be ambulatory care center with mental health clinic, biomedical research, and the public health lab. So we're going to be adding capacity within that area just because of the sheer number of buildings. The expected outcome is that many of those people are going to live in a building like what is being proposed. So the traffic, I think, is not going to be as significant as it may appear right now. The density is definitely required. It's requested by the medical professionals because they want to live near a place where they work and play. And so I fully anticipate that the density that just comes from this building, and I believe there'll be other buildings as well, is going to be taken up by the medical professionals walking in that area, which is why you see the improvements along Shadow Lane and Pinto Lane now. So we have, Mike Jensen's not here, but the Public Works Department. Oh, there he is. If you guys want to come up and talk about traffic, that would be great. So we've spent about $70 million, or we will spend, on traffic improvements. Shadow and Pinto were first. The next is the Charleston corridor, and then Rancho will be completely under construction in about a year from now. So making significant traffic improvements. There is going to be a lot of construction in the area that's going to allow for those improvements. And so I would prepare, there's going to be more density and more buildings built. This is the first one, and I want to just be very clear. I've been working with this developer based on the goals of the medical district, based on the goals of the School of Medicine, UMC, Valley Hospital. We actually have been dreaming about this project for many years, long before I was on the city council, because this is what that area really needs. We've been very, very public as a city with multiple public meetings about the density that's going to happen. Now, when we come to the tree question, I'm going to kick it over to Peter to help me out with trees, because that one's not my area of expertise, if you can.
Sure, Councilman.
There's a question, and Seth was going to prepare you, there's a question in this document about code and taking down trees. Are you familiar with that one?
I've just had it in brief conversation. I haven't seen the document, but from my understanding of the code section in 19.09040L, which is the Las Vegas Medical District component in the form-based code section, the planning director may grant the removal of existing trees as part of the overall review, and as part of this application, the director, in making the recommendation, has issued that granting of the removal of those trees.
Yeah, and Councilman, can I add to that if you wouldn't mind? You know, when you have lawyers come up before you and they spit out these code sections at you, it's kind of hard to understand exactly what you might be hearing. But like Peter said, this is really about landscaping standards. They made it sound like this was a prohibition against the removal of trees by anybody in the medical district. As Peter told you, there is a section that Mr. Ravenholt and Mr. Riccio failed to address in that section that says that the planning director may grant the removal of existing trees. Now, the trees are, and this is what's important for the record, the trees are in the area that is intended to be vacated to the city for right-of-way. And we can't have 2 large palm trees in our right-of-way for the right-of-way to work. And so the director will be, or has been, or has already granted the removal of those trees. So,
thank you for that.
There is no prohibition.
Thank you. And Mr. Jensen, do you mind just briefly highlighting what's going to happen in the medical district proper? Because there's just a lot going on there. And then, Ms. Paskey, I appreciate you. This is a long meeting, but if you're able to spend just a minute talking about what options there are, because I hear what you're saying about the challenges with traffic. It's not immune to me. We talk about traffic all the time at the city, and engaging Joey early on and talking about those issues, I'm more than happy to sit down as much as we need to in order to make it a safe environment. Mr. Jensen, please.
Councilman, sure. For the record, Mike Jansen, Executive Director. To your point, Councilman, on our investments in infrastructure in the medical district, it's one of the highest infrastructure areas that we've been focused on. And to give you kind of a quick rundown, we just recently completed full reconstruction of Pinto Lane Phase 1 from Shadow Lane to MLK. We just recently completed reconstruction of Shadow Lane from Alta Drive to Charleston. Next council meeting, we'll be bringing in a project to award reconstruction of portions of Charleston between MLK and Rancho. That'll be slowly followed by a Phase 2 project on Pinto Lane Phase 2. And then that will be followed by a project on Rancho. And what I would tell you is every one of our infrastructure projects are going into an area that, for various reasons, either didn't have sidewalks, didn't have street lights, or was missing some pavement. And so our projects are doing a full reconstruction so that the streets can accommodate the vision that's been established for the medical district. And that is one that makes it extremely walkable, comfortable to walk day and night with the lighting upgrades that we're doing. And included in that are additional mode enhancements, partnerships with the RTC, as we've been talking about for many years. The Maryland Parkway BRT is going to be coming literally right adjacent to this project. The route comes west on Alta, comes south on Tonopah, loops through the medical district, then comes up Shadows. So besides just the Maryland BRT, we also have the GoMed, which is going to be a driverless shuttle, another partnership with the RTC through a federal grant. So what we envision for the medical district is it's going to be a district that is going to be heavily walkable, heavily bikeable, heavily capable to accommodate multiple transit trips. And the vehicular trips are actually going to be probably the mode that is going to be changed the most. And that's in a conjunction with projects like this, where the convenience for medical district workers to get to their jobs will be better than they could be probably in most places, just because they're in that sweet spot radius to get to work. And so what I would commit to you is our focus is on doing all the infrastructure in the medical district to accommodate all the great things that are happening. And while Hamilton is not currently a project on our list, if as this project is coming through the development, as we commit to all projects, if we have a traffic need that we need to address on Hamilton or on Rose, smaller streets but important streets, those are projects that we will do everything we can to make sure that this is a successful project for the new residents that'll be moving in hopefully very soon. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic to Joy, because I know she focused on the traffic numbers for this project and how the area can handle it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Joey Paskey, City Traffic Engineer, Department of Public Works. So with respect to this project, we had the pleasure of speaking about it this morning. Traffic projections on this for a 200-unit apartment dwelling gets you about just shy of 1,100 trips per day. So what that really means is in the peak hours, you're just under 100 trips per peak hour. So we're talking about is your 5 o'clock rush hour, your 7 o'clock rush hour. We're just under 100, 72 in the morning, 80 in the afternoon. So that is about three cars every 2 minutes. So when it sounds like a lot of vehicles, but when you really think about it, that's not that many cars coming. So that actually doesn't even require a full-blown traffic study to be done by the development. So we look at that. We make sure that that's not going to obstruct anything, especially the ambulances. That's very, very important to us. So that will be sufficient. We did, to Mike's point about multimodal in this area, we did require them to do a pedestrian circulation study to make sure that the people that are living in this community have access to, supermarket and all of those things, and making sure that the development is providing those opportunities to everybody. In response to our meeting this morning and to the concerns that were brought up to there, we've committed to collecting data, speeds, and volumes on Hamilton, making sure that the concerns that were brought are going to get addressed. Sounds like there are some concerns that are unrelated to the development, and we are committed to doing that. So we have a full-blown, fantastic maintenance staff that most of you and your staff know very well. We keep them very busy, and we will look at that. We'll look at any safety problems, any operational problems, and address those separately. However, at this juncture early on, I'm not foreseeing that those are problems necessarily that are going to be caused by the development. I think we can probably handle those separately. And we will look in particular at the Rose and Hamilton intersection. That was one that was brought in concern. As Mike said, we want to take care of the safety things. The last thing we want is a development to come in and then we end up dealing with a whole lot of traffic safety things. So we want to definitely make sure we're looking at it on the front end. So I can commit that to you.
Thank you very much. And
You might want to ask Mr. Jansen, I think, the development in that whole area. I mean, the intensity of the need for residents, for contracted nursing, aside from the medical students, and the growth and the research. So I think all those buildings are in there would help, too.
Yeah, and I would just add on to it, and Mr. Jansen could probably jump in. The city is working with UNLV and a private developer on a hotel, a parking structure that should alleviate some of the challenges that were discussed, as well as 160,000 square feet of medical office space. In addition to that, there's probably 2 additional parcels that'll be developed, and I know the city has an intent on finding additional parking in that area. It's going to be a much more dense area than it is right now, but it's also necessary to build out our medical infrastructure. So this is not just the city, it's not just a developer, this is public, private, university, hospitals, everybody working together to make sure that we have the infrastructure for healthcare to grow and expand here.
Yeah, I would just add, Mayor Goodman and Councilman, to your point, right now, because there's such a small amount of residential in that area, all of the workers have to drive there. There's not an option to be able to live and work close to your place of employment in the medical district. So it's projects like this that are really going to shift the trips to other modes, which is what we've been looking to do for that area for a really long time, and we're just excited to be able to be a part of it on the infrastructure side to make it all work.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that hotel, the mixed-use one, was very important because that's a lot of units in there, a lot of traffic.
Mr. George, I just want to, if you can come on up again, I just wanted to have you comment on some of the concerns that were raised. Here's what I usually indicate to most of the neighborhoods that I work with, is it's really important to me that neighbors work well together. You represent a client, but you're coming into a neighborhood. So as issues come up, it's helpful to reach out and say, is there a way for us to partner? Is there a way for us to find common ground and make this community a better place? And I just want to make sure that you're aware of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if I may, through you, Mayor, just to address some of the points to clarify the record that were made, at least as it relates to the...
Can you pull your microphone closer?
Sure.
Perfect.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes,
Thank
Mayor.
you.
So as it relates to the construction of the 2 palm trees, just... if you can see that here. I did pull this up. This is just a Google Street View, actually, and this is, and I understand that Deputy City Attorney Mr. Lewis had mentioned these are the 2 palm trees that were in
We
question.
can't hear you at all.
These are the 2 palm trees that are in question at the current moment, and they will be coming down. And if we actually look at the subsection of the code that both the Deputy City Attorney Mr. Lewis as well as Peter Lowenstein had mentioned, there's a requirement for the developer to work with a community to ensure that we're not just cutting down trees and placing a variety of concrete slabs. So what the developer decided to do is strip what is otherwise a non-shadable tree like a palm tree, and what they're intending on doing is placing upwards of 7. This is actually Alta Drive. This is on the last page of our plans that were submitted to you. You already have these in your plans, but there are 34-inch box cedar elm trees that the developer has proposed, which is also in compliancy with the form-based code as well. And that provided the evidentiary support for Mr. Floyd and his office in order to make that affirmative recommendation and to approve the removing of those palm trees for the placement of these 34-inch cedar elm trees. Also, just as it relates to the parking, I understand Mr. Jansen has made comments about the development and the infrastructure. I would also just like to cite, just for the record, page of the staff report, page 14 of the staff report. Because this project is subject to the form-based code, there's actually a very specific calculus, as many of you know, as to what the minimum and maximum parking regulations are. And given the unit count of this project, as well as its location, the minimum parking required is 118, the maximum is 206, and we fall right within that at 196. And it's with that. I also welcome the attorney who spoke earlier to the medical district with his office space. I know he mentioned he just moved here about a year ago. I also know that the form-based code was adopted more than a year ago, and the city of Las Vegas has engaged in a great deal of meeting with neighbors in order to ensure that the form-based code was adequately adopted to ensure a plan that was consistent with the 2045 master plan. So That's it. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Councilman, if there's any other questions, comment, anything?
Madam Mayor, I just have a very thoughtful letter that I'm going to submit to the clerk for our records, and then we'll be open to feedback as the medical district develops and open to making adjustments and working with our team who's been focusing on this for several years now. With that, Madam Mayor, I'm going to move to approve item number...
Make one statement, if you don't mind.
Yes,
which is
please.
in support. You know, I just want to say that a team of us, including Bill Arndt and myself, traveled to Chicago when we were looking at or businesses to come into Ward 5, and we ended up choosing Southern Land Companies out of Nashville. But we toured with the CEO of Cedar, Alex Samolovich. Yeah, correct. Right, and great guy, great products. And I had recommended to them to do exactly what they are doing as they're building these. And their lobbies and their gyms and the facilities that they offer are world class, and they'll tie it into all together. So when you pay one association fee, you're able to go to this workspace and that coffee shop and this gym and use that one over here and over there. And it's exactly what they're going to create. I would think they're going to create. I haven't spoken to him. Councilman Canusa probably has, but that's their model in Chicago. And they build very, very nice products. They know exactly what they're doing. They're build good stuff, and I think it's exciting for them to be coming into Las Vegas, especially into the downtown corridor.
The good thing I will tell you, they're very persistent. Their first entree here in the mayor's office was, I think, 3.5 years.
Right.
Wow. And very persistent.
Very persistent is a good way. Yeah.
Very great product. So back to you, and hopefully there'll be more development, because the scream is we need to have access to living near where we work.
Yes, I believe there will be more. And with that, Madam Mayor, I move to approve item number 87, A and B.
Okay, there's a motion to approve 87 A and B. Please vote and please post. And you do, Councilman, that carries unanimously. You have frequent meetings about the development to share what's going on in the medical district. And so how does that go out? Is it just online, or are you sending letters out to the residents?
So for this project, just like any other planning project, postcards were mailed, but for the medical district, there's at least every couple of months that a newsletter is produced that sends information out to the community around what's going to happen in the medical district. It's going to be a very long newsletter next time.
Good, thank you. All right, we will now move on to, if I can get the pages turned. 89, we've done 88. Was that obeyed? Pardon? It was stricken. 80, it was stricken. 89. We heard already, and so we're at 90. Okay, 2204, 790 OT1, public hearing, applicant owner Harlem Nights LLC for possible action land use entitlement project request, 10th extension of time for a non-conforming liquor establishment tavern use at 600 Jackson Avenue, T4C, T4 establishment tavern. Oh, I said that, corridor zone. This is also in Ward 5, Councilman Creer, and staff recommends approval. It is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present? Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Kevin Thistle. I'm here representing the owner, Mr. Shlomo Miari.
Okay. I don't think there's any report. This is our 10th request for an extension of time. But it is a public hearing. You do have a comment?
I do.
Wonderful, please.
Sure. The staff finds that the applicant has demonstrated that the requested extension time due to circumstances beyond the applicant's control. The health and safety and welfare of the public would not be jeopardized by the continuations of the liquor establishment tavern use at this location. In addition, the liquor establishment tavern use could play a key role in the revitalization of Jackson Avenue as desired by the 100 Plan. Staff therefore recommends approval of the extension time with a 1-year time limit. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment on item number 90? Close public hearing, and 'tis yours.
Thank you. So why don't you give us and the public an update of where you are that would us allow you a 10th extension of time?
Yes. There's been, on this property, I've been involved with it for the last 10 years. We've had basically, I think, 3 separate owners on this property over the years. Fortunately, this year, in May of this year, Mr. Miari was able to get through the final legal procedures in order to obtain the ownership of this property. Not only does he own this property, but he owns the majority of the entire block that this property sits on. There was one property that was that is remaining on the corner, and as of Monday of this week, the owner, Mr. Shlomo, was able to obtain a signed purchase agreement with that with those owners of that property, and so he is very excited now to move forward as fast as possible with the entitlement phase of this. We have a meeting next week. We're getting started on all the design documents and everything for this project, so he's very excited to proceed and move forward now.
Okay. Okay. Look, I'll tell you, I don't think that I've seen in my time that we've given 10 extensions of time on a project. So I hope you realize that that this wick is quickly burning towards the end, and you're going to have to figure something out and have some really great improvements if you plan to come in front of this council again. I think that what you presented seems great, but talk is talk and action is action. So I'm going to make a recommendation to approve item number 90 to give the extension of time, but I hope you come back with something that is.
We'll be in touch with you in the very near future.
And if I might add, what is the length of that extension?
Is it a year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, it's by statute is 1 year.
Not by statute, okay. All right, there's a motion to give a 10th extension of time to the proposal. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And we will move on to Agenda 91, Reports and Presentation, report by Crystal Harry, Human Resources Administrator, regarding an update on the city's thematic goal and individual career development plan, ICDP. And hello.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. For the record, Vince Samora, Human Resources Director. We are your last item of the day. We're going to try to be brief. I will preamble Ms. Harry's presentation in talking about that for the calendar year 2022 thematic goal, each year the city implements a new thematic goal, which is a well-defined short-term goal that our organization prioritizes as one of the most important things right now. This year's goal focuses on enhancing employee development opportunities through individual career development plans, a personalized career plan that fosters the growth of city employees. When we were assigned this particular project, we knew that the gravity of it and the effect that it would have both on our employees' professional and personal development was going to be very weighty. So we took it very seriously. We identified a number of assessment tools, and Crystal, in her role as Human Resources Administrator, took on this project. So without any further explanation, I'm just going to turn it over to Crystal to go ahead and run through her presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, Crystal Harry, HR Administrator. I'm going to take you through my presentation and answer any questions that you may have. So as Vince mentioned, the thematic goal was by December of 2022, the city will enhance employee development opportunities to foster the growth of city employees. We knew that when we took on this particular thematic goal, we would be talking about 2 very distinct employees. The first employee would be the employee who came into the organization by any means necessary, but had actual they wanted to grow their career, but just didn't know how to do that. Oftentimes when employees come into an organization, they don't know the landscape of how to advance their career. So this particular thematic goal gives them the foundation necessary to do just that. The second employee is the employee who's actually in their dream career, but for often, technology kind of leaves them behind. So I think about when I joined our organization in 2011. I work in HR. I was responsible for accepting applications. At that time, we still were taking paper applications. We didn't have an applicant tracking system. We now have one. So when that employee puts their information into, the prospective employee puts their information into the system, our recruiter has to be able to pull that information out and do something with it for our hiring managers. So for that employee, we want to look at the emerging trends within that industry. So there's two different tracks that we're looking at for our employees. Oops, wrong button. So the program components, there's about 6 steps that we look at for our employees. The first one is just to sit down. It's a 30-minute conversation that the employee is having with me. Initially, there were 2 of us that were working on this particular program, myself and Megan Zachariah. We would sit down and just have a discussion with the employee, trying to figure out exactly what they would like to do with their career. The second step is an assessment. The assessment was one of 2 things. If the employee doesn't know what they'd like to do, we would give them an assessment, just tell them exactly what they are naturally gifted at doing. The second assessment type would be if they would like to enhance their computer skills, we could do that as well. The next step is for them to come back and start to do some goal setting. It's really important that once we determine what it is that you'd like to do, we actually start to track towards that. The next step is to prepare the actual individual career development plan, and then step 5, being able to implement that plan. And then step 6, being able to evaluate the plan to make certain that we're doing exactly what you say you would like to do. So we started this, we were a little behind the ball, but we started in February. It was important for us when we took over this particular thematic goal that we met employees where they were. So didn't matter what the schedule was. If it was 7 o'clock at night and we needed to meet with our corrections officers, then it was 7 o'clock at night and we were meeting with them. If it was Friday and we were up in Summerlin at Veterans Memorial talking with employees, then that's what we did. So we met with over 40 departments, over 1,100 employees, to make certain that every employee had an opportunity to hear about our program so that they could participate. We currently have 172 employees who are participating in the program. 20 of those employees have received promotions. This is a pretty heavy lift for us as a department, because for each of those 172 participants, we're meeting with them on an average of 4 times. It's because we want to make certain that we're supporting them through this process and that they know exactly what they need to do to get to the next level for their career. One of the things that we do well as a department is we like to stop and do a pulse check. It's one thing for us to think that we're doing the right thing. It's something different for us to stop and ask our employees, are we doing exactly what we said we were doing? And is it having the impact that we thought it would? So in July, we sent out a survey, really quick, 5 questions. At that point, we had 88 employees who were participating in the survey. 39 of them responded to our request. So the first question that we asked was, to what extent do you feel the program has prepared you for the next stage of your career?
Wow.
About 80% responded in a positive way, saying they either strongly agreed or somewhat agreed that the program was helping them with the next stage of their career. The next question was, what services are they using as a part of the program? So the career interest assessment was high. The skills assessment, resume writing. As an organization, we're not necessarily resume-based. We do much more with the application, but it's just my personal belief that every working adult should have a resume. So I make certain that I help our employees do that. And then interview preparation. If I were to do this survey now, I think a lot more employees would say we're doing interview preparation. The question number 3 was, have you achieved your desired career goal since joining the program? Again, at that point, 9 of them had said they were. 20 have received a promotion, actually 21, because I got an email, today's Wednesday, I had an email on Monday saying, hey, I got my promotion, and so we're tracking along really well. The next question was, we wanted to make certain that we went back to the original thematic goal and ask, do you feel like we are fostering growth amongst our employees? And again, 80% answered in a positive manner, saying, yes, we do feel like you are fostering the growth amongst our employees. There's employee testimonials. I think that's a good thing. It's one thing for me to stand up here. Obviously, I'm very passionate about this program. But there's another thing when we can have employees actually tell the story. Our TV station this morning released a video, and then there's some of our employees who are here in the audience as well. But I'm going to show some clips of our employees. So you have Socrates Cherry, Lucy Clark, and Braden, and they're going to just share a little bit about what the program has done for them. And I'm going to put them a little bit on the spot because they're brave. So if you have questions, they're here, you can ask them as well. And I'll give you a little bit of history on each of them and how they started with the organization and what they promoted into. So Socrates, he started with our organization in May of 2019. He started as a parking enforcement officer, and he wanted to go into code enforcement. He promoted in code enforcement in June of 2022. Socrates, wave. Hey. Jeff, if you'll help me with the video.
Her dedication to just taking the time to teach me about interviewing skills. Because I used to get so nervous. I would just not know what to say or anything. So her dedication with that, teaching me different tactics. And one thing that she would always tell me that stuck with me the most is just tell your story. Because, I mean, she's right. I'm the person in these positions, I'm the person in these roles, and no one knows it better than me. So that was very important, and it helped me a lot.
Thank you. Lucy Clark. Lucy started with our organization in 2018 as an administrative assistant. She promoted into our call center, but she always had aspirations of getting back into being a court clerk. And in August of 2022, she was able to go back into our court clerk. Jeff, please.
It's just such an amazing program for city employees. I used to work for the school district. I used to work for the county, and I've never seen or heard or anything ever being offered like that to employees within those jurisdictions. And so for this to pop, I tell everybody, hey, you guys need to talk. And even like the new girls that are started training with me, they're like, I'm telling them already about Crystal.
Cute.
And last but not least, Braden. Braden joined our organization in November of 2021 as a community program technician. And in August of 2022, August 22nd, I remember it because it was my birthday, and I thought, what a great birthday gift, Braden. He promoted into a financial analyst position. Jeff?
It's always great to just focus on personal growth. And so that's why I ended up deciding to do it. So do it for you and see what comes of it. It's exciting to see what opportunities are available in the city.
So what's next? So for us, it's, as we move forward with the program, staying connected. So we have 176 employees who are participating in this program. So for us, it's really important that we stay connected with them. So for the employees who are promoted into their position, it's not like, hey, great, you're promoted. That's it for you. We want to make certain that we stay connected with them. So while we may not meet with them on a monthly basis, every 6 months we'll start to meet with them, and we'll ask them to have new goals. We'll continue with our department outreach. So as new employees are coming into the organization, we want to make certain that they understand that this is a program that is for them and that they can participate in. We'll continue with employee testimonials. It's very important that our employees hear from other employees how they've been able to come into the organization and move around. When I think about employee testimonials, I think about our employees, even some of our employees within the Human Resources Department. So for our very own Sue Brown, who came in an hourly position and is now the Deputy Director of Human Resources. Yeah. Those are the kind of stories that we want to share. Connecting with our employees, virtual job shadowing is where we're going next. So One of the positions that's organizational, why it would be a management analyst position, but a management analyst position in public works looks very different than it does in youth development and social innovation, than community services. So we want to give our employees a snapshot of what that looks like. Before I move on to questions, I'd like to take a moment just to thank some people within the organization. I'd like to thank my director for putting up with some of the crazy ideas that I come up with. I'd like to thank Megan Zachariah and Ron Pruitt for helping me with this program. I had the pleasure of having an amazing intern this summer. His name is Blaine Book. He is at Texas A&M concluding his master's degree. I'd like to thank Jack Esslinger, Jordan Moore, Jackie Bruno, Ali Mikos, Kathy Thomas, who's encouraged her entire department to come and talk to me about an individual career development plan, Deputy Chief Kyle Ward, Ebony Folk, Esther Doman-Zane, and last but not least, the 176 employees who've entrusted me with helping them grow their career and listening and doing the homework and putting in the hard work to get it across the finish line. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions you may have.
Bravo. Bravo. Excellent. Excellent. Exciting. I want to sign up. I want to do, what am I going to be doing next year and the year after and the year after? I want to sign up. Anyway, great. Yeah, please.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the presentation. I think employee development, I have a master's degree in workforce development, so it rings true to everything that I went to school for, and really appreciative of the city and forward thinking, and obviously we have amazing staff. I have one question and one request. The question is I missed, how do we pick out employees? Or is it voluntary and people get to come in? How does that happen?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. It's a voluntary program. I try to encourage everybody to participate in the program, even if you decide that this isn't something that you want to do, just because you feel like you're in your career. Opportunities are coming up every day. There's definitely a talent shortfall, so we need to hang on to the employees that we have. You never know when that next big opportunity is coming up, and so even if it's just working on your interview skills, I encourage our employees to do that.
And my request is if there's ever opportunity for me personally to engage, like I love interacting with city employees. I'm in admiration always of the work that we do as a city. And so if I can engage and be useful or helpful at all, I sure would love to, because it's probably the most fun part of my job is the ride-alongs and talking to staff and learning new things in every one of our departments. So thank you.
I promise you I'm going to take you up on that offer.
Mayor, if I could, I'd just like to add a little comment. Okay.
Please.
So Mayor, when we look at it from management's perspective, right, last year as we're working on what's our thematic goal for next year, one of the things that we realized looking back 5 years is a large portion of our staff have retired either because they got the years of service or they got the age. And in the next 5 years, that trend's going to continue. So it concerns us that we need to make sure that our folks have the right skill set and training to be able to take advantage of those opportunities as folks transition throughout our entire organization, they move up. And so that's when, in talking to Vince, we said we really need to get a program to help our employees be prepared. And really, what did it for me was I heard a story about a year and a half ago, when I think maybe Lisa's the one that shared it, somebody shared it with me, where we had a similar situation. We had one of our field employees, one of our streets employees that applied for a code enforcement position, and the right personality, the right attitude, customer service, all the skill sets that we're looking for to get into those code enforcement positions where they're not really people that are out there regulating, but they're out there trying to help somebody come to compliance. And so as he was going through the interview, everybody's like, this is the guy, this is the guy. Until the question came up is, okay, what is your computer skill set? Well, I really don't have any because I don't have a computer at home. So because the position requires them to come in and do their reports in a day, we needed that skill set. And I go, what a lost opportunity for us in an organization to get the right person in the right place. And what a lost opportunity for him to be able to move to our organization. So that's when we said, we got to figure out something to do where we find out what are those skill sets that our employees are actually lacking. Find out from them, not what we think their skill sets are, what are the skill sets they think they're lacking, so we can create a program to address that. And so Crystal took the lead with it, she ran with it, she's done a great job, and like she said, she's helped 172 employees, 20 of them already have seen the fruits of that labor, and we hope more participating are able to take advantage of those situations.
Absolutely wonderful. I mean, it really is. I think so often people don't have people to turn to when you want to do more or be better or be different. And now what a wonderful service to be able to offer. I was thinking of, I sent Dr. Hibbler a contact on this Build Within to move people, and I'm wondering if you might share that information with Crystal as well, going forward, because it is about developing from within your own clientele, and there's a program out there. It doesn't matter that it's out there, but it is what you're doing, superior. So, Councilwoman?
So can anyone come visit you?
Yes.
Okay, that's really
You're
awesome.
going to come with me?
I'm going to come with you. Yeah, I don't know what I want to be when I grow up. But I'm really excited because we have so many employees and they want to move and they want to move up. And so I am sending them your way.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And Councilwoman Diaz?
Okay, we're all signing up for this, but count me in as well. I sit on our Workforce Connections Leo board, and this just resonates. We got to continue to grow our own and support and build here. Not to restate what has already been said by all our fabulous team up here, but I wanted to ask where's the opportunity for growth for our program? Because I didn't see everyone singing Kumbaya for all the participants who participated. So I wanted to hear some of the opportunities. So what are we hearing that we could do a little bit better or tweak, or where are we missing maybe the mark in filling the needs of folks who want to continue to advance with us?
Mayor, through you, I believe for right now, it's still trying to get the word out to our employees. We've done a really good job, but it's also building trust. So I sit in HR on the second floor. So most of the time when people come to HR on the second floor, it's for something different. So it's that's the politically correct way to say it. So it's just building the trust with them. The more I can get out there, the more we have the Socrates, the Bradens, the Lucys who are telling their story about what the program has done for them. I think the employee testimonials is going to be the big factor, because again, it's one thing for me to say it, but when you talk to the 20 individuals who put in the work, or when you talk to someone who went into an interview and would get white knuckles or become physically sick and is no longer having that type of reaction, those are the things that are going to allow our employees to do that. Getting the word out again about our tuition assistance program, encouraging our employees to participate in that. It's just the opportunities that are there. I think that's where we'll be able to hit a bigger, wider net.
And if I may add, Councilwoman, the manner in which the employees take responsibilities for their own career is very important as well. Some folks have reached a point that they're very comfortable with, and others have not. So we like to continue that continuous outreach. So I think we'll continue to do that. In my 35 years plus as being an HR person, this is probably the most successful program I've been associated with or had the opportunity to develop. So I'm very, very excited about this, and I think long-term, the community is going to be better served by the skill set that this program is developing within them. And I think Lucy put it best. Where else have you seen this? This is awesome. And I mean, this is a former employee of the month. She's done wonderful things for this organization. I think she'll continue to do that, much like the other participants and much like our employees in general. They're very excited about this.
Well, and it's all in the personnel that deliver the product. And I think Councilman Creer wants to enroll too.
I do. I think it's great, and anytime you give people an opportunity to advance themselves and provide them with the basis to do that, and give them the tools to do that, I think it's great. I would love, maybe as a part of your curriculum, and you say they spend the day mentoring, I would love to have someone come spend the day with us in our office and dispel the myth that council people are up there just drinking coffee and and having lunches. There's a lot of work that gets done, and we get very busy. Many would be very surprised how much work we put in, but we'd love to incorporate that. We do it with kids. High school kids come by the office and spend time with us, and our civic engagement days, we call them, and we'd love to incorporate that internally as well. Be cool.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Continue with it, and certainly from our staff, I know this is just so important to be having the next level of employees find that career path. So thank you very much for doing
You know, Mayor, if I may add in closing, the folks sitting right there, all of them gave us 100 support when we were doing this, when we needed to get an
And
assessment.
so what career paths do they want next?
I think they're all pretty much doing pretty good. But when we had a need for an assessment tool that cost, I think it was something like $8,000 to help employees with their Microsoft skills, we got immediate approval. It did not take long at all. So the support from our CMO team is just fantastic. The enthusiasm by the HR team is where you need it, and I think our employees are equally enthused, so we're very, very pleased. Thank you much.
Well, and I can't thank you enough, because I know one of the first conversations we had when Mark Vincent retired and we were looking for next in line, it was about programs like this to really bring all training and development really heavily in, because we were sort of everywhere instead of focused in HR, and so this is wonderful. You'll get a lot of knocks on your door.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I want to say I liked your video. I saw it last week. The City of Las Vegas did a video and featured our HR Director, Vince. And I just have to tell you, Crystal, I love your hair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Excellent. All right, we're on to 92, setting the date of on any appeals, required public hearings. Please, Madam Clerk, set the public hearing dates, appeals from City Planning Commission meetings, dangerous building, nuisance, litter abatement.
Will do, thank you.
And now we're into our second and final citizen participation, public comment. I don't think anybody left. I mean, I'm looking. Yes, we have one lady. Public participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless the subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, well, else the amount of time any single speakers allow may be limited. It is your opportunity to address the council, but council will not respond or engage in dialogue, and we will set the time for 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Phyllis Carpenter. I live at 5200 Alpine, number 5, Sartini Annex is where I live. My problem is the Housing Authority, and I'm an elected board member of our resident council. The president resigned, the treasurer resigned. The management isn't allowed to manage our resident council. They ain't allowed to tell, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. They ain't allowed to tell us, they ain't even allowed to impede with our resident council. When the treasurer and the president both resigned, I'm the second vice. I went to management and told them, look, I can step up as president, I can appoint who I want according to Robert's Rules of Order. And they said, no, you can't. I want the keys to the kitchen, because the second vice there takes care of all the events in the kitchen, all that stuff. They wanted to take my keys. I said, my position is good for a year. I'm not giving you the keys until March when my position is up. They then turned around, changed all the locks in the kitchen. Then we had another meeting, and the supportive services said, I hold a food bank the second Saturday of the month. I run it. They said that they no longer needed my services at the food bank, which they're not allowed to do. They're not allowed to create an impeding organization to compete with the resident councils. But that's exactly what snrha.org is a competing organization. So I'm
going to ask Dr. Hibbler just to take some information from you, please, and to help direct the issues to which you're speaking now, and perhaps she can advise you or at least hear and get your information. Dr. Lisa Morris Hibbler.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. I'm sorry to hear it.
Hey, Mayor.
How was the report card?
Well, they're still in school. They didn't get kicked out, so that's good. Yet.
Thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd, Director of Community Development. So I may have actually beat David Riggleman's team to a story, I'm not sure. But this afternoon, challenge, David. This afternoon, the Planning Department, your 2050 Master Plan was awarded Outstanding Plan at the annual conference of the Southern Nevada chapter of the APA, and I'm holding the award in my hand.
Bravo.
So big thank you to the CMO team, to you all. To Marco and to our team as well. This is quite an accomplishment, and Robert Summerfield also really got this to about the 5-yard line, so kudos to him as well.
Well,
But just
please
wanted to
take a
present it.
picture and send it to him.
You got it, we will.
Tell him that we thank him too. Great
you, Mayor.
job, and thank you, team. Great all work. Anyone else from the public? Okay, let's move on to our emerging issues. Do we have emerging issues that we want to address? Nothing? Councilman? No, I got a no. Councilwoman says no. Any emerging issues? No. So now we're on to no emerging issues, City Manager. And so we're on to council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless the subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. I'm going to start with Councilwoman Seaman, because last time I started with the Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be quick. We just want to say that we had a great Art in the Park October 15th at Bruce Trent Park, and we will have our next one in the spring, so everyone who wants to be involved, just let us know. We have Oreo and Willie from the Nevada Spca up for adoption, a bonded pair of male neutered, aged 2 and 1.5 years. So if anybody's interested in those gorgeous babies. And then we also have Butters available for adoption. Female spayed 3-year-old, about 10 pounds. That's a hefty cat. So if you are interested in these or any other adoptions, please reach out to the Nevada Spca Adoptions at 702-873-7722, or you can email them at info@nevadaspca.org. If you want to get your business out in Ward 2, we are featuring it on social media every Saturday. We will come out and film you. All you have to do is contact us at 702-229-2420, or you can email us at ward2@lasvegasnevada.gov. Breakfast Buzz and Ward 2 Biz is going to be happening October 29th, our regular monthly meeting from 9 to 10 at Veterans Memorial Community Center. We actually had to move there because it has become very large, and we're so excited for people to come out and break bread with us and talk about issues, and we usually have Metro there and a marshal to answer all their questions. So if you would like to go, you need to RSVP at ward2@lasvegasnevada.gov. We're having our movie in the park, Casper, Friday, October 28th from 6 to 9 at Bruce Trent Park. So just show up with your blankets and food. If you have any issues or concern, you can call us at 702-229-2420, or you can email us at ward2@lasvegasnevada.gov. Please follow us on social media at Facebook, Twitter, Instagram at Victoria D. Seaman, or LinkedIn at Victoria Seaman. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Councilman, you can't hide. Are you hiding?
The second annual Young Men of Color Leadership Conference will take place on Saturday, October the 22nd, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Thomas and Mack Center, located at 4505 South Maryland Parkway. There will be free food, live entertainment, giveaways, and more. All ethnicities and all self-identified young men are welcome. For registration information, contact Sheena Mitchell at smitchell@lasvegasnevada.gov. The next Ward 5 community conversations will take place on Thursday, October the 27th at Grits Cafe, located at 1911 Stella Lake Street, from 9 to 10:30 a.m. Residents and businesses are welcome to join the conversation. For more information, contact my office, 702-229-5443. The Bolden Area Command will be celebrating its 20th anniversary on Thursday, October 27th from 5 to 9 p.m. at 1851 Stella Lake Street. The event will kick off with a short parade featuring Metro's Honor Guard, emergency vehicles, Bolden athletic teams, and a local high school marching band. The ceremony will include some local entertainment that represents Bolden and a special community art piece dedication. Following the ceremony, the Bolden Area Command annual trunk or treat event will begin. Come and bring your friends and neighbors to join in the fun with Bolden providing for over 20 years of service into the historic West Side. The Halloween Carnival Safe Night will take place on Monday, October 31st from 5 to 8:30 p.m. at the Doolittle Community Center located 1950 North J Street. There will be games, snacks, jump house, face paintings, treats, and more. For more information, call 702-229-6374. And the Neon Museum will host STEAM Saturdays, which is a program for families that offers a fun and hands-on set of activities, presentations, and demonstrations designed to promote creative and critical thinking. Each month focuses on a new topic: neon science, animation, design, and more. For more information, call 702-387-6366. In October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. It was launched nationwide in October 1987 as a way to connect and unite individuals and organizations working on domestic violence issues while raising awareness for those issues. Domestic abuse can include physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, as well as neglect. So show your support by wearing purple tomorrow to show a meaningful way to raise awareness about domestic violence and to show your commitment to the mission of promoting healthy relationships. My office is constantly working to provide updates, city services. You can always subscribe to our newsletter and reach out to my office at 702-229-5443. You can always send an email to Tanya at tjackson@lasvegasnevada.gov. Always find us on social, Cedric Career, Instagram, Facebook, Councilman Cedric Career. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I'm watching you fellows out there. Thank you for cleaning up in addition to all that you do to protect us all the time. Thank you very much. You're just the best of the best, our law enforcement. You're terrific. And we appreciate your presence this morning and through the day. It was very comforting. Appreciate it. So we'll go, you're next, okay. Councilwoman Fiore, and we're going down to the right, and I close it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are going to have our spectacular Halloween trunk or treat Saturday the 29th at our Centennial Hills YMCA. We're going to have a haunted house and candy and music and games. It's just, Halloween is one of the funnest holidays with us. We're going to do our color run and walk finally on Saturday, November 19th. We're going to start at 9 a.m. Registration's at 7:30 a.m. It's at the Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs. Everyone is welcome. You don't have to run. You could walk with me. And that is November 19th, Saturday. And I'm so excited to say that we had found Skylar. So he's found. And now we are looking for Zahara. Zahara is only 15 years old. Zania. No, I'm sorry. She has an alias. So who's Sandy? All right, I'm going to read Sandy. So Sandy, who's 15 years old, Leah Guntry, I'm so sorry. Chance, you're fired. So Leah Guntry is missing, and we need to find her. She's 15 years old. She's tiny. She's 110 pounds, 5'6". She's got blue eyes, sandy hair. She's Caucasian. She was last seen in Vegas. So please, if you know where Leah Guntry is, please call 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. Let me see what next slide comes up. Okay, so are we not looking for Zahara? Are we missing Zahara? Okay. We're going to go to our homeless success story. Boy, I don't know what Chance did here. We've got a lot of things that are not on our computer. But we're going to go to our homeless story because this is a good one. So our courtyard and HRC and More Team collaboration success story of October is a 71-year-old named Mary. was brought into the courtyard HRC for services by the Moore team on Friday after spending a month sleeping in the park. Mary is a 71-year-old female with serious medical conditions. A CHAT, which CHAT stands for Community Housing Assessment Tool, was completed with Mary. Her resulting vulnerabilities were considered low. The qualification for most housing programs would nearly be impossible. Courtyard HRC case manager decided that she met the criteria for placement in her non-congruent shelter, NCS. Mary's age alone would qualify her. Her medical history easily exceeded NCS qualifications. As such, Mary was referred to the Hope Christian Health Center Clinic on the Courtyard HRC property for a complete physical, accompanied by a letter listing all of her self-reported medical diagnoses. Once Mary completed her medical appointment, she returned to meet Courtyard HRC case manager with all the necessary documentation to complete the NCS referral. The NCS referral was submitted that same Friday. Over the weekend, Mary had been able to connect with her adult daughter, who had been sleeping in her car with her 3 children. Mary engaged the Courtyard HRC case manager on Monday, and the NCS application was amended to include her daughter and 3 grandchildren as a family unit. NCS matchers were able to place the now family of 5. Mary, her adult daughter, and 3 grandchildren have now successfully found housing. This is what our team does, so please reach out to us. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Today, I want to share with residents in Ward 1 our upcoming Brews with Brian happening on Thursday, November 10th at 6 p.m. at the Tavern at 1113 South Rainbow Boulevard. I look forward to listening to neighborhood concerns and how we can help. And second up, we have a fall youth sweater and socks drive.
Oh, nice.
This is for Red Rock Elementary School. There's a lot of need within the population at Red Rock, and so I'm going to ask anybody and everybody, if you have youth sweatshirts, new socks for children, solid colored sweatshirts and socks for youth of all sizes are welcome. We have drop-off locations at the West Charleston Library and Mirabelli Community Center, and we're taking them through October 31st, or you could call me and I'll come and pick them up. And then October 27th is going to be a very busy day in Ward 1. We have a family-friendly Halloween event at the Mirabelli Community Center. Trunk or treat at the community fair will happen at 4:30 p.m. and we'll be showing Hocus Pocus around dusk at 6:30 p.m. So if you wish to attend, please come down and bring your children with you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman, never least, but you're the busiest, so you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I don't know, that beer and that pizza looked really good on Councilman's slide, so we're a little bit hungry or hangry, so I'll try to be really quick. So just wanted to provide everyone in Ward 3 that in case you missed it, the City of Las Vegas was awarded the full $23.9 million raise grant that will transform Stewart Avenue into a corridor with protected bike lanes, more tree shade coverage, wider sidewalks, bus stop improvements, so much more. And I just wanted to say thank you to Mike Jansen, Joey Paskey from our amazing Public Works Department, and all the team that put the project in and got the funding. So as we can see, Joey was there. We had an amazing family fiesta at East Las Vegas Community Center on Saturday. We were able to reopen our doors to the East Las Vegas Community Center, and it is looking amazing. If you all haven't been by, I highly encourage you to check it out. After 20 years of the center receiving our community through its doors, it's been refurbished, and I'm just so excited. And look, our staff is super excited about it too. So we can't wait to see all the amazing work continue to happen for our seniors and our kids and our community. Ward 3, we just want to give you a few park updates. Several parks are receiving much needed TLC. So for example, this is the before and after picture of a bridge at Doug Selby Park that needed some repainting, so we're super, super excited. And then right now, my office is working with our communications department and our community on an online survey to obtain resident feedback on the 3 concept drawings of a potential future for Huntridge Circle Park. They have a say in what they would like us to do. If there are any changes that they want to see, this is going to be the window of time in which they can chime in. In the meantime, please save the date. Make It Work will be hosting a movie screening at Huntridge Circle Park on October 28th, and we hope to see everyone there. We have our wonderful book festival this weekend. So the city is going to be offering this amazing book festival that happens on a yearly basis. This year, our wonderful partners at the Library District are making it even more amazing. And so I just hope that everyone takes time to look at all of the amazing programs and keynote speakers. We have Kylie Reed, Ellen Hildenbrand, Hubert Keller, Carl Bernstein. They're all part of it. If you want to kind of see what all is entailed, go to LasVegasBookFestival.com. We also want to highlight that it's the first time we're having Spanish sessions as part of our book festival. So just want to make sure that everyone knows that there's a 10 a.m. For kids and adolescents or teens, and there's also, let's see, a 1:15 workshop with Lucky Diaz. And we're so, so excited, and I hope that lots of our community members can come to our historic 5th Street School, where it has been the traditional place for our festival. Halloween is right around the corner, so we just wanted to kind of put a shout out for the different things that are happening. There's a trunk or treat at Spca, October 20th, 5 to 7 at the Spca Community Center, 251 West Boston Avenue. Halloween at the Trunk or Treating at East Las Vegas Community Center is happening Wednesday, October 26th from 5:30 to 7:30, 250 Northeastern Avenue. And also there's Halloween Howl's Luncheon for our seniors 50 years of age and young and up on Wednesday, October 19th at 11:30 a.m. and the cost is $7 and advanced registration is preferred. We have a Sugar Skull workshop also happening at Charleston Heights Arts Center, October 26th, 6 to 8, and Dia de los Muertos Festival. We just want everyone to save the date at Freedom Park, November 1st and 2nd. We are going to be hosting some downtown public safety meetings, so the information is right there. The first one is at the Mesquite Club, 702 East St. Louis Avenue on Thursday, November 10th. And then I just hope that everyone who has some concerns come so that they can get some much needed advice from our Metro, City Marshals, Fire and Rescue, Code Enforcement, and more team. And that is a wrap for me. Stay in touch with our office. It's always helpful if you email us your concerns or your needs at ward3@lasvegasnevada.gov or call us at 702-229-2359.
Thank you very much. So as I wrap up, once again, our condolences and prayers to Officer Ty. We also lost Pastor Huff past 10 days. He was an ex-felon also who began to work in the church and also helping those who have been incarcerated, much like John Ponder and Hope for Prisoners, and so our condolences to the Huff family. We did dedicate our tree at the front of City Hall to Bonnie Pauley last Friday. For those of you who were here and have been here these many years, chaplain, pastor, deacon, Reverend Bonnie Pauley was very dear to us, worked at the RJC, and has done so much over the years to get us all on the right path for opening prayers. What we are not forgetting is early voting starts on the 22nd, and I'm going to ask our clerk, are we open here?
We are open for early voting on October 31st through November 3rd, and then we encourage everybody to come down on November 8th because we are having a vote party on Election Day.
So make sure you hear that, but I think voting somewhere is open on the 22nd Saturday.
Yes, it is. Our website has all the locations.
All right, look at our website. Also, next Friday is Nevada Day, and I'm telling you this because our next city council meeting's not until the 2nd of November. And Halloween, as you know, it will be a week from this past Monday, so make sure you have plenty of candy, but are careful. And I want to reiterate to Councilwoman Seaman's birthday, Brian Scott's birthday is on the 21st, and our own Brian Knutson is on the 22nd of October. Hopefully he gets breakfast in bed by his children at least. And a special treat, I can imagine what that's going to be. But as always, I want to thank law enforcement. You're the most special people, and we know what you do for us all the time, and our first responders, fire and rescue, our wonderful city manager, and your team that's so incredible, our clerks who are absolutely guided by the best and just so loyal to us and everything. And I could never end a day without thanking IT behind the mirror, over in the corner, whatever you do, but, and not least of all, our wonderful colleagues on City Council who got through today, and we're alive, and we made it. I made an over and under on the bet of what time we'd finish. We have all these different bets, and I said, wow, I said 4:40, look at that. Wow. Everybody in our office voted.
You control the meeting, it's not fair.
I do control the meeting. Adjourned. No, I really did say that. Is that amazing?